Chapter 1200. Bakeland, Northborough. Leonard, who had just arranged the mission for his team, saw the endless gray fog and heard Mr. Fool's response. He heaved a long sigh of relief and suppressed his voice. From the looks of it, there aren't any problems. Since Mr. Fool could give feedback like normal and convene a tarot gathering, it meant that he had already won against Amon. This way, Klein would likely be able to escape his predicament. In Leonard's mind, Palazzaro's slightly aged voice scoffed, "Don't be happy so early. After you enter Sapphira Castle, observe the fool and see if his right eye is wearing a monocle. Why you're saying that the present fool might be Amon in disguise?" Leonard's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly asked. Palaz sighed and said, "I can't rule out this possibility. We can't rule out this possibility. Amon really can do such a thing." "I'll take note." Leonard's relaxed mind instantly tensed up again. On the Sonia Sea, on the future. Mr. Fool actually took so long to respond. Does this mean that the world's German sparrow's disappearance has something to do with what he is plotting? I can't be sure. Perhaps Mr. Fool's lack of response was to save German Sparrow, and now he has succeeded. He didn't directly mention this matter because he plans on letting the world narrate it on the tarot. After Mr. Fool's voice sounded in her ears, thoughts flashed through Catlia's mind. With the contents of the Queen's letter, she suspected that George III's death had something to do with Mr. Fool's interference. The disappearance of the world German Sparrow was also a continuation of this matter. Catlia's first reaction was to write to Queen Mystic Bernadette and tell her that German Sparrow had been found. However, after some thought, she held back her urge and planned on attending the afternoon gathering to understand the exact situation. She wanted to figure out what could and couldn't be said before reporting it to Queen Mystic. No matter what, the matter seems to have been resolved. This Admiral of Stars heaved a sigh of relief and sat by the window in peace as she looked at the azure sky. Sonia Island, the edge of a primeval forest. Alger Wilson stood on a thin branch and looked at the harbor and the blue sky not far away. A strong wind swirled around him, but did not spread out and affect the trees around him. The illusory grayish-white fog appeared. Alger was delighted at first, but he soon became a little fearful. Mr. Fool only responded after a period of time. This means that his previous state was indeed a little abnormal. However, he is now recovered. He didn't respond to my request to borrow the unshadowed crucifix from Sun because he discovered my probing and my hidden thoughts. I can't do this anymore. Mr. Fool had only given a simple warning this time, and it was very likely that he would directly punish him the next time. Do not test God. Do not test God. As his thoughts raced, Alger lowered his head and said piously, "Thank you for your kindness and tolerance." Bakeland, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Mr. Fool didn't convey my question to Mr. World. Is this because the tarot will proceed normally in the afternoon, and there will be time for communication? Audrey analyzed some problems from the delay in the feedback. Typically speaking, Mr. Fool's replies are very timely. This time, it took more than 15 minutes. He is dealing with something else, something very important, something to do with George III's death. Regardless, a delay of 15 minutes wasn't a serious problem. Audrey quickly reined in her thoughts as her mood improved. I'll know the truth from Mr. World in a while. I hope that this incident won't have any more serious consequences apart from triggering an all-out war. And war is unavoidable at the moment. Bakeland, Northborough, underground of St. Samuel Cathedral. Mr. Fool didn't say that he would help me. Emlyn White held a cup of red liquid as he frowned slightly. He then interpreted the symbolic meaning of the response from another angle. Mr. Fool specially emphasized that the tarot will proceed as usual in the afternoon. Is he trying to tell me that the chance of escaping this predicament lies with one of the members? Don't tell me it's still that star? In short, I should be able to leave this week. As Emlyn was being held in protective custody behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate, it was unlikely for anything that happened in the outskirts of Bakeland to affect him. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to suddenly escape from prison and head to the Blood Emperor's ruins. Therefore, when Klein hinted to the other members last week, he had been left out. City of Silver, Berg household. After hearing Mr. Fool's response, Derek got up from the bed, his excitement evident in his words and actions. Mr. Fool didn't disappear. Mr. Fool didn't abandon the city of silver like the Creator. He paced back and forth and immediately rushed out of the room to head for the Twin Towers to inform the chief of the good news. However, his growth over the past year had left a clear mark on Derek. He finally calmed down and decided to attend the tarot gathering and obtain the promise of blessings before seeking out the chief. Perhaps the lack of response during this period of time is Mr. Fool's test for me, the chief, and the city of silver. He wants to see if we will quickly lean towards the fallen Creator. At some point in time, Derek's train of thought had a hint of the hanging man, of course. He didn't have any unnecessary thoughts because of this. From what he knew, it was extremely normal for deities to test their believers. Back then, the Creator had left behind many similar legends. After finishing his thoughts, Derek still couldn't sit still as he continued pacing back and forth in the room. He looked forward to the afternoon tarot like never before. In the city of silver, in the forsaken land of the gods, afternoon was a relatively abstract concept. This was because there weren't enough labels to confirm it. They could only barely use the number of lightning bolts to define day and night, unable to make any further subdivisions. Vakeland, East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. After receiving Mr. Fool's response, Furs couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a best-selling author, she had a rich imagination. During the period of time when Mr. Fool didn't respond, she had already weaved one terrifying story after another in her mind. Mr. Fool used his own death in exchange for George III failure. Mr. Fool's scheme was discovered by the deities, and he was besieged. Mr. Fool's old injuries relapsed, and he fell back into a deep slumber. The world, German Sparrow, had no one to care for him and was being pursued by his enemies. These stories developed differently, but the ending was very consistent. It was that Furs fell back into the full moon ravings, losing control and becoming a monster. Phew! Furs exhaled and said to Zio with a beaming smile, I only realized today that Mr. Fool is the most important man in my heart. More importantly, you have to become a demigod as soon as possible and completely escape the curse of the full moon, Zio replied seriously. After joining the tarot, she already knew her friend's true situation. Okay, Furs nodded and said with a smile. In short, I have to have a drink to celebrate. Above the gray fog, inside Sapphira Castle, the calm Klein used cogitation to recover his spirit-body state. When I first learned cogitation, I needed to imagine something that doesn't exist in this world and replace the things in my mind to truly enter cogitation. Back then, my first reaction was to outline an intercontinental ballistic missile on Earth, but I didn't succeed. I didn't think too much about it back then, but from the looks of it, this might have already explained some problems. It's not that there's something that doesn't exist in this world. It's just that it's been annihilated in the fog of history. Klein rubbed his temples and naturally recalled something from the past. He then focused his mind, planning on obtaining the Miracle Invoker Potion formula before tarot. At that moment, Amon was patiently guarding the place where he had died. All he could do was stay in Sapphira Castle. There was nothing else he could do. After considering the method, he grabbed out of the ancient palace and, in a condescending manner, took out an item from the historical void in the grayish-white fog. It was a notebook with a hardcover that was completely dyed black. The Antigonus family's notebook. As expected, it's not a manifestation of the uniqueness. It only has some remnant powers of the half-fool of the Antigonus family. Klein sighed and threw the notebook onto the long bronze table in front of him. As the contents of the notebook were very likely problematic, he didn't plan on deciphering the sequence 2 Miracle Invoker Potion formula from it. He only used it as a medium for divination. Right on the heels of that, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. The original owner of this notebook. Putting down the pen and picking up the paper and notebook, Klein leaned back in his chair and repeated the words he had just written. After repeating it 7 times, he entered a blurry dream. He saw a mountain peak that extended into the clouds, and at the top of the mountain, There was a towering, dilapidated palace that was separated from reality by a transparent boundary. Inside the palace, there were many places where moss and weeds grew. At the very top was a huge stone chair. Its surface was embedded with dim gems and gold, and in the middle were countless transparent maggots that were huddled together. They slowly wriggled and grew wantonly, extending out slippery tentacles covered in patterns. Unlike in the past, Klein saw the monster directly this time and saw his exact appearance. Suddenly, the palace above the gray fog shook violently. Klein's figure flew straight up and was suspended in midair. In the next second, his spirit body collapsed in squirming worms of spirit that crawled on the ground. Sapphira Castle immediately trembled as everything returned to its original state. Klein's spirit body also condensed again. He sat at the fool's seat, rubbed his temples, and smiled bitterly. He smiled bitterly and said, "He really is a half-fool with a uniqueness," after muttering to himself. Klein recalled for a moment. He picked up a pen and recorded the knowledge he had obtained from spying on a mythical creature on a piece of paper. Sequence 2. Miracle Invoker. Main ingredients: 1 heart of the dark demonic wolf, god of wishes, or another miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic. Supplementary ingredients: 300 milliliters of the dark demonic wolf's blood, 1 worm of time, 1 worm of star. Advancement ritual: let a forgotten piece of history return to the present era. P.S. During this period of time, readers have been sending me private messages telling me to ignore the comments and to write what I want to write calmly. Actually, I've been very calm the entire time. I didn't panic at all. On the one hand, I was indeed prepared to have my subscriptions drop by a lot. I seriously wanted to write this scene and the reveal scene. On the other hand, it was also to thank everyone for not forgetting to subscribe automatically while I was fattening up. Not only did my subscriptions not drop, they increased. To be honest, if I were to see such a plot myself, I would first take a break and read it in one go. To my surprise, during this period of time, the subscriptions were maintained at around 53,000. This was a rather high standard. After summoning Zeradol, it kept rising. The 2 chapters of Chernobyl and Lil, 'cause suicide broke 60,000 subscriptions in 24 hours. It's also considered a record on the Chidian platform. Yes, to me, the most important thing isn't the data, but to verify some of my ideas regarding creation. At the very least, my understanding of a certain branch of the plot's tension doesn't seem to be wrong. Chapter 1201. To let a forgotten piece of history return to the present era. Return, not reappear. The meaning of the two are completely different. It's not that I can complete the ritual by writing the true history of the 4th epoch or the 3rd epoch and spreading it. Klein's right hand, which was holding the fountain pen, paused as he instinctively analyzed the contents of the miracle invoker potion. After some thought, he found something that perfectly matched the requirements of the ritual. It was to let the people of the city of Silver escape the forsaken land of the gods and return to the northern and southern continents, allowing the history that had been lost for 2,000 to 3,000 years to descend into the present era. This isn't as easy as evading Amon's pursuit. The only way to leave the forsaken land of the gods is to enter the giant king's court and open the palace where Dark Angel Sasser is sleeping. This is the negative personality of the ancient sun god. He's ranked first among the kings of angels, and he's known as the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven. He might even be stronger than the current Amon. Furthermore, his current state has received the attention of the various deities. Yes, it's better than escaping Amon's control. I can make sufficient preparations in advance. Klein slowly exhaled, feeling that the ritual still had a certain chance of success. In fact, he knew very well that, even without him, the City of Silver would still attempt to open the door to the giant king's residence time and time again to find a way to leave this forsaken land. Like a moth that had seen a flame, they would not rest until they were dead. No matter what, with my participation, the chances of success will definitely be higher than now. Klein subconsciously wanted to lure Amon over when he opened the door to the Dark Angel's slumber and create chaos to offset the damage brought about by the Dark Angel's awakening. This was a tactic he was rather familiar with. However, He ultimately rejected this idea because it was too dangerous. After spending some time with Amon and truly seeing the level of a king of angels, Klein instinctively feared these terrifying existences. He no longer had the thought of using the conflict between them to create chaos. Just their existence alone could bring unbearable damage to the surrounding Beyonders and the entire region. Under such circumstances, trying to rely on them to create a chaotic situation was no longer comparable to walking on the edge of the abyss. If one wasn't careful, they would slip down. Without the determination to fall into the abyss and fall into eternal hell, it was best not to attempt it. Unless there was really no other way. Even escaping was an extravagant hope. Klein did not want to make similar attempts again. Indeed, a portion of a miracle invoker's Beyonder powers comes from history. That's why there's such a ritual requirement. How do the other scholars of your complete it? Klein looked at the parchment spread out on the long bronze table and thought of a possible solution from another perspective. If it were me, I could only think of a way to isolate some people and some history from reality until they have been forgotten. Only then would I let them return to the current era. This might take 300 years, 500 years, or even longer. This is really an evil act. Haha. Somehow it reminds me of the peach blossom spring. After this consideration, Klein believed that the difficulty of this ritual for the other scholars of Ur was still whether their lives could last until the end. Furthermore, there were too many accidents that could break the isolation. The forsaken land of the gods has perfectly resolved these difficulties, but has brought about even greater difficulties. Dark Angel Sasser. What's the state of this heaven's deputy? Is it related to the ancient sun god's resurrection arrangements? The level involved has already reached the ceiling of this world. Why am I always involved in such matters? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He could roughly guess that this was due to the influence of fate brought about by Sapphira Castle. After all, even blasphemer Amon wasn't willing to bear such a fate. Reining in his thoughts, Klein returned his attention to the miracle invoker potion formula itself. The Worm of Star is from the Apprentice Pathway. The supplementary ingredients include high-end spirituality ingredients from 3 similar pathways. I've already turned the Worm of Time into a fate siphon charm, so there's no way to restore it. I'll get Leonard's grandpa to lend me another one. How can it be called lending? I'm planning on using the upgraded yesterday once more charm to exchange for it. Where can I find a Worm of Star? There aren't many demigods of the Apprentice Pathway in the real world. The Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets Boot is? However, I'm in the forsaken land of the gods, so I can't deal with him. I can only seek Ma, Hermit, and Queen Mystic's help. At the same time, I have to urge Miss Magicians to quickly become a traveler. Yes, I'll get her to ask her teacher where I can find a Worm of Star. There's actually only one main ingredient. It's either the dark demonic wolf's heart or the Beyonder characteristics produced by other miracle invokers. It's no longer 2 in 1. Yes, that is to say that at this level, there are very few scattered characteristics. They have already completed a certain level of convergence. The dark demonic wolf is also known as the god of wishes. It's a standard angel, a subsidiary god. If I can't find any ingredients that I can use, wouldn't I have to slay a god? The angel level can already be considered a hidden existence. It's fundamentally different from a sequence 3. Just thinking about it makes me feel scared. Klein listed the helpers he could get and felt a lot more at ease. He felt like he owed enough and had nothing to fear. He raised his right hand that was holding a fountain pen and continued recording the knowledge he had previously obtained. Most of it was something he already knew, so he treated it as a memory. Finally, Klein wrote an incomplete piece of information in the corner of the goat's skin. Sequence 1. Attendant of Mysteries. Main ingredient. 1 attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristic. This piece of information meant that it was difficult to obtain a sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic through other means. He could only choose 1 out of 3. One is with the half-fool on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. It's with the uniqueness. Another is with Zeradal. According to what Leonard said, the true creator has clues. Where could it be? By the way, the northern city ruin, noise, where Little Sun and company hunted shapeshifters, seems to have high-level existences of the seer pathway hiding there. I wonder if it corresponds to a miracle invoker or an attendant of mysteries. Klein gradually had an idea. He planned on heading to the ancient city of Noise to do a preliminary exploration after successfully reviving and escaping from Amon. After digesting the knowledge he had just obtained, Klein summoned his golden pocket watch from the junk pile and opened it to determine the time. Before destroying the Blood Emperor ruin, he had sacrificed many of the items he had used in battle above the gray fog to prevent them from being damaged. However, even so, after the previous battle and his final suicide, he had still lost quite a bit. Furthermore, they were all extremely valuable items. Just the thought of it made him nearly lose control. Gu Rozel's Travels, Death Knell, Creeping Hunger, Fate's Siphon Charm, Flaring Sun Charm, Control Spirit Bullet, Marionette Konas and his equipment, Marionette Inuni and his 2 rings, Adventurer's Harmonica. I can't think any further. Thankfully, Aztec's copper whistle had been thrown above the gray fog previously. Thankfully, I can still summon the historical void projections of these items. They're just accompanying me in a different form. Gu Rozel's Travels might not work. The corners of Klein's forehead twitched as he unconsciously felt heavy. He sighed and seriously mourned these items, especially the mystical item that had accompanied him for a long time. Creeping Hunger. After a long silence, Klein forced his attention back to the present. As he waited for Tarot to be summoned, he casually thought about the ancient sun god, Chernobyl, and other matters. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. Since this is my home world, and there have never been any transmigrators, they're all ancient humans that were released by Sapphira Castle. Then, are there similar existences in places like the Chaos Sea? Has Chernobyl been transformed into a sanctuary? According to what Amon said and the scenes I saw from my divination, the ancient sun god did awaken in Chernobyl. Then, is he a transmigrator released by Sapphira Castle, or a survivor of the sanctuary? If it's the latter, who's the person inside the 3rd cocoon? With this in mind, Klein was alarmed as his pupils dilated slightly. He already had a guess about the origins of the elves. It likely had nothing to do with Sapphira Castle. This way, he had yet to find the correct identity of the 3rd, or rather, the first transmigrator. This transmigrator didn't seem to have left any traces in history. Without any hesitation, Klein's consciousness sank into the grayish-white fog. With the power of Sapphira Castle, he directly arrived at a rather early period of history. There were many fragments of light there. The clearest one was Zhou Mingrue, who was wrapped in a transparent cocoon, hanging above the door of light. And beside Zhou Mingrue, due to Klein's understanding of Rozel, the corresponding fog of history was instantly lit up. He directly saw a young man hanging in a cocoon with his eyes tightly shut. Without any need to verify it, Klein confirmed that this was Rozel Gustav's predecessor, Huang Tao, through the sense of familiarity and spiritual intuition. Without the time to admire the Emperor's true appearance, Klein turned his gaze to the other side. There was a transparent cocoon gently swaying there, and the figure inside was faintly discernible. As Klein had already seen the other hanged people, many fragments of light lit up in the fog of history. They intertwined and stimulated each other, making the unclear area barely visible. The figure inside was clearly a woman. Woman. Klein's heart stirred as he realized that he had missed out on a direction when analyzing the transmigrator. A transmigrator had a subjective consciousness. They could completely restrain themselves and not leave any traces that transcended the era. But there was one thing that couldn't be avoided. Clearly, Sapphira Castle was related to the 3 pathways of Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder. After a transmigrator was born, he would definitely quickly form a connection with one of these 3 pathways. Not only had Klein been embroiled in the case brought about by the Antigonus family's notebook, but he also quickly had the chance to choose the Seer potion. Rozel's active Aenides had the existence of a secret order, and he had long known Zeradol. According to this logic, the ancient sun god, who had the authority of Marauder, was indeed one of the reasonable suspects. Klein immediately conjured a pen and paper and began to list the corresponding names he knew. For example, in the fourth epoch, the Antigonus family, the Zeradal family, and certain people from the house of Abraham, as well as the kings of angels around the ancient sun god. Before long, Klein's gaze stopped on a few names. The one in front was the ancient god, Phlegria, who clearly had the authority of seer. Behind him were his subsidiary gods, god of the dead, Salinger, and goddess of misfortune, Ammonizes. The latter was now called the Evernight goddess. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Chapter 1202. Klein stared at the goat skin in front of him and didn't move for a long time. After a while, he patted the edge of the long, mottled table with his palm, making all the items he conjured disappear. Summoning his golden pocket watch, he opened it and took a look. Klein pinched a message to Little Son, telling him to prepare to participate in the tarot gathering. About 1,000 heartbeats later, dark red beams of light rose from both sides of the long bronze table, condensing into different figures on different high-back chairs. Without any pause, all the tarot members cast their gazes at the figure shrouded in grayish-white fog sitting at the very top. Seeing that Mr. Fool wasn't wearing a monocle, Leonard heaved a long sigh of relief inwardly. Then, he turned around and looked at the bottom of the long mottled table to confirm the situation of World Klein Moretti. Similar to him, Catlia, Audrey, and Magician's Furs instinctively turned their attention to World German Sparrow after seeing Mr. Fool. One of them knew that the world was in a dangerous situation and could only seek Mr. Fool's protection. The other didn't receive any feedback for 2 days and suspected that German Sparrow had really been embroiled in the matter of George III and that something had happened to him. The other knew that the matter of George III contained a huge risk, and she was a little worried that Mr. World would suffer serious injuries. Seeing that World German Sparrow was unscathed without any abnormalities, Audrey retracted her gaze, lifted her skirt, and bowed towards the end of the long bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." With the situation of the world turning even more chaotic, the fact that tarot was still able to maintain its original appearance comforted her and made her feel much better. After the tarot members finished bowing along with Miss Justice, the Fool Klein nodded slightly and gestured for everyone to sit down. Then, he slowly surveyed the area and chuckled. "You are very concerned about whether the tarot operation will proceed as planned." Upon hearing this, the hanging man Alger's heart raced, and he seemed to hear thumping sounds. Without a doubt, he believed that Mr. Fool was referring to him and was giving him a relatively gentle knock on the head. In other words, he was given a chance to repent. Alger lowered his head and spoke in a slightly trembling voice. "We are not pious enough and think too much. Why is Mr. the Hanging Man apologizing on my behalf?" Magician's Furs, who had instructed Zio to ask Mr. Fool if tarot had convened as scheduled, was taken aback. She gave up on thinking and turned to the end of the long bronze table. "We are not pious enough and think too much. So I'm not the only one who has been praying to Mr. Fool over the past few days." Mr. the Hanging Man said that he was thinking too much because the possibility of the tarot being canceled made him have some unnecessary guesses. But Furs shouldn't have thought of this. Audrey looked across her and then to her side as she came to a realization. The Fool Klein nodded and surveyed the area again. Such concern is considered normal. He then smiled and sighed. "I've been using the world's body to play a game with Amon in the forsaken land of the gods. Thankfully, I didn't miss the tarot operation. Every word he said was the truth, but the information others deciphered would definitely be far from the actual situation. This way, even if Amon released the news that the world, German Sparrow, was equivalent to the Fool, the members of the tarot would only scoff at Amon for trying to deceive them again. During that period of time, the world was equivalent to the Fool, but it didn't mean that the world had always been equivalent to the Fool. A portion of the truth was actually equivalent to a lie. Playing a game with Amon. Old Man's guess was really accurate. Mr. Fool had deliberately used Klein to bait blasphemer Amon. From the looks of the present situation, he has obtained a rather satisfactory outcome and made Amon suffer greatly. Leonard, who had long guessed it, felt that this was completely in line with his expectations. He didn't doubt Mr. Fool's words at all. Mr. Fool didn't reply for 15 minutes because he happened to be at a critical moment in his battle with Amon. He has already recovered to such an extent. Audrey was pleasantly surprised when she heard that. For some baffling reason, she felt a strong sense of honor. The hanging man Alger could also tell from Mr. Fool's words that he had recovered further and was actually able to gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation with the King of Angels. This made him increasingly vexed over why he had suspicions and wanted to probe him. Mr. Fool hinted in advance that the tarot might be canceled because he had long predicted that there would be a conflict with Amon. It's even to the extent that he took the initiative to dig a trap for Amon. Alger instantly thought of many things and felt that there was no way he could hide his thoughts in front of such a high-level existence. He warned himself once again, I can't do something like this again in the future. So Mr. World didn't give any feedback because he was used by Mr. Fool to fight Amon. That King of Angels, Amon, is really powerful. He actually needed Mr. Fool to take action personally. Magicians Furs and Zio exchanged looks, no longer having any doubts about the previous question. Katlia roughly understood the reason for the world's German sparrow's disappearance. She also guessed that a messenger with a contractual connection was likely unable to enter the forsaken land of the gods. At the same time, she was secretly surprised that a king of angels had appeared on the stage of this era. She felt that this was one of the signs of the apocalypse in the prophecy. Emlyn didn't know what had happened during this period of time as he looked at everyone in a daze. For some baffling reason, he had the feeling that he had been locked behind Cheney's gate for more than a week or two. Perhaps it had already been a month or two, causing him to have the illusion that he was out of touch with the current situation. Mr. World has come to the forsaken land of the gods. Mr. Fool used his body to fight that terrifying Amon. Sun was first shocked before he felt a strong sense of joy. This meant that the City of Silver's subsequent explorations would receive powerful help. He immediately looked towards the end of the long bronze table and blurted out, Honorable Mr. Fool, the chief wishes to receive your blessing during the ritual. Do you agree? Klein had long learned of this matter from his prayers. He nodded slightly and said, sure. After receiving the promise, Sun couldn't help but smile. He was momentarily at a loss for words to express his gratitude. After 2 seconds, he lowered his head and said loudly, I only believe in Mr. Fool. The Fool Klein nodded and turned to look at Ma M. Hermit. What's the problem this time? The Queen's letter didn't say anything. Katlia was taken aback as she decided to first ask something she wanted to know. After all, there were still many questions left. She deliberated for 2 seconds. Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the truth behind George III death? Just as the hermit said that, Audrey and the others perked up as they focused their attention. This was exactly what they wanted to know. Regarding this, Leonard already had a certain level of understanding. He was more concerned about the deeper reason behind this incident. And among the members sitting in the tarot, the only one who was more confused was Emlyn. His mind was filled with thoughts like what happened. He hadn't even read the newspapers recently, so he didn't know that King George III had been assassinated. As for Sun, although he didn't know how George III had died, he didn't care at all. The Fool Klein smiled and said calmly, George III wanted to become the Black Emperor. For this, he excavated the Tudor ruins, engaged in human trafficking, and created the Great Smog of Bakeland. He took the initiative to start a war, allowing the Fasak airships to bombard Bakeland. Unfortunately, he failed in his final ritual, and the secret mausoleum he needed was destroyed. He described the whole story in the plainest tone possible, not mentioning what he had done at all. It would be too degrading for Mr. Fool to take the initiative to explain the situation. The Great Smog of Bakeland, the airship attack. This was all done by George III to become a god? Audrey's eyes widened slightly as she instantly recalled the two matters she had personally experienced. Suddenly, she understood why the world, German Sparrow, wanted to stop George III from becoming a god. She knew that he was a gentleman with a gentle and loving heart. He definitely wouldn't let off the culprit behind these two tragedies. If it were me, I would also want to do so, but I would hesitate and be stopped by the possible negative developments. As for Mr. World, he is firm and decisive. This is a matter that involves a deity. Yes, there should be Mr. Fool's will in this as well. Audrey looked at the world, German Sparrow, who was sitting silently at the bottom of the long, mottled table. She nodded slightly to express her agreement. Black Emperor. George III wants to become a god? This. Yes, one of Mr. Fool's cards of blasphemy is the Black Emperor. German Sparrow had previously been investigating the Great Smog and human trafficking. Indeed, all of these can be strung together. There's actually such a secret hidden behind them. From the looks of it, Mr. Fool's goal has been achieved. His plan has succeeded. Therefore, he has further awakened and can face a king of angels head-on. The more Alger thought about it, the more fearful and spirited he became. He felt that, even though he knew some clues ahead of time, he was completely unable to see through Mr. Fool's plans. Amidst the shock of the star Leonard, Magician's Furs, and the other tarot members, the hermit Catlia, who had a premonition of this, suppressed the waves in her heart and decided to use another question. Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the attitude of the 7 deities towards this? P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1203. Good question. The Fool Klein praised inwardly as he expressed the red angel evil spirit's explanation in his own words. The 7 deities all wish for a Black Emperor, but they don't have a unified opinion on who should be the Black Emperor. When George III successfully obtained that ticket through secret preparations, the 7 deities could only tacitly agree to it, regardless of whether he acknowledged him. Is that so? Apart from the absent Emlyn and Son, the other tarot members came to a realization. They roughly understood the contradictory behavior of the churches regarding the Great Smog of Bakeland, the Fasak airship attack, and the assassination of George III. Immediately following that, a question arose in their minds. Since George III had already made preparations and had reached the final step of the ritual and had obtained the tacit approval of the 7 deities, why did he still fail? They immediately thought of an answer. Because Mr. Fool didn't agree. The church probably didn't seriously stop the destruction of George III Black Emperor ritual. Perhaps they even provided some help to Mr. Fool's subordinates. Did the Church of a Storm use this chaos to secretly do something? No, they probably wouldn't do too much to hide it. Leonard recalled the various details he had previously sensed and had a general grasp of this matter. The 7 deities tacitly agreed. Mr. Fool voted against it and sent the world and other blessed to secretly destroy George III apotheosis ritual. But what does this have to do with the Queen? Why did she discover that German Sparrow had disappeared? Black Emperor. The Queen might have participated in the operation, led by Mr. Fool, and later discovered that her collaborator had disappeared. Catlia used her rich knowledge and experience to make a guess at the truth of the matter. And only at this moment did Emlyn connect the dots that he had just discussed and understand what had happened to the situation outside while he was locked up for protection. George III had plotted to become a god and had obtained the tacit approval of the 7 deities. In the end, Mr. Fool had sent a blessed to destroy the ritual and perish on the spot. Seeing that everyone was silent, the Fool Klein looked at the hermit Catlia. Any other questions? Not this time. Catlia lowered her head even more. She was even more in awe of the great being at the end of the long bronze table than before. Although she had long known that Mr. Fool had the 3 angels, Snake of Fate, Death Consul, and Ancient Bane, under him, as well as secretly controlling the life school of thought, she never expected that Mr. Fool would have the power to destroy a king's apotheosis ritual in the real world. Furthermore, he had foiled the schemes of a king of angels, the son of the Creator. Mr. Fool's hidden forces are even more exaggerated than I imagined. What use do we, the tarot members, have to him? The power behind it? His own growth? Or was it just a backup plan? Catlia instantly thought of many things. She momentarily forgot that she was already a sequence 4 demigod. No matter which organization she was in, she would be considered a member of the upper echelons. Just the things that Mr. Fool has shown are enough to make a saint lack confidence. Audrey only needed a glance to read Hermit's mental state. At this moment, the Fool Klein nodded. "You may begin." Upon hearing this, Leonard immediately turned to the bottom of the long, mottled table and said to the world, "How's your situation now?" Magician's Furs, Judgment Zio, Audrey, and the other tarot members also cast their gazes over, expressing their concern for the world, German Sparrow situation. From their point of view, Mr. World, who was sandwiched between Mr. Fool and Angel of Timemon as a tool of war, wasn't in a good situation. He was already considered lucky to be alive. Sensing the concern, Klein controlled the fake world and chuckled hoarsely. "It's not too bad, but it's not too good either. Thanks to Mr. Fool's blessings, I finally obtained a certain secret from Amon, but I haven't completely escaped from him." Without waiting for the others to react, he continued, "You're right. I'm now in a rather troublesome predicament. I relied on Mr. Fool's powers to enter a certain concealed state and temporarily escape from Amon. However, if I were to dispel this state and return to reality, I can only appear where my original body is, and Amon might very well still be lingering nearby. I want to try to find a solution first. I wonder if any of you have any objections?" On the surface, German Sparrow's meaning was very clear. He wanted to rely on himself first, and, if it really didn't work out, he would seek help from Mr. Fool. And his actual meaning was essentially the same. First, find a way to bypass the restrictions. If it really didn't work out, consider surviving as an undead. Solution? The hanging man Alger and company suddenly felt a little excited because the suggestions they provided would be used to fight against the King of Angels. If they were to be used and used, it would be something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Audrey was just about to say something in excitement, but just as she was about to say it, she shrank it back. This was because she knew that she couldn't give random suggestions. It might cause Mr. World to be captured by Amon. Zio thought about it seriously and realized that she couldn't give any useful suggestions. All she could do was choose to watch and learn from the sidelines. Does it have to be where your original body is? Do you have any blood or hair stored elsewhere? The hanging man Alger thought for a moment and gave a suggestion in the form of a question. The Fool Klein thought for a moment and made the fake world shake his head. No. Compared to his original body, 1 or 2 vials of blood was too little. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had an idea. Perhaps I can use those 2 vials of blood as materials and combine them with something else, using the life alchemy method to create a new body. There are 2 problems. First, life alchemy requires the participation of a spirit body. Otherwise, the final product might not be considered my body. Second, I don't know any demigods who can complete life alchemy. The only one who's close to it is Frank Lee. In the end, I became a mushroom man. Then, it's better for me to be an undead. As Klein thought about it, he nearly shivered. After the hangman's suggestion was rejected, Katlia began from her knowledge of mysticism and deliberated as she asked, "What's the matter? Do you have a sequence 3 sealed artifact?" "Why do you ask?" The World German Sparrow returned with a question. A sequence 3 sealed artifact can respond to prayers within a certain range. You can make use of this, Katlia explained simply. Klein roughly understood what was on Hermit's mind. "Are you talking about descent?" "Yes, get someone to set up a descent ritual at the periphery of the range, and you should be able to respond while in a concealed state." Katlia first glanced at Sun and described the exact plan before asking an enlightenment. "Do you really have a sequence 3 sealed artifact?" She had originally wanted to get the world to seek Mr. Fool's bestowment. "I'm already at sequence 3. Klein controlled the fake world and gave a brief answer. The tarot members were rendered speechless. They knew very well that Mr. World had advanced to sequence 4 at the end of June and become a demigod. And now, it was December of the same year. The Queen once said that I used the blood of the snake of fate to advance, making it easier for me to become a sequence 3 clairvoyant than others. Besides, the tarot has given me a lot of precious mysticism knowledge, allowing me to digest the potion to a large extent. But even so, I still need more than half a year before I have a chance of reaching sequence 3. Katlia subconsciously looked around and realized that the other tarot members were in a half-numb and half-envious state. She sighed silently. "Is my suggestion useful, Mr. World?" The World German Sparrow shook his head. In that state, there's a great limit to responding. Once he chose to descend, it meant that he would have to start his life as an undead, no as a ghost. Perhaps I can combine the two methods. Yes, I can use the method of praying to the Fool, Sea God, or Magic Protector to descend to leave the forsaken land of the gods, but there's no rush. It's too easy to expose the truth. The Fool Klein thoughtfully made World look at Leonard. Leonard instantly understood what he meant and replied, "Yes. I'll go back and look through the information to see if there are any other ideas." Obviously, his real intention was to go back and ask the old man. The old man was an angel who had a considerable understanding of Amon. Maybe he could come up with a suggestion that no one else could think of. This was the answer Klein wanted. Following that, he made the World's German Sparrow say, "All right." The discussion of escaping came to an end for the time being. The World's German Sparrow looked at Magician's furs. "Help me ask the House of Abraham if there are any worms of star that haven't completely lost their spirituality. If there are, what do I need to exchange for them?" Worms of star were high-level spirituality materials. Most of the time, they didn't contain any beyonder characteristics. Therefore, their spirituality would experience an irreversible loss. Without any special means, it was difficult to preserve them for too long. Worms of star? Magician's Furs was taken aback for a moment before nodding. "All right." After receiving a reply, Klein made the World cast his gaze at Katlia. "If Miss Magicians isn't able to trade for a worm of star from the House of Abraham, I would like to entrust you with a mission." "What mission?" Katlia asked with interest. The World's German Sparrow smiled. "Hunting the Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets, Butiz. 9 Heavens Divine Emperors." Chapter 1204. Aurora Order Saint of Secrets Butiz. Mr. World wants to hunt him? Magician's Furz's first reaction was that she had heard wrongly. After all, German Sparrow had nothing to do with the Saint of Secrets. However, she quickly thought of the thing called the Worm of Star that was just mentioned, and she had a rough guess. This made her suddenly feel excited and agitated. This was because she also wanted to hunt the Saint of Secrets Butiz to avenge her teacher's family. However, due to her low strength and her inability to produce sufficient remuneration, she had always suppressed this thought to the bottom of her heart. Although it sounds like Mr. World doesn't plan on taking action personally, Madame Hermit is also a sequence 4 demigod. Furthermore, she has the support of Queen Mystic. I can provide as much help as I can within my capabilities. As her thoughts raced, Furs cast her gaze at the hermit beside her, waiting for her reply. Katlia thought for a moment and said, "Butiz might very well be a saint of the apprentice pathway. It's very likely that Bodies is a saint of the apprentice pathway. It's very difficult to hunt him. Furthermore, he has Rose Redemption backing him, as well as the true Creator's blessings. At my current level, it's almost impossible for me to complete this mission by myself. You can seek Queen Mystic's help. I will also arrange for other collaborators for you." Klein made World German Sparrow reply in a low and hoarse voice. "The remuneration is the right to choose the final spoils of war, as well as mysticism knowledge that will allow you to digest the potion within this year." It's December now. Katlia's heart palpitated when she heard that. She deliberated and said, "When the time comes, I will attempt to do it, but I can't guarantee success." No matter how difficult the mission of hunting the Saint of Secrets was, it wasn't as dangerous as accepting the hidden sage's indoctrination. And from the latter, she might not be able to obtain mysticism knowledge that could aid in digestion. There was a high chance that it would be related to mathematics, machinery, or literature. "No problem. As long as you do it seriously, I will give you some mysticism knowledge as compensation, even if you ultimately fail." World German Sparrow nodded and confirmed the deal. At this moment, Magician's Furs finally couldn't hold it in any longer. "Mr. World, Hermit, can I join this mission? I might be able to help. I would have looked for you even if you didn't tell me." The Fool Klein chuckled inwardly and made the fake World nod slightly. There's a place for you among the collaborators for this mission. Furs wasn't surprised at all as she asked curiously, "What's wrong? What can I do? What do you need me to do?" German Sparrow replied in an extremely calm tone, "Bait." Furs opened her mouth, but for a moment, she couldn't say anything. She felt like she knew this would happen. "The world," German Sparrow continued. "Similarly, you also have a right to choose the spoils of war, but you will be ranked behind my hermit. Also, during this period of time, I can help you record beyond your powers, such as traveling." Furs didn't have any extravagant hopes of a reward. Her greatest reward was to successfully exact her revenge. She might even receive additional rewards from her teacher in the future. Without any hesitation, she nodded. Without any hesitation, she nodded and said, "All right." The world, German Sparrow, then cast his gaze at Miss Justice. "How's the digestion of your Dreamwalker potion?" Thanks to the adventure in Roselle's travels and her persistence in acting during this period of time, Audrey quickly digested the potion. Her eyes darted around slightly as she recalled, "I've long concluded the principles of acting. In another 2 to 3 months, I should be able to completely digest it." "It's a little slow," Klein mumbled inwardly as he made the world German Sparrow say, "I've already concluded the principles of acting. Create more opportunities to act. If you can finish digesting the potion before Hermit takes action against the Saint of Secrets Bootiz, I can give you Vin Rambize's beyond her characteristic in advance so that you can cooperate with her." To Klein, he would be staying in the forsaken land of the gods for a very long period of time. Most of the matters in the outside world could only be interfered with by the tarot members. Allowing them to quickly increase their strength was also a form of help to him. Furthermore, he wasn't directly giving it to her. The difficulty of the mission of hunting the Saint of Secrets Bootiz was just as Katlia had said. It was rather high. All right, Audrey was vexed over how she was going to accumulate contributions from Mr. World when she heard the news. Naturally, she didn't hesitate to agree. In her heart, the members of the Aurora Order were lunatics and vandals. There was no need to find a reason to deal with them. In addition, Audrey had previously been vexed over her lack of combat experience as a Beyonder. This gave her an opportunity. Although it was rather dangerous, it was also an opportunity. German Sparrow sure is generous. Helping a mysticologist digest the knowledge of the potion and a sequence for demigod characteristic. This shouldn't be just for the worm a star. That sounds like a supplementary ingredient. He's helping the tarot members advance as quickly as possible according to Mr. Fool's will so that they can be of use in the future. The hanging man Alger listened to the conversation between the world and the other members and vaguely grasped the truth. This left him rather vexed. He suspected that if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't pious enough and had other thoughts, making him do something foolish to test Mr. Fool, he would have been given a mission to help him push open the door to godhood. At this moment, Audrey, who had agreed to the mission, glanced at the magicians and smiled. "I'm looking forward to the fact that the House of Abraham doesn't have a worm of star." "Me too." Magician's Furs nodded seriously, indicating that she had the same thoughts. Seeing that the world and German Sparrow had finished speaking, Katlia thought for a moment and looked at Judgment. "Do you wish to join this mission? Do some peripheral intelligence gathering. The abilities you previously displayed in this aspect left a deep impression on me. Even without my Hermit's invitation, Zio wouldn't not help her friend when the time came." She nodded gently and said, "If the operation is in Bakeland, I won't have a problem. If it's somewhere else, my usefulness will be reduced." A sheriff was always linked to their jurisdiction. The more familiar a place was, the more they could perform. Once they exceeded their range, they could only rely on their Beyonder powers. "Your reward is to be the third to choose the spoils of war." Katlia looked at the star again. "If there's a need, I hope you can allow the official factions to appear at the appropriate moment." Leonard chuckled. "I hope you don't have to go that far. My reward is also a spoil of war, right? If I hadn't invited my dear poet classmate at the end, the mission to hunt the Saint of Secrets would have turned into a gathering for the female members of the tarot." The fool Klein muttered inwardly as he got the world and German Sparrow to finalize the matter. All that was left was to wait for the House of Abraham's feedback. Following that, The hanging man Alger and son Derek reached an agreement on the rental of the unshadowed crucifix. Just as they entered the free exchange segment, Emlyn couldn't help but look at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, can you give me a hint on how to escape the protective custody? The fool Klein, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog, nodded slightly and said simply, "This week." This week. His answer was very confident, but it wasn't a prophecy, but a judgment of the current situation. The current situation was that Fasak and Intis were attacking Rouen, while Fanapotter was attacking Rouen's allies, Lindbergh, Mason, and other places. The three churches definitely didn't wish to suffer the destruction of the Sanguine in addition to their existing enemies. Therefore, Emlyn would soon be released, and it was hard to say for Father Utravsky. Similarly, the Sanguine's focus had definitely shifted to the world situation. They wouldn't have the motivation to continue probing Emlyn's other companions. In addition, in the past 2 days, the person with the most forced reason for praying was Emlyn White. Klein suspected that a large part of the reason why he had been locked up in St. Samuel Cathedral's basement was to make it easier for the goddess to exert her influence. Now that the matter was over, he was no longer of any use. Combining these three factors, it wasn't difficult to conclude that it wouldn't take long for Emlyn to regain his freedom. The only exception was that this fellow had really been forgotten. Be it the Church of Evernight or the Sanguine, they had forgotten that such a fellow was locked behind Cheney's gate. If that was the case, Klein would get Leonard to provide help when the time came. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. At the end of the free exchange, the world's German sparrow suddenly looked at the hanging man. "You said that you've already reached Sonia Island and are in the primitive forest?" "Yes," the hanging man Alger replied in puzzlement. German sparrow pondered for a moment and said, "You could try to find the elven ruins. You could try to find some elven ruins. Maybe you'll find something extra." The hanging man Alger suddenly thought of the Book of Calamity and the scene he had seen in his dream. He nodded thoughtfully and said, "All right." After another round of conversation, the tarot gathering came to an end. Audrey and company stood up, bowed, and left the world above the gray fog. After returning to his body, Leonard immediately lowered his voice and described Klein's predicament. Finally, he said, "Old man, do you have any good suggestions?" "My suggestion? It's better to seek the fool's help," Palaz Zarost answered without any hesitation. Leonard coughed lightly. "Don't you want to take this opportunity to make things difficult for Amon?" Chapter 1205. Make things difficult for Amon. Palaz Zoro snorted. "What's in it? If not, then forget it." Leonard was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, he said, "At least it will make you feel better." Palaz chuckled. "If you don't mention this topic, I'll feel better." Without waiting for Leonard's response, the Marauder Pathways sequence one angel sighed with a slightly aged voice. "Doesn't your former colleague have a deception charm? Maybe we can think of something from this." After wiping out Bakelin's avatar, Palaz passed the godhood symbols and magic label for the 4 charms: deception, parasite, deprivation, and aging, to Klein through Leonard. Klein used this knowledge and the worms of time he obtained to create a deception bullet, parasite bullet, and deprivation bullet. Later, he used them against Kona's Kilgore, but Leonard didn't know about it. Leonard asked thoughtfully in a suppressed voice, "Old man, are you saying that we can mislead him on with the help of the deception charm and make him misjudge the location so that he can't affect Klein's escape?" In his mind, Palaz Zarost replied in annoyance, "That's right. Do you think it's possible to use a deceit charm in front of a Marauder Pathway King of Angels?" "That's not possible." Leonard laughed dryly and asked shamelessly, "Then what do you mean?" Palaz Zarost's voice suddenly became more spirited. "The rule that deception can only return to the original location of the body." "The deception rule? You can do that too?" Leonard asked in shock. Palaz gave a self-deprecating laugh and sighed. Compared to deceiving Amon, deceiving the laws is much easier. After all, the bottom of the world is crazy and chaotic. These words left Leonard momentarily speechless. On the one hand, He was not knowledgeable enough to know that rules and patterns could also be deceived. On the other hand, he did not expect that in the old man's heart, Amon was more terrifying than the laws of nature and the laws of the world. After nearly 10 seconds, he spoke again. What are the chances of success if we use this method? Very, very low. However, Amon's avatar contains a deceit charm made from a worm of time. The probability of it being able to deceive such a pattern is very, very low. Therefore, my suggestion is still the same. Get him to seek the fool's help. Don't waste time. In a confrontation with Amon, the longer this drags on, the more dangerous it will be. Leonard pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. I understand. I'll advise him to do the same. Of course, he would not forget to mention the method given by the old man that had a low possibility of success. It's good that you understand. Seriously, to disturb an old man's reading? As Pallas mumbled, his voice gradually softened and vanished from Leonard's mind. 7. Pinster Street. The newspaper on the coffee table suddenly flew up and unfurled itself in front of the sofa. Using a deceit charm to deceive the rule that one can only resurrect in the area around their original body? Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein used his own words to reconstruct Pallas Zoros' suggestion. Just as he said that, he recalled the leather lantern that had been lit for a long time. Amon had deceived the laws of nature, allowing the candle to be in a magical state. It didn't need any fuel to light up for an entire week. Klein's eyes lit up as he muttered, "That's right. This train of thought is really something that only an angel of the Marauder pathway can think of immediately. It might not be impossible." Similar to Pallas, he also felt that compared to dealing with Amon, it was much easier to deal with the laws of nature. After seeing hope, Klein immediately analyzed the feasibility of the plan. Although I've already used up that deceit bullet, I can summon it from the historical void. In any case, before the effects end, I'll definitely reassemble my body and successfully resurrect. The laws of nature are really pitiful. Not only was it deceived, but even the item used to deceive it is fake. The only problem is that the bullet might not be able to deceive the laws of mysticism. Back then, it was a little difficult to deal with Kona's Kilgore. Amidst his thoughts, Klein slowly surveyed his surroundings and gradually gained inspiration. That was to use Sapphira Castle. After gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle, he could already mobilize the power of a Sequence 2 angel here. And many of the things he had come into contact with previously indicated that Sapphira Castle had a high chance of crossing the 3 pathways of Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder. It could produce a convergence effect on the corresponding Beyonders, and it had clearly attracted the coveting of Amon. In other words, Klein suspected that Sapphira Castle had the power of these 3 pathways at the same time. However, he was a seer, so most of what he could pry open was concentrated in this domain. With the medium of the deceit bullet, I might be able to pry open the other powers of Sapphira Castle. Since I can already use some powers related to miracles in the seer domain, then it's very reasonable to infer that the powers of the Marauder pathway have the might of an angel. The only problem is that I have to have a medium of a sufficient level. This way, I don't have to worry about not being able to deceive that law. As he thought about it, Klein's thoughts suddenly became clear as he seriously formulated a detailed plan. He used the mysticism laws as a target and attempted to plan a scam. In order to reduce the difficulty, it's best to have additional preparations. I can't deceive it out of thin air unless I'm Amon's true body. Yes, I'll bestow a tube of my blood to Little Sun and create a fake resurrection point that exceeds the range. Then, with the deceit bullet as a trigger, I'll push the corresponding angel-level powers contained within Sapphira Castle and mislead the law, making it treat the fake resurrection point as the real resurrection point, and the real resurrection point as the fake resurrection point. The details were outlined bit by bit, and after the idea was finally formed, Klein immediately used the mysticism connection between him and the point of death to observe the exact situation with his true vision. He saw that the grayish-yellow fog had thinned significantly, and the deep ravine that hid Chernobyl hadn't changed at all compared to before. Wearing a pointed hat and a monocle, Amon had stolen a stone from somewhere and placed it at the spot where Klein had passed away. He sat on it and patiently played with a human skin glove. He would sometimes bend the fingers of the human skin glove, and at other times he would stretch it as though he could live like this for 100 years. A kilometer or two away, somewhere deep in the grayish-yellow fog, 3 almonds in classic black mage robes were squatting beside a rock, seriously playing poker cards that they had stolen from somewhere. From time to time, they would nudge their monocles. In other parts of the desolate wilderness, the almonds were either alone, in groups, leisurely strolling, or writing in deep thought, or discussing all kinds of problems. In the dark and dangerous forsaken land of the gods, this was such a harmonious scene. If it wasn't for the fact that the young men were wearing classic black robes, pointed hats, and monocles with the same black hair, black eyes, wide foreheads, and thin faces, it would have been even better. Just as Klein was about to take a closer look, the Amon sitting on the rock suddenly raised his head, nudged the crystal monocle, and looked at him from afar. In the desolate wilderness, all the almonds raised their heads and looked at the highest point of the fog of history. Klein immediately retracted his gaze and severed the connection. City of Silver, Derek Berg arrived at the top of the spire and met Chief Colin Elliot. "Your Excellency, I've already received the promise of blessings," Derek said rather frankly and directly. The grizzled Colin Elliot, who had old scars on his face, heaved a sigh of relief and slowly nodded. "That's good. That's good." In a rare instance, he repeated a sentence. As an excellent demon hunter, as the chief of the City of Silver, he had always been very patient and never took unnecessary risks. Therefore, with the fool suddenly not giving him any feedback, he didn't immediately side with the true creator. He decided to wait patiently for another month. To the City of Silver, which had been waiting in the Dark Ages for more than 2,000 years, a month's wait was completely bearable. Without waiting for Derek to answer, Demon Hunter Colin left the window and said calmly, "Go back first. I'm going to begin preparing for the advancement ritual." Derek glanced at the chief and said sincerely, "Go back first. You'll definitely succeed." He didn't stay any longer and immediately left the spire to return home. After setting up the ritual again and placing the remains of the 6 powerful creatures he had hunted in the correct positions, Colin Iliad began concocting the potion. After all of this was done, the City of Silver's chief closed his eyes, lowered his head, and chanted in Jotun. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Above the gray fog, Klein saw circles of light spread out and heard a slightly illusory prayer. He immediately summoned a paper figurine, fused the power of Sapphira Castle with it, and threw it into the prayer's circle of light. He also marked the City of Silver's chief in passing. At the same time, he used the prayer's circle of light to observe the entire spire and the entire City of Silver situation. He confirmed that there weren't any parasites near the chief or Little Sunday. "I have to seize this opportunity." Klein immediately conjured the world, German Sparrow, and made him assume a praying posture. At this moment, Colin Iliad saw light. Amidst the holy and clear light, a holy angel with 12 pairs of illusory wings on its back suddenly descended. As the pure white feathers fluttered down, it used its wings of light to envelop the demon hunter. This was a blessing from Mr. Fool. Chapter 1206. Facing the embrace of an angel, Colin Iliad wasn't surprised. He calmly accepted everything, as though he was already prepared. The ritual began. He took a step forward, picked up the Silver Night potion, and poured it into his mouth. Without a sound, the demon hunter's body swelled up, turning into a grayish-blue giant that was a few meters tall and had a dark crack on its forehead. Every inch of the giant contained an indescribable mystery and terrifying power. Apart from its head, which still retained its human appearance, the rest of its body was close to that of a mythical creature, emitting a strange mental influence. In the next second, Colin Iliad's head seemed to suffer from osteochondrosis. His entire body caved in, and with the dark crack as the core, it slowly squirmed, as though it was about to form a nebula vortex. This pain made the City of Silver's chief, a demon hunter who had killed many powerful creatures, unable to contain himself. He let out a series of extremely chaotic howls that would make an ordinary creature's head split open. If it wasn't for the fact that Colin Iliad had evacuated the people in the spire ahead of time, leaving only the demigod-level Waite Chermont to guard the spire to prevent any accidents, many Beyonders would have lost control. The remains of the 6 powerful creatures at different spots in the ritual floated up under the guidance of an invisible force. They circled around the mutating Colin Iliad, and with the help of a mysterious connection, they awakened a portion of the memories of this top demon hunter. It was the experience of hunting a devil. It was the experience of personally ending the former chief's painful attack. It was the life of defeating powerful monsters time and time again. These scenes that manifested in the altar were like paintings. At times, they would fuse into Colin Iliad, and at other times, they would separate from him. They helped him locate himself, allowing him to maintain a certain degree of lucidity amidst the extreme pain and changes. It was only at this moment that Colin Iliad understood the essence of this ritual. As a sequence for Demon Hunter, the hunt of every powerful creature was a battle that was filled with intense spiritual baptism. It left a deep mark in his life. With the help of these imprints left behind by intense spiritual energy, he was able to locate himself after consuming the potion and not lose himself in pain and madness. This reminded Colin Iliad of a name recorded in some of the books in the City of Silver, Anchor. At Sequence 3, one could be considered a deity in a certain sense. They could respond to prayers within a certain range, but they needed a certain anchor. Because he had yet to reach the level of an angel, the anchor might not necessarily be a believer, and could be replaced with other things, such as those bright imprints in his life that had the meaning of mysticism. In his awakened memories, Colin Iliad slowly regained his sense of self. He felt his body again and grasped its changes. Then, layers of wings formed by illusory light grew out his back. They combined with the surrounding scrolls and kept shrinking inward, collapsing into a solid, gorgeous, and weightless silver armor on the surface of Colin Iliad's body. After a demon hunter advanced to a silver knight, there would be a slight difference due to the different blessed deities. The previous leader of the king's court chasers, Light Slayer Murskogan, had received a blessing from the giant king, so the various aspects of the Silver Knight domain were stronger. Colin Iliad could occasionally condense a silver rapier that could teleport. When attacking, it would produce random, preferred, and unpredictable changes. In addition, when Mercury transformation, he could also obtain a certain uniqueness. As the silver armor finally took form, Colin Iliad completed his advancement. Apart from the fact that he didn't have a vertical eye on his head, he was equivalent to a mythical creature. At this moment, he raised his right hand and waved it to the side. On a small hill outside the City of Silver, a silver beam exploded out of thin air, tearing apart everything around it, splitting the hill into two. During the process of Colin Iliad advancing to Silver Knight, Derek Berg completed the bestowment ritual and received a small metal tube. Seizing the opportunity when the City of Silver's chief created an anomaly and attracted most of the attention, Klein, who was in the ancient palace above the gray fog, suddenly reached out his hand and summoned a bullet and death knell from the historical void. Right on the heels of that, having done a divination ahead of time and confirmed that there weren't any Amon parasites in the large area around Little Sun, he didn't hesitate to open the revolver and stuff the deceit bullet inside. Ha! With a flick of his right hand, Klein closed the revolver. Then, with the help of mysticism connections, he aimed at the spot where he had died. Bang! He calmly pulled the trigger and fired the only bullet. At the same time, he used this Beyonder ability to stir the power of Sapphira Castle purely with his will. The entire gray fog boiled again, and so did the space. A majestic but slightly dark power surged out like a tidal wave, enveloping the bullet and shooting towards the real world. The light in Sapphira Castle suddenly dimmed. Klein suppressed his fear and horror as he held Death Knell's historical projection and simulated the feeling of weightlessness. He jumped towards the crimson star that represented sun and the small tube of his blood. In the desolate wilderness with Chernobyl, the almonds wearing pointed hats looked up at the lightning that streaked across the sky. They looked at the darkness that even the lightning couldn't illuminate. The almonds nudged their monoculars at the same time and laughed after a moment of silence. It doesn't seem like someone who can come up with such a method. Palace. He joined this organization that uses tarot cards as a code name. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek's vision suddenly turned dark, as though the candles in the room had burned out. To the residents of the City of Silver, this wasn't a good thing. Derek's eyes immediately lit up with the radiance that belonged to the sun. At this moment, fragments of light burst out from the deep darkness, like many transparent and wriggling insects. The metal tube that Derek received shattered on its own as bright red blood floated out and floated into the air. It constantly disintegrated and fused with the fragments of light. In just 2 to 3 seconds, these light fragments condensed into one and turned into a huge ball of light. The ball of light stretched and changed, quickly outlining a figure. This figure had a deep outline and a cold and stiff face. He wore a half-top hat and a black coat. He held an iron-black revolver. It was none other than the German Sparrow. Klein had successfully deceived the mysticism laws and completed his resurrection at the fake resurrection point with the help of his blood that he had previously left behind. There was no need for an introduction. Derek had already recognized who the visitor was through that special aura. After a few heartbeats, he instinctively revealed an uncontrollable smile. "Mr. World?" Klein raised his head slightly and looked at little son, who seemed to have grown a little taller. He subconsciously reached out and pressed down on his top hat. He then nodded gently. "I'll be in the forsaken land of the gods during this period of time. However, I have to leave now. I can't lure him on to the City of Silver. If there's a chance in the future, I'll cooperate with you." Derek understood the meaning behind Mr. World's words and nodded heavily. "All right." Just as Klein raised his right hand and was about to snap his fingers to use flaming jump to leave, Derek looked at him and suddenly pointed at the cabinet in the room. "Mr. World, do you need to bring some food? There are mushrooms that can produce milk." Klein controlled himself and didn't let the corners of his mouth twitch. He maintained his cold posture and said, "I don't drink milk." Just as he said that, he snapped his fingers, causing a scarlet flame to soar out of his pocket and envelop him like flowing water. The flames quickly dissipated, and like falling stars, Klein's figure disappeared from Derek Berg's room. Outside the City of Silver, in a deformed forest, flames continuously flickered, extending all the way to the desolate wilderness that led to the north. Only when he was far away from the City of Silver did Klein slow down a little. He summoned a lantern from the historical void and held it in his hand. He had long expected that his resurrection would go so smoothly. This was because once he found the right method, Amon actually couldn't stop it. In the City of Silver, Amon would at most have a few Sequence 4 or Sequence 3 avatars. Klein could use his true vision to find them in advance and eliminate them. And if they could form an avatar at the Sequence 2 level, Klein, who had gained initial control of Sapphira Castle and could use the power of an angel, could fight the avatar above the gray fog. Furthermore, he would be in an invincible position where he couldn't be attacked. He had a high chance of repelling the enemy. If Amon moved his true body to the City of Silver, then Klein could choose to resurrect at his original spot of death. Of course, Amon could create an avatar that was almost at the level of Sequence 1 and send him to the City of Silver. However, under the premise of Beyonder characteristics conservation, how many avatars of this level could he create? There wouldn't be more than 2. As for Klein, he could split the remaining blood into multiple portions and use a bestowment ritual to send them to Mr. the Hanging Man, Mime Hermit, and Leonard. There were too many resurrection spots to choose from, so Amon couldn't guard them all. This was an open plan that relied on his level, Beyonder powers, and the uniqueness of Sapphira Castle. Before Klein attempted the resurrection, he was already rather certain of the outcome. The only thing he was worried about was that Amon would detect the deception ahead of time and interfere in time, causing the resurrection location to remain unchanged. Fortunately, his divination had confirmed that the danger level wasn't high. This was also one of the reasons why he dared to attempt it. Phew, I've really escaped from Amon. As he proceeded forward under the dim yellow light of the lantern, Klein felt the existence of his body and heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, he knew very well that he would encounter the powerful pursuit of Amon's true body and various avatars. Chapter 1207. On the desolate plains that were filled with deep ravines, the almonds stood in different spots. They opened their mouths and chanted in Jotun, the blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle, the mysteries that originate from ancient times, the testimony of a long history, the protector of Bakeland's magic and theater performances, the great German sparrow. These voices were layered as they drilled into the void, seemingly extending into infinity. After about 10 seconds, the almonds adjusted their crystal monocles in different ways and chuckled softly. You changed so quickly. If German Sparrow was still automatically responding to the honorific name, they could use this to determine his location and take the initiative to create an error to directly appear beside his target. In the deep darkness that was illuminated by lightning from time to time, Klein wore a silk top hat and a tweed coat. With a lantern in hand, he walked north at an unhurried pace along the rather flat terrain. There's the sound of prayer. Amon is using the honorific name of German Sparrow. This means that some of the distance between Amon and me isn't too far, but there aren't any his parasites in the City of Silver. Is it in the surrounding patrol teams, or with creatures I didn't expect? As he walked, Klein suddenly turned his head and listened carefully for a few seconds. Regarding this matter, he was rather glad that he had been cautious enough. He had tacitly agreed to change the honorific name that could automatically respond to him above the gray fog. It went from protector of Bakeland's magic and theater performances to protector of all poor children in Bakeland. This came from the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation he had set up. Amon is a cryptologist. He might very well have interpreted this honorific name from the various information on Dondantes. No, I shouldn't have automatically responded. Klein looked at the dim yellow light emitted by the lantern and quickly made a decision. He made every worm of spirit only listen to the prayers, unable to actively respond unless he obtained the permission of his main body's consciousness. In this way, the frequent prayers would seriously affect his life, but it was not a big problem because other than Amon who maliciously harassed him, no one would pray to German Sparrow. He did not even spread his honorific name. After settling this matter, Klein thought of all the horrors of Amon and suddenly had some doubts about what to do next. His original plan was to leave the City of Silver and head to the Noise Ruins in the north to investigate the exact situation there. He wanted to see if he could obtain the main ingredient needed for the Miracle Invoker Potion, but after connecting the ancient city ruins to Amon, the problem became apparent. Klein could already confirm that high-level Beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways also had the law of convergence. Since Amon had been wandering the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years and had come to the vicinity of the City of Silver, how could he not be attracted to the Noise Ruins in the north? For the City of Silver's chief to not dare enter, the power in Noise City has definitely reached the level of an angel. It wouldn't be ignored by Amon. Perhaps he doesn't dare to directly eat such a high-level Beyonder characteristic of a neighboring pathway, but this doesn't stop he from setting up a trap. Even if he didn't do so in the past, he is definitely rushing over now. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Amon hasn't discovered it. This is because back when the City of Silver's chief first went there, the Noise Ruins wasn't that dangerous. Perhaps the power at the angel level only came to the Noise Ruins later. He is constantly migrating to avoid Amon. Amidst his thoughts, Klein didn't dare to head to the ancient city in the northwest. He decided to first see if there were any other ways to obtain the main ingredient of the Miracle Invoker Potion before considering if he should head to the periphery of the Noise Ruins to observe and gather some information. With this in mind, Klein, who was wearing a black coat and a half-top hat, walked towards the ruins of a tower that he had seen with the help of the lightning. Along the way, in the dangerous darkness outside the dim yellow light, monsters lined up and quietly followed him. They were already Klein's marionettes. Compared to them, the Saints of the Seer pathway were even stranger and more terrifying. As he walked, a monster that looked like a fish with limbs suddenly opened its mouth and chanted in Jotun, "The eternal blazing sun. You are the inextinguishable light. You are the embodiment of order." Just as the three-stanza honorific name was recited, the monster convulsed and collapsed to the ground, losing its life. A deity's honorific name often had more than 3 stanzas, but one only needed to choose 3 stanzas when reciting. For example, the Eternal Blazing Sun's full honorific name was Eternal Blazing Sun, Inextinguishable Light, Embodiment of Order, God of Contracts, Guardian of Commerce. And Klein had just used the first 3 stanzas. Using this method, Klein prayed to the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the Evernight goddess, hoping to receive a response. However, after a full quarter of an hour, there was no change in his surroundings at all. Praying to a sequence 0 true deity in the forsaken land of the gods is ineffective unless the target is the true creator or an existence that controls Sapphira Castle or Chaos Sea. That's not right. The clergyman from Afternoon Town was concealed when he said the goddess's true name. When he said the 4th king of angels, he was self-immolated because it involved a deity. Perhaps it's because the forsaken land of the gods has remnant divine powers, not only concealed and fallen. And the true names of different deities have special mysticism meanings that can stir the corresponding powers. This can explain why the City of Silver has always been teaching the 2 true names of Badheil and Haraburgen, but it hasn't established a connection with the god of combat and the god of knowledge and wisdom. Prayers in the forsaken land of the gods can't be heard by true deities, or perhaps they can hear it, but they can't respond. This also means that there aren't any remnant powers of the god of combat and the god of knowledge and wisdom in the area around the City of Silver. Otherwise, there would definitely be an anomaly. Yes, it's also possible that there aren't any anomalies, but that they've been eliminated by the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the City of Silver. In that case, if I were to directly say the goddess's true name, would it cause the surrounding darkness and concealed to boil? If I can't control this power, I'll have another effective card when being pursued by a mon. The probability isn't high. Directly saying a deity's true name is a form of blasphemy. I'll be attacked by the corresponding powers, just like the clergyman from Afternoon Town. Klein had a theory of the present situation based on the phenomena and logic. He was eager to read out the true names of the deities he knew one by one to see what effects it would have. Finally, he restrained himself and didn't blindly make the attempt. I should first head above the gray fog to do a divination. Otherwise, who knows if there might be an unbearable accident. Yes, divination that involves deities might not give a clear revelation. Klein mumbled inwardly before scoffing at his impulsive action. My previous thoughts are equivalent to, I haven't courted death for 2 days, so I have to be serious today. At that moment, he had already arrived at the collapsed tower and sat beside the wall that only had a small portion left. He reached out to take out a paper crane from the historical void and lit it up. He wanted to try and see if he could contact Snake of Fate, Septon series, and ask where else he could obtain the main ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion. Under the illumination of the lantern that had been summoned for the 3rd time, Klein fell into a deep sleep, but he didn't dream of anything. As expected, it doesn't work. After waking up, Klein shook his head and leaped into a historical void. Following that, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. Sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, Klein beckoned for a small paper box from the junk pile. Inside was a stack of paper cranes. They were all personally folded by a particular baby. At the same time, the world's German sparrow was conjured. He prayed to Mr. Fool amidst the grayness, asking him to pass his request to Miss Justice, saying that it could be used to exchange for the manipulator potion formula. Of course, Klein had already revealed that the potion needed to be consumed in a great emotional resonance. Bakeland, Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey returned to her bedroom once again and set up a bestowment ritual. She received a paper crane. She then picked up a finely sharpened pencil and wrote on the surface of the paper crane, "Don Dantes requests you to meet me." After completing the preparations, Audrey followed Mr. World's instructions and placed the paper crane under her pillow before falling asleep. Soon, she saw a pitch-black and desolate plain. As a dreamwalker who had hypnotized herself ahead of time, she maintained her lucidity and walked towards the black steeple in the middle of the plain with a strong sense of curiosity. Just as she arrived at her destination, Audrey's spiritual perception was triggered. She looked up at the top of the steeple. At some point in time, there was a gigantic silver snake coiled around it. The gigantic snake didn't have scales, and its body was covered in symbols and patterns. They formed wheels that were connected to each other and had different markings. At this moment, the gigantic snake was staring at Audrey with its bright red and cold eyes. It said in a deep voice, "What's the matter with Don Dantes? This is the angel of the fate pathway who gave Ma. Am Hermit a drop of blood?" Audrey controlled her thoughts and calmly looked at the gigantic snake. After a few seconds, she said, "You want me to ask you where I can obtain the main ingredient of the miracle invoker potion?" The giant silver-white snake suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, it said, "The number of sequence 2s in different pathways is different. With the attendant of mysteries quota full, there can only be 6 miracle invokers. Miracle Invoker is the name of the sequence 2 potion. Mr. World is about to become an angel? Or was he preparing for his companions? No, if it's a companion, he can ask himself." Audrey was first alarmed before she looked forward to the mysterious snake's answer. Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 1208. The silver snake looked down at Audrey and opened its blood-red mouth. The sequence 1 potion that the leader of the secret order, Zeridol, consumed came from an attendant of mysteries. In other words, he had an additional miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. Similarly, it was the same for the ancestor of the Antigonus family. Of course, if they have a target they fancy and are willing to nurture as an angel of sufficiently high level, they can split an additional miracle invoker beyond her characteristic for the other party. The third miracle invokers beyond her characteristic combined with the characteristic of a mysterious origin, becoming sealed artifact 0-05. This is also known as the magic wishing lamp. A true deity once attempted to destroy this item to separate the characteristics and reunite them, but to no avail. The fourth and fifth miracle invoker beyond her characteristic exist in the form of a grade 0 sealed artifact in the churches of the eternal blazing sun and the Lord of Storms, respectively. One of them is codenamed 0-13, originating from the creator of the third epic. It's called the Last Banquet. The other is codenamed 0-32, a product of the War of the 4 Emperors. It's called the Curtainless Theater. The sixth miracle invoker beyond her characteristic might be in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. In the third epoch, there was a remnant dark demonic wolf that occasionally appeared. After the cataclysm, there were no traces of it. Audrey listened attentively and thought carefully for a moment. "You're saying that with a full attendant of mysteries, there can only be 6 miracle invokers. And now, you've only mentioned the leader of the secret order, Zeridol, and the ancestor of the Antigonus family. It doesn't seem to be a full sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. Under such circumstances, there might be an additional miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. This wasn't something that the world's German sparrow had warned her in advance. Instead, it was a question that Audrey had come up with based on the details of the other party's answer and combined with her knowledge of mysticism. The giant silver snake's bright red eyes moved slightly. Indeed, there should be a full 3 attendant of mysteries. But in the second epoch, when the ancient god, Phlegria, was still alive, the third attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic seemed to have disappeared. No existence knew of its whereabouts. It was the same for the miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. Perhaps it had already fused with it, or perhaps it had found a sufficiently concealed method to hide itself. Audrey nodded lightly. "I understand. I will inform Mr. Don Dantes about this. He also asked me to ask you if there's anything you need his help with. The silvery white, giant snake swam upstream, and a third of its body stood up. Nope, just a small matter. Yes, I have a blessed who is an outstanding gourmet. He has a wish to taste the ice creams of various noble families and judge the most delicious one. This request, Mr. Snake, maybe it's my Snake, is really nice to his blessed. His tone makes it sound like he can't wait for it either. This is too simple. I can help Mr. World agree to it and complete it myself. I'll just treat it as accumulating the merit needed for the potion formula. Audrey said thoughtfully, no problem. But how do I give the ice cream to him? The silvery white snake slowly coiled and said, sacrifice it to him. He's already a sequence 3 saint, so he can accept sacrifices in the same city. His honorific name is Embodiment of Luck, Monster that foresees the future, Calamity that spreads calamity, Witness of all fate in Bakeland, Guardian of chaos and madness. This honorific name is somewhat different from a normal sequence 3 honorific name. There's actually no name at the end. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly, but she didn't say anything else as she nodded in agreement. Guardian of chaos and madness. Will's honorific name at the end is a little interesting. This shouldn't be the honorific name of the Snake of Fate, but one that he used when he was at Sequence 3. It was later modified. The Monster Pathways Guardian of Chaos and Madness? Or could it be said that in this world, even at the bottom of fate, there's chaos and madness? Monsters are working hard to resist all of this, making everything appear normal. As Klein listened to Miss Justice's report, he wasn't surprised by Septon's request for ice cream. Instead, he was more interested in the honorific name of the Life School of Thought Chairman. Having a blessed is equivalent to having a friend. They will learn this from me? No, I have a true blessed on us. I have to get this fellow to sacrifice some food to me later. I can't really eat those mutated monsters or summon projections from the historical void. Right? Yes, if there's a chance, I'll have to invite little son to taste it together. I can't let him be addicted to Frank's mushrooms. Will's blessed won't be fewer than mine, or even more. He has a huge organization like the Life School of Thought. Klein conjured the World German Sparrow and got him to respond to Miss Justice, indicating that the ice cream was worth a lot of contributions. After doing all of this, he tapped the edge of the long model table and seriously considered the problem of the Miracle Invoker Potion's main ingredient. There's no need to think about Zeridol's Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. It's impossible for he to split it from me. He only wants to turn me into his marionette. It's not that there's no hope for Antigonus's 2 portions, but if that's the case, I'll have to beg the goddess again. I can't produce something of equivalent value. I'm afraid. Besides, the goddess might not be able to produce it. The reason why he sealed the half-fool who had lost control might be because he can't kill him. Once he is killed, he will be able to escape his current predicament and revive somewhere, just like how I escaped Amon's control. Under such circumstances, the goddess has no way of directly separating the Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic from Antigonus. There's no need to think about 0-05 that even a true deity can't crush. Even if I obtain it, I won't be able to use it. The origins of the sealed artifact are really mysterious. It's very problematic. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun 0-13 is called the Last Banquet. It comes from the City of Silver's creator. Why does this person always like to give names that have a dangerous meaning? The Church of the Storm 0-32 is Curtain's unending theater. It sounds like I can imagine what it's like. The chances of obtaining these 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts are very low, but it's not impossible. It all depends on whether the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Lord of Storms are willing to support my growth to restrain them on. Yes, up to now, they haven't shown any goodwill. I can't find a suitable way to make contact with the right person either. I can't possibly use divination to spy on the Eternal Blazing Sun and communicate with him, right? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for he to directly invade Sapphira Castle and take control of this place? If I nurture Mr. the Hanging Man, when he has the qualifications to come into contact with grade 0 sealed artifacts, I'll most likely become a Mon. The true creator knows clues to the third attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic. His divine kingdom or holy residence is in the forsaken land of the gods. There might be a certain connection between the two miracle invoker characteristics and one attendant of mysteries characteristic are most likely in the forsaken land of the gods. I wonder which one is in the noise ruins. Yes, the true creator should only know clues and isn't sure of the exact location. Otherwise, he would have obtained the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic before the War of the Four Emperors to effectively raise the strength of his subordinates. In other words, that attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic is something that even a true god can't quickly obtain. I have to search for it, and it might not be so easy for a Mon to encounter it and use it to set up a trap. If the danger in the noise ruins is recent and has just migrated, it matches this characteristic. From the looks of it, I still have to make a trip, but I have to be careful. The danger comes from a Mon, as well as the things inside the ruins. Yes, I'll do a divination first before doing peripheral observation and intelligence gathering. I won't enter blindly. I have to be sufficiently patient. Klein conjured a pen and paper, and just as he was about to write the corresponding divination statement, he suddenly recalled something and decided to make another confirmation. He drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying and threw it into the crimson star that represented magicians. Using the image and tone of a German sparrow, he instructed Klein to ask Rhodes questions. Bakeland, East Borough. Furs, who was about to move, drew the curtains, lit the candles, and set up a mirror. She got Zio to be a spectator. She then drew the symbol that Mr. World had given her on a piece of paper. Inside the room, the environment gradually became gloomy and gusts of cold wind that made people shiver started to blow. The surface of the mirror suddenly rippled as dark red ancient Faceac text condensed. You have summoned the greater Rhodes. You have to abide by the corresponding rules. To ask a question, you have to answer a question. If you lie or refuse to answer, you'll be punished. All right, Furs, who had been warned, calmly replied. Following that, she raised a question out of curiosity. Where can I obtain the main ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion? On the surface of the mirror, dark red words appeared and disappeared, answering the question in detail. It's basically the same answer as well. Above the gray fog, Klein saw the exact process through the crimson star that represented Miss Magicians. He nodded in disappointment. It's your turn to ask a question, Furs said nervously after memorizing the answer. The dark red words squirmed and changed, forming a new sentence. Have you had any erotic dreams in the past year? Few. Thankfully, Furs heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, this was human nature. She didn't think that there was anything to be ashamed of. Following that, she raised her second question. Do you have any suggestions regarding the main ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion? Rhodes dispelled the dark red text and used silver to outline new words. The House of Abraham still has the Apprentice Pathways Sequence 2 Planeswalker Potion formula, as well as the corresponding 2 powerful sealed artifacts. The Aurora Order also has one. Klein's eyes lit up as he thought of a new possibility. Is that so? Furs frowned slightly and said, It's your turn to ask a question. On the surface of the mirror, the silver color vanished as dark red reappeared, forming a sentence. Who else were the main characters of your erotic dreams other than you? Furs gaped as her face flushed red. Chapter 1209. At this moment, Furs could only feel her cheeks heating up. Her whole body stiffened, and she didn't even dare to turn her head to look at her friend. She realized that she had underestimated the bottom line of the magic mirror. After her lips quivered for a moment, Furs recalled Mr. World's warning. I choose to accept the punishment. With a crackling sound, a silver bolt of lightning fell from the air above the room. However, as soon as the lightning appeared, it disappeared without a trace, as if it was an illusion. On the surface of the mirror, the dark red words were suddenly dyed silver, and new content was quickly replaced. Today's quiz game ends here. Goodbye. Without waiting for Furs to open her eyes or for Zio to react, the rippling light in the mirror instantly calmed down. The gloominess and darkness in the room shattered and was devoured by the candlelight. Isn't there a punishment? Furs waited for a few seconds before opening her eyes slightly. She looked at the mirror that had returned to normal before looking at Zio. Zio pointed at the top of her head. Lightning struck down, but it disappeared halfway. Also, the magic mirror has already left. The magic mirror was only joking? That's not right. The reminder I received was that the question would be rather embarrassing and the punishment would be rather severe. Could it be that Mr. Fool has blessed me? Furs rubbed her right cheek and said with a guess. Maybe. Zio nodded in agreement with her friend's opinion. Just as Furs heaved a sigh of relief and was secretly rejoicing, she suddenly realized that Zio was looking at her seriously. What's the matter? Furs's heart skipped a beat. Zio asked thoughtfully, who are the main characters in your erotic dreams? Who would remember such a long dream? Besides, aren't dreams always blurry and unclear? Furs squeezed out a smile. Zio tersely acknowledged. If that's the case, then why didn't you answer just now? Nervous. I'm too nervous. Furs glanced at the unpacked luggage in the room and said, we should move. I miss the fireplace. She said as she walked towards the luggage. Only then did she realize that sometimes, whether she answered the magic mirror's question or not, the outcome would not be much different. Is this the social death that German Sparrow mentioned? I really want to bury myself right now. Furs took a few deep breaths, trying to calm the heat on her cheeks and the shame in her heart. Above the fog, in the ancient palace, Klein threw the sea god's scepter back into the junk pile and scoffed at Rhodes's performance. Despite knowing that I'm the one who sent someone to summon it, he still dared to ask such a question. It was only after I stopped the lightning tribulation that he hurriedly changed his attitude and left in a panic. He must have had a lot of fun. However, its answer has given me a new train of thought. There's really no need for me to limit myself to becoming a miracle invoker. The second blasphemy slate is most likely from the City of Silver's creator. Now it's in Adam's hands. Although Amon and his brother are in charge of their own matters and don't have a good relationship, they had once worked together. I don't believe that he hasn't seen the blasphemy slate. If that's the case, he must have already grasped the miracle invoker ritual and guessed that I'm planning to bring the City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. When the time comes, he doesn't need to work too hard to track me. He just needs to wait in the giant king's court. Yes, I can't go according to the enemy's expectations, especially when it's a god of deceit and god of mischief. Who knows how many accidents will happen? If my participation causes the City of Silver's 1,000-year-old hope to be destroyed, that would completely go against my original intentions. The problem with a planeswalker is that he might hear Mr. Door's ravings. Furthermore, he will suffer more from the gaze and corruption of the cosmos than sequence 2 angels of other pathways. Of course, this isn't completely unacceptable. Also, do I need to repay the 2 resurrection chances that Sapphira Castle gave me? That's fine. My sequence 1 will definitely return to being an attendant of mysteries. This is because Mr. Door has already blocked off the path of advancement of the apprentice pathway. He has at least grasped the uniqueness and 2 sequence 1 beyond her characteristics, or even 3. It's not necessary for me to become a planeswalker, but I have to make the corresponding preparations. When my choices increase, it will be much more difficult for Amon to stop me. Only by doing so will I be able to become an angel under the powerful pressure of a king of angels. Yes, I won't preset my stance. I'll prepare for Miracle Invoker and Planeswalker. When the time comes, I'll decide which pathway to choose based on the specific situation. With this train of thought in mind, Klein felt refreshed. His mind was abnormally active as he quickly came up with a preliminary plan. For the time being, I'm not in a hurry to ask Miss Magician's teacher about the Planeswalker potion formula and the corresponding Grade 0 sealed artifact. This will scare the House of Abraham and make them suspect that Miss Magician's worships some evil god and has joined some bad organization. With their current state, there's a high chance that they won't reply. They will change their identities, move residences, and directly cut off contact. Yes, that Saint of Secrets Buddhi's head is a very good gift. Regardless of whether the House of Abraham gives me the Worm of Star, this matter has to be on the agenda. I hope that Miss Justice can digest the Dreamwalker potion as soon as possible. I hope that Mime Hermit is prepared, and I also hope that Miss Magicians and Miss Judgment can improve before the operation. By the way, according to Miss Magicians, Saint of Secrets Buddhi's is a defector from the House of Abraham, and the Aurora Order has a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Apprentice Pathway. That's interesting. Perhaps I don't need to contact the House of Abraham. I might be able to obtain what I want from Saint of Secrets Buddhi's. I have to remind Ma, Hermit, that Buddhi's might carry a Grade 0 sealed artifact at times. I have to confirm it before the operation. If that Grade 0 sealed artifact isn't in the hands of the Saint of Secrets, I might have to face the Angel of Fate Ouroboros to obtain it. No, a Grade 0 sealed artifact is terrifying to begin with. It's one of the sources of danger. Phew, I'll wait for Miss Magician's teacher to reply. I'll see if the House of Abraham is sensitive to the matter of the Worm of Star. With this in mind, Klein suddenly felt a little self-deprecating. He felt that he and the Aurora Order were destined to be enemies. They would always have all sorts of interactions. At the beginning of this operation, the Aurora Order will definitely be shouting in their hearts. Why is it you again? Why is it us again? After exhaling, Klein gathered his thoughts and conjured the world, German Sparrow, and replied to Miss Magicians who had reported the answer. Following that, the fake world prayed again and asked Mr. Fool to pass his request to Donis. On a particular island in the Fog Sea, Donis, who was waiting for the Golden Dream to fetch him, turned his head to glance at Anderson and chuckled. I'm going to summon the German Sparrow's messenger. Anderson raised his eyebrows and clicked his tongue. You're qualified to consume the Conspirer potion. You were the one who made it too obvious. Even I could sense that you were afraid of that messenger, Donis said humbly, feeling increasingly smug. Anderson suddenly burst into laughter. Why don't you suspect that I'm deliberately showing my fear? It's purely to find a reasonable excuse to avoid hearing things I shouldn't hear. Dogsh asterisk T. Do you think I'll believe a lie you came up with in a hurry? Donis was nearly convinced. Anderson threw up his hands and walked to the door. All the ingredients for your Conspirer potion have been gathered. Remember to remind Gehrman not to forget my iron-blooded night potion formula. Donis waved his hand impatiently, indicating that he got it. After Anderson walked out of the room and closed the door, Donis immediately set up a ritual and summoned the messenger with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. Seeing the 8 eyes look over, Donis' puffed-up chest instantly shrank back. He forced a smile and handed over a gold coin. German Sparrow wants me to tell you that he's fine. He's now in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Wait, what did I say? The Forsaken Land of the Gods? As a crewman of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Donna's mysticism knowledge was passable. After a moment of surprise, his pupils clearly dilated. All right, Rionette Tynker bit the gold coin and replied in one bite. Then she stepped into the void and vanished from the room. After reporting this matter to German Sparrow, Donna's received the iron-blooded night potion formula and new orders. Prepare local delicacies and sacrifice them to sea god Cavituous. Isn't this mission a little too strange? Donna's mumbled to himself, but he didn't dare raise any questions. He quickly tidied up the altar, found a piece of goat skin, and wrote down the supplementary ingredients and corresponding ritual for the iron-blooded night potion formula. Right on the heels of that, he opened the door and handed the goat skin to Anderson, forming a team of at least 30 people. The higher the team's strength and rapport, the better the ritual's effects. Anderson unfurled the goat skin in front of Donna's and read it. As he read, his brows gradually furrowed. If the rapport of the team is built on wanting to kill me, the captain, then this ritual is rather simple. Without waiting for Donna's mockery, he produced a white flame from his fingertip and burned the goat skin. Anderson then laughed and said, I have to return to my home world to find an opportunity. I have to go back to my hometown to find an opportunity. It's being invaded by Phaenopotter, and war is always the best place to train a team. After a pause, he looked at Donas and said with a smile, I've prepared some questions for you. Leave in my room. When you become a conspirer, you could try to do them and see if your intelligence has been improved in any way. Dodge *T. Are you trying to trick me into reading all the books in your room? Donas was nearly touched, as he immediately understood what was amiss. No matter how high one's intelligence was, it was impossible to solve the questions without reading the textbooks. Not bad. This time, you only used 3 seconds to grasp the crux of the matter. If it were in the past, you would have really believed me, Anderson praised as he turned around with a smile and left the inn. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 12:10. In the forsaken land of the gods, it was a night when the frequency of lightning had dropped to a very low level. 2 pieces of white bread sandwiched with a piece of roasted meat doesn't feel bad. The sweet and sour beverage, a specialty of the Fog Sea, is better than I expected. After swallowing the last mouthful of food, Klein praised from the bottom of his heart. He then threw the remaining packaging into the depths of the darkness. After all, there was no concept of environmental protection here, nor were there any trash cans. Of course, he had dealt with these matters in advance. It was just like how he had to disinfect himself in Sapphira Castle every time he gave up a marionette to prevent Amon's avatar from locking onto his whereabouts. Yes, inanimate objects won't be turned into a concealed state by the darkness here. Klein raised the lantern that Donas had sacrificed and shone at the items he had just discarded. After resolving the problem of food and clothing, he had the mood to attempt certain matters that he had previously divined to be dangerous. As the dim yellow light wavered, Klein grabbed forward with his right hand and dragged another version of himself out of thin air. It was the him in the historical void, also holding a lantern. In the next second, Klein entered the grayish-white fog and awakened his consciousness in the projection that he had summoned. The projection was surrounded by teams of monsters. In the endless darkness, it opened its mouth and planned on chanting the name, Ammonizes. He didn't make a sound. It was as though the content he wanted to say had been concealed. Indeed, it's as I guessed. Wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat, Klein slowly exhaled. Looking at the lantern that emitted a dim yellow light, he suddenly chanted in Jotun, Leodero. Before he could finish his sentence, more than 100 bolts of lightning twisted and intertwined as though they were responding to a summons, instantly covering the area. Klein had no time to dodge. Even after switching places with his marionette, he was still within the range of the attack. Amidst the silver light, he fell to the ground. His body was charred black as he convulsed violently, as though he had turned into a gigantic piece of coal. Then, his figure quickly dissipated, vanishing like an illusion. Wearing a real top hat, an Intish trench coat, and a simple lantern, Klein returned to reality and continued walking as if nothing had happened. After walking for a while, his figure suddenly blurred and became clear again. Then, Klein opened his mouth again and recited a name in Jotun. Oh! Just as he said the first syllable, a transparent flame shot out from his body, instantly burning him to ashes. He didn't even have the chance to switch places with his marionette. Klein's figure appeared once again. He pressed down on his top hat and calmly walked forward on the hill that was covered in strange plants. Haraburgen, Badheil, Omabella. There's nothing abnormal. There's no corresponding divine power remnant around the city of Silver, Medici, Ouroboros, Sassurer. This is even more useless. They aren't deities. I thought that Afternoon Town and the Giant King's Court were special cases. Using the true name of Sassurer outside can activate the power of degeneration in the forsaken land of the gods. As a king of angels with the uniqueness, Red Angel could be considered half a true god. To think that he didn't leave behind any traces at all. It's embarrassing. No, it's embarrassing for a king of angels. As his black trench coat fluttered behind him, Klein walked down the hill and followed his spiritual intuition to head northwest to the city ruins. Noise. He would sometimes take a detour or use flaming jump. He didn't completely follow the route that the city of silver had explored to his destination. Bakeland, late at night. Feeling that she had digested a little more of her potion, Audrey very enthusiastically used dream traversal to leave her mansion and enter the various dreams in the surrounding area. Knowing what the current situation was like, she had a strong desire to become a demigod. As she traversed in this manner, she suddenly saw a familiar person. This was a noble lady who had a good relationship with her. She was 29 years old and had married a viscount the year before. At this moment, rose petals were constantly falling in the lady's room. The bed was pure white, and there was a pair of heart-shaped rings on it. There was a knocking sound coming from the window. The lady's cheeks were flushed as she quickly walked over and opened the window. A man wearing a black iron mask and a dark cloak leaped in, hugged the lady, and whispered, "Don't worry." He whispered, "I'll take you away from pain." Then the two of them began to engage in all sorts of entanglement as they rolled onto the bed. As a dreamwalker who was working hard to digest the potion, Audrey had long seen such scenes. She had passed the stage of being shy and had sighed at how colorful everyone's dreams were and how imaginative they were. At this moment, she didn't lose her composure at all. She maintained the etiquette of a spectator, as though she was witnessing an extreme play. After some observation, she discovered a problem. The man in the black iron mask wasn't the lady's spouse. He was more like a playboy in the noble circles. Is this a reflection of the hidden thoughts in one's heart? Audrey muttered to herself with the academic attitude of a dream analysis. Following that, she traversed into the dream beside her out of curiosity. This corresponded to the noble lady's husband, a viscount. In the dream, the viscount was busy participating in the discussion of the House of Lords. Then, he was chased by an earl with a revolver. The reason was that he had abducted the earl's daughter. After escaping to a safe zone, the viscount found his female secretary and vented his fear. Audrey couldn't help but exit the dream, wanting to see the viscount and his wife's state in reality. In the bedroom illuminated by the crimson moonlight on a large white bed, the viscount was hugging his wife, and his wife was hugging him as they slept intimately. Well, I have to realize that everyone has a dark side. If I convict anyone based on a dream or a momentary thought, anyone will fall into hell. No one will be spared, including myself. To be able to control my dark side and prevent it from ever entering reality is already considered very good for most people. Audrey increasingly felt that acting as a dreamwalker was a form of torture and tempering of her mind. She entered the dream again and traversed to another area. Before long, she came to a warm room. There was a thick carpet and a dining table. At the head of the table was a gray-haired old lady. On both sides of her were a middle-aged man and woman, as well as 3 underage children. Everyone was enjoying the delicacies by the candlelight, chatting and laughing happily. Outside the room, it was dark and deep. The strong wind rattled the glass, brewing the terrifying feeling of a disaster. What is the owner of this dream worried and afraid of? Audrey left the dream and tried to find answers in reality to verify her speculations. Then she saw a small bed and the gray-haired old lady. On the old lady's bedside table were photo frames. They were either wrapped in black cloth or tied with white flowers. They were of a middle-aged couple and 3 underage children. Audrey silently turned her head to look out the window and saw that there were ruins left behind from the bombing near the house. The noble lady pursed her lips and suddenly returned to the old lady's dream. She didn't stop the possible disaster. All she did was conjure a chair and sit by the side. She seriously and attentively watched the happy and warm family. Amidst the howling wind and the shaking of the glass, the room was brightly lit. The fragrance of food wafted in the air, and there was endless laughter. Audrey concluded that there was a dreamwalker's acting code. A traveler in a dream has come, seen, and recorded without interfering. He is only a spectator. Inside St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard was summoned by Archbishop Anthony Stevenson. He walked along the spiraling staircase and walked up step by step under the sunlight that shone through the stained glass. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said, "Old man, that secret gathering is about to begin again. Do you really plan on attempting to enter the treasure trove left behind by the Jacob family at the end of the month? I'm not sure, but this is an opportunity. At the very least, Amon's main body is being held back by Sapphira Castle. He won't suddenly appear. In Leonard's mind, Palaz Zarost replied with a slightly hoarse voice. However, I'm more inclined to divulge the news of the treasure trove. I'll let the people at the gathering take the risk and explore on their own. As for us, we'll guard the vicinity and observe the situation. We'll extract what we need from them. Leonard was taken aback as he whispered, "Old man, isn't this too sinister? Old man, isn't this too sinister?" This was using the members of the Hermits of Fate as props to step into a trap. Naive, childish. You can tell them the details and let them decide whether they want to go or not. Palaz Zarost sneered. Leonard didn't bring up the matter again and instead asked, "Old man, when can I become a demigod?" Palaz chuckled. "If you can obtain a spirit at the level of your former colleague's messenger, you'll be able to finish digesting the potion at the beginning of next year. But, it's better to follow the main points of my suggestion and focus on acting. In the second half of next year, you should have the qualifications to strive for Sequence 4. Of course, I'm not sure if the Church of Evernight will give you the potion and help you hold the ritual. Didn't that high-ranking deacon named Casimir Crestet wait many years until the war broke out before he truly became a demigod?" Leonard nodded and asked thoughtfully, "What's going on?" "Old man, can you act as a spirit and help me digest it? Your level should be higher than Klein's messenger." Palaz Zarost was silent for a few seconds before chuckling. "That's a good idea. Why don't I help you digest the potion? How about that?" "Ow!" Leonard knew that old man was mocking him, but he couldn't help but ask. "By deeply parasitizing you and completely controlling your body," Palaz replied snappily. As he spoke, Leonard arrived at the door of the Bakelin Diocese's archbishop. He immediately shut his mouth, raised his right hand, and knocked on the door. "Come in." Anthony Stevenson glanced at Leonard, who had opened the door, and said, "You can release the vampire behind Cheney's gate." Chapter 12:11. Upon hearing the archbishop's instructions, Leonard was first taken aback before he sighed inwardly. Mr. Fool's prophecy sure is accurate. No, it's not a prophecy. He has already seen through everything. Leonard quickly reined in his thoughts and followed procedure to get St. Anthony's archbishop to give him an official document. Then, he returned underground and entered Cheney's gate with 2 team members. After the keepers checked the documents, he came to the room where Emlyn White was imprisoned under the illumination of silver candles with engraved patterns. He used a brass key to open the heavy stone door. A ghostly blue light invaded the cell, causing Emlyn White to instinctively close his eyes. His face was a lot paler than before, and his body was a lot thinner. He gave off the feeling that he would be blown away by the wind. Upon recalling Mr. Fool's answer, Emlyn suddenly felt confident about the present situation. Without opening his eyes, he slowly stood up and chuckled. "I knew you would take the initiative to send me out. Would you be disappointed if I said that it's just a routine check?" Leonard lampooned and replied without any expression, "I'll give you 30 seconds. If you don't walk out of Cheney's gate after this time, I'll treat it as you volunteer to stay behind." As a rather senior Nighthawk, having been the captain of a Red Gloves team for several months, Leonard had rich experience dealing with prisoners. Emlyn's expression froze as he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he ultimately maintained his silence. He walked past Leonard and his 2 team members and walked out of Cheney's gate. When he was outside, he suddenly shivered a few times, as though he was trying to expel the chill from his body. "When you return, just bask in the sun for a few more days." "Oh, the sun isn't that common in Backlund during winter, and you vampires don't like to bask in the sun either. Aren't you an apothecary? You can make your own potions from the sun domain." Leonard casually reminded him when he saw this. Emlyn's condition wasn't right. On the one hand, he hadn't drunk human blood that was rich in spirituality for days, so he could only rely on animal blood as a substitute. On the other hand, he had spent too much time behind Cheney's gate. He had been corroded by the power of Evernight that supported the seal, and he needed medicine from the sun domain to remove the remnant effects. As a potions professor, Emlyn knew his body and mind well. He didn't retort, nor did he nod. All he did was emphasize the word sanguine. Then he asked, "What's the matter? Where's Father Utravsky? He still has to stay for a while. Let's hope this damned war ends soon. Don't worry, we'll let him go out twice a week. As for when he'll do that, it'll depend on the weather in Bakeland." Leonard gave a simple response before sending Emlyn white all the way to the ground and onto the streets. Emlyn hesitated for a moment before asking again, "Where's the nearest hospital? What do you want to do?" Leonard asked in a professional manner. "Blood transfusion." Emlyn raised his chin slightly, trying his best not to show any changes in his expression. "Blood transfusion. It's drinking blood, right?" Leonard didn't expose him. He pointed in a direction and gave the address. After watching the Sanguine Viscount leave, he returned underground and began to discuss the recent cases with his team members. After several days of trekking, Klein finally arrived near the northern ruins, Noise City. This place was also a barren and deathly silent plain, and the dried-up riverbed left its mark on the ground. Looking at the dark, shadowy, and silent city that was filled with a thin fog, Klein wasn't in a hurry to approach. Instead, he found a hidden spot and chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. Following that, he took 4 steps counterclockwise, recited the incantation, and entered above the gray fog. To return to Sapphira Castle with just a thought, he had to stack the prayers of all the members of the tarot together, forming a strong and sturdy anchor that could summon the Fool. With the help of the prayer light, Klein used his true vision to check the situation in the Noise ruins from afar. He discovered that the thin fog was slowly but uncontrollably dissipating, and on the surface of the city, there wasn't a single spirit body thread at a glance. People in linen robes or animal hides were lying on the streets in different spots. They weren't as lively and busy as the City of Silver's expedition team had seen when they arrived. The angel or sealed artifact that previously occupied this city chose to migrate after realizing that its whereabouts had been exposed. As Klein speculated based on the situation in front of him, he retracted his gaze and looked at the grayish-white fog that held up Sapphira Castle. He was preventing the miracle invoker, attendant of mysteries, or the corresponding sealed artifact from hiding in the historical void to ambush the Beyonders exploring Noise City. He didn't want to directly encounter a huge vortex formed by a bunch of transparent maggots when he leaped into the fog of history. He didn't want to be chased by the slippery and terrifying tentacles. Zeradol's ambush still left Klein feeling a lingering fear. From time to time, he would have nightmares and wanted to seek out Miss Justice for treatment of his psychological trauma. This was even more agitating to him than seeing his marionette, Inuni, wear a monocle in front of him while being completely immobile. This was because he had implicated the Hounds of Fulgrim. After confirming that the historical void was safe, Klein returned to the real world. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, dragging out his previous self. He was also wearing a half-top hat, a black trench coat, and holding a simple glass lantern. In the next second, he leaped into the grayish-white fog and followed the lit historical void. He ran all the way to the place before the first epoch where the corpses of the civilized city were piled up. To him, this was a very ingenious safe house. This was because other than him, no scholar of yours could trace back to this prehistoric fragment that had been completely severed and lost. Of course, to Klein, coming all the way here had expended a lot of his spirituality. He could stay for most 15 minutes, and that was on the premise that his historical void projection didn't make any strenuous attempts. After his main body hid, the projection of Klein in the real world advanced and quickly arrived outside the Noise ruins. He didn't blindly approach or enter. He circled to a small hill opposite the dried-up riverbed, raised his right hand, and summoned his original marionette, Earl of the Fallen Konas Kilgore, who had a cold and stiff appearance and dark blue eyes. Konas's body squirmed and instantly transformed into German Sparrow. Then, he reached out his hand and took out a lantern from the historical void. This was the historical void projection summoned by the historical void. Under the dim yellow light of the lantern, He blurred the distance and arrived outside Noise City in a few steps. He was alone. Following that, he held the lantern and walked through the rotting and collapsed buildings, passing through the thin fog and entering the ruins. Compared to using his true vision above the gray fog, the contact with reality allowed Klein to discover more details. The humans and monsters that had collapsed in different spots were mostly showing signs of decay, as though they had been abandoned for a long time. Some of them were sitting on chairs under the eaves, some were slumped by the stove, some were holding moldy bread, some were holding hands, and some were leaning against the wall, sitting on the ground with their lips pressed to a bone flute. This allowed Klein to imagine what the situation in the city was like when they were still alive. Some people were slacking off and resting. Some were baking food. Some were shopping along the streets. Some were focused on music. Some were coming and going with laughter. And some were fighting monsters in the arena. This was such a lively scene, but in fact, everyone was long dead. They no longer had their own souls, and they were only repeating the same actions in a predetermined manner. And on a certain day, at a certain moment, this strange scene also froze and ended in an instant. Everyone collapsed without any warning. A city formed by marionettes, the most realistic theater. Back in the foggy town, there was a similar situation. Although I'm also a seer, I still have to say that in terms of horror, and strangeness, our pathway is definitely ranked in the top 3. Could it be that I have to do the same in the future? The attendant of mysteries is? With a lantern in hand, Klein walked through the streets that were littered with corpses. Following his spiritual intuition, he walked towards the center of Noise City. The situation here made him believe that the person who had once ruled the Noise ruins definitely had sufficient intelligence. After the City of Silver's expedition team broke the peace here, he didn't choose to kill or destroy the clues. Instead, he didn't hesitate to abandon everything and migrate elsewhere. The reason why he didn't silence, he might have been following the City of Silver's team back then. Yes, it might also be because of the true creator. Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he quickly arrived at a relatively intact cathedral. Inside the church stood a statue of a demonic wolf with 8 legs covered in dark short fur. There was grayish-white fur on the statue's head, and its pitch-black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes. It's not Phlegria, the dark demonic wolf that occasionally appeared in the 3rd epoch, the God of Wishes. He has been in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years before he finally found that sequence one beyonder characteristic. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Tap, tap. He, who was already standing sideways, immediately cast his gaze outside the cathedral. In the thin fog, a figure slowly walked over, quickly outlining a clear silhouette. He was nearly 3 meters tall, and his back was slightly hunched. His hair was completely white, and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and scars by the corners of his mouth. He wore a black clergyman's robe, and he was a rather old priest or bishop. His dark brown eyes were deep and calm, unlike the monsters in the depths of the darkness that were crazy and bloodthirsty, lacking any spirituality. However, in a long night with very low frequency of lightning, this clergyman didn't carry an animal hide lantern, nor did he light a fire. All he did was quietly walk through the thin fog. Chapter 12:12. Although Klein had only been in the forsaken land of the gods for less than a week, he had already gained a sufficient understanding of this place through Little Sunday. He knew that ordinary humans, and even saints, had to use flames to create light in the darkness. Otherwise, it was very easy for them to be attacked by dangerous monsters hidden in the depths of the darkness, or be devoured by the darkness and disappear without a trace, never to be found again. At this moment, the elderly clergyman did not carry an animal hide lantern. He passed through the mist and the darkness and slowly entered the church that was illuminated by the dim yellow light of the lantern. If it wasn't for his deep and calm eyes, without a trace of madness, Klein's first reaction would definitely be that he had encountered a special monster. Of course, This state of being like a normal person and being immersed in darkness were so contradictory that any creature with a standard level of intelligence could easily conclude that the newcomer might be even more terrifying than special monsters. Klein had only seen one person who could walk through the darkness without being affected and had sufficient intelligence and spirituality. Blasphemer Amon. Sensing that the dim yellow light had already shone on his face, the tall old man in a dark black clergy robe with his back slightly arched stopped in his tracks. He looked at Klein beside the demonic wolf statue and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where did the master of this city go?" Klein was the kind of person who would try his best to resolve problems peacefully if he could avoid fighting with strangers. As he raised his guard, he calmly replied, "I just entered this city. I don't know where its owner went." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire church suddenly dimmed. A thin mist surged in from the outside like a tide and drowned the inside. The lantern in Klein's hand could no longer illuminate the windows and the door. It was dark outside, and nothing could be seen. In the blink of an eye, the church that worshipped the demonic wolf statue seemed to have been isolated from Noise City. Its location was unknown. Klein's pupils dilated slightly. He looked at the white-haired clergyman and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The stooped clergyman replied in a condescending manner, "I'm afraid I'll have to go. I am the attendant of the Lord God's throne, the angel of the holy word, Steph. I walk the land of the past on behalf of the Lord, searching for the blasphemer hidden in the darkness." As he spoke, the old man's figure swelled to 4 meters tall, and dark illusory feathers appeared behind him. They intertwined and weaved into 4 pairs of deep but sacred wings. Angel of the holy word, Steph, an attendant beside the chief god's throne. A land of the past. This is a blessed of the true creator, a subordinate of the angel of fate, and a member of Rose Redemption. It's no wonder he can travel in the darkness. It's because he has the protection of the power of corruption. That evil god is still searching for the beyonder characteristic of an attendant of mysteries. Klein had no choice but to raise his head and stare at Stefan, who was still wearing the black robe of a clergyman but had 4 pairs of angel wings on his back. Even in his angel form, this supreme being still had obvious wrinkles, his hair was white, and there were many contradictions all over his body. Klein pretended that he had never been enemies with the Aurora Order. That blasphemer has long since escaped. I'm also looking for him. Angel of the holy word, Steph, stared at Klein for 2 seconds and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "That's not something I can say directly." Klein sighed with a smile. "I'm a lonely traveler." After he gave this answer, he suddenly felt an extreme darkness arise in his body and sink downwards, fusing with the shadows created by the lantern's light. The pitch-black figure then distorted and came to life, stretching into another German sparrow, a German sparrow with sinister eyes and a lonely bearing. This, Klein's pupils constricted as he didn't hesitate to reach out his right hand to the side and grab at the air. At this point, if he hadn't guessed that Steph was using his answer, then he could join the Aurora Order and believe in the true creator. At this moment, he already knew what an angel of the holy word was. This was clearly an angel of evil word. Using the other party's answer, one could intercept a portion of it or amplify the ambiguity to create a spiritual speaking effect. When Klein said that he didn't know where the owner of the city had gone, Steph intercepted, "I don't know where I went," making Klein trap himself and isolate himself from the outside world. When the angel revealed his identity, every word raised his level and strength. When Klein answered who he was, he used this opportunity to separate out a lonely traveler. From the moment he appeared in Noise City, the black-robed Steph carried a strong sense of malice. And just as Klein attempted to summon a certain image from the historical void, the sinister German sparrow seemed to be telepathically connected to him. He also grabbed the same projection, and the two canceled each other out. Seeing that the Scholar of Yours powers have been restrained, Klein's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and recited a word in Jotun. But in the next second, the word was stolen. At some point in time, a head covered in blood had grown out of the hunched 4-meter-tall angel of the holy word, Steph's left shoulder. It was very similar to his original appearance, but it was much younger. It seemed to be in his 40s. Around the head were two skinless, mangled arms. They grazed different souls and used beyond her powers to steal thoughts and thoughts. At the same time, a bloody head grew out of Steph's right shoulder. It looked like he was only 20 years old. Of the three heads, one grazed souls and stole Klein's thoughts. The other coldly stared at the target, deepening the lonely traveler's self-awareness. The last mouth opened and closed. "You're lying. You're the blasphemer who destroyed the descent ritual of the Son of God and interfered with the Lord's descent into this world twice. You're one of the targets I'm looking for." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he calmly said a word in Jotun. Leodero. This was the true name of the Lord of Storms. The reason why Klein's thoughts weren't stolen was because he had lined up the things he needed to do next. The lines were all the same, so the theft of the first part didn't affect his subsequent thoughts. This was a valuable experience he had gained from his confrontation with Amon. Of course, if he were to encounter Amon again, Klein suspected that such a method might not work. Once the god of mischief was prepared, he would definitely come up with new tricks. Just as Klein said that, the angel of the holy word, Steph's eyes shone with dazzling bolts of silver lightning. They covered the entire ancient city of noise, piercing through the darkness that enveloped the cathedral. They tore apart all the depravity, secrecy, darkness, impurity, and evil. Inside, Klein and the sinister German sparrow were at the core of the lightning storm. They didn't even grunt before they dissipated. Then, the silver, twisted, and terrifying bolts of lightning engulfed the surrounding area. The demonic wolf statue and the angel of the holy word, Steph. Amidst a dull boom, Noise City completely collapsed, turning into true ruins. Across the dry riverbed, Klein's historical projection quickly turned incorporeal as his true body returned to the real world. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Flaming Jump to open up a distance from the noise ruins. During this process, he pulled out paper figurines a few times and shook them into angels to remove any traces. The desolate plains returned to silence once again. After an unknown period of time, the ruins of the cathedral trembled. Steph shook off the dust and rocks and slowly stood up. His white hair had thinned a little, and his black clergyman robe had become tattered. This angel of the holy word silently left Noise City, identified his direction, and walked into the depths of the darkness. Half a day later, a figure approached the city ruins from another direction. It was none other than Klein, who had circled around from afar. He hadn't had the time to investigate Noise City, and now he was returning, hoping to find clues to the true whereabouts of the original existence. Rather far away, Klein repeated the process of entering the world above the gray fog to investigate, summoning the historical projection, hiding in the ancient fragment, and using the historical projection to summon the historical projection again. After completing the preparations, he once again stepped into Noise City, and in absolute silence, he returned to the cathedral from before. Along the way, the corpses that had fallen to the ground had either been reduced to ashes or were charred. It had completely lost the sense of horror and bizarreness. That fellow named Steph isn't dead. From the looks of it, the remnant divine powers of storm here can only injure an angel. Klein stopped in front of the opened cathedral ruins and muttered to himself regretfully. Of course, he only felt a little regretful. He didn't have any extravagant hopes of finishing off an angel so easily. As he swept his gaze, Klein saw a few fragments of the demonic wolf statue. They were dark black on the surface and dark red on the inside. They didn't look like common stone. To be used by the dark demonic wolf to carve its statue, these stones are definitely not simple. Furthermore, they don't look like they're from nearby areas. Perhaps I can find out where the dark demonic wolf hid before coming to Noise City by investigating their origins. As a miracle invoker, or even an attendant of mysteries, the dark demonic wolf must be good at eliminating traces. It's very difficult to directly track his whereabouts, but if I can find most of his hiding spots, I can pry into his habits and style. By grasping a person's past, I can predict their future. Klein took 2 steps forward in thought bent down, and attempted to pick up a fragment of the statue. At that moment, a charred hand suddenly reached out and blocked his fingers. From the corner of his eye, Klein saw a charred corpse standing up at some point in time. The charred corpse held a crystal monocle in its other hand and wore it over its left eye. Amon, left eye. Klein's heart tightened before he felt a strong sense of doubt and suspicion. In the next second, the charred corpse smiled and said, "Sorry, I wore it in the wrong place." As it spoke, it took off the monocle and moved it to its right eye. Chapter 12:13. Klein once again realized why Amon was the god of mischief. At that moment, he didn't even have the desire to lampoon. All he wanted was to immediately end the historical void projection and escape from Amon. No, Amon, in front of him. The charred corpse that had been parasitized wiped away the charcoal on its face. Before Klein disappeared, it smiled and said, "There's no rush. You're just a projection from the historical void. I can't really parasitize you, and you should know very well that I'm not alone. It's difficult for you to make an effective counterattack." "What are you trying to say?" Klein, who was holding a simple lantern, thought silently for a moment. He picked up a statue fragment that was black on the outside and red on the inside, and asked cautiously. At that moment, Amon had already transformed into his own appearance. The only problem was that his skin was still relatively dark. He adjusted his crystal monocle and chuckled. "You know that I know that you're searching for that dark demonic wolf in an attempt to obtain a miracle invoker beyond her characteristic from him. And I'm also very interested in that. Why don't we play another game and see who can obtain it first? What's the point of this? Don't tell me that if I don't play this game, I won't pursue it, and you won't think of a way to snatch it from me?" Klein remained calm for 2 seconds before shaking his head. "I refuse." He had no intention of listening to Amon's conditions. The more he listened to a top swindler, the more disadvantageous he would be. Amon smiled and shook his head without any anger. "You'll regret this. I originally planned on using a miracle invoker beyond her characteristic and an attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic to exchange for Sapphire Castle if I won. I'll also give you some time to move the secret gathering you organized in advance. And now, I can only consider stealing your fate and bearing the burden of being corrupted by the source. All right, although it's dangerous, it's exciting enough. I'm already prepared to accept it. Let's see who becomes the leader in the end. With my father's experience, I don't think I'll perform too badly." What? Corruption from a source? The experience of the ancient sun god? Klein originally didn't wish to continue discussing the topic of miracle invoker beyond her characteristics and Sapphire Castle with Amon, but his heart stirred when he heard that. He recalled Amon's description and couldn't help but ask. The source refers to the original creator? He desperately wanted to know what kind of unbearable fate Sapphire Castle would bring him. Amon pinched the edge of his monocle and looked at Klein for a few seconds. "It's better if I don't answer this question directly, because you won't believe a single word I say. Why don't you tell me? I'll judge whether it's true or not." Klein suppressed the urge to blurt out and calmly replied, "Maybe it's just that you haven't come up with an excuse yet." Amon didn't mind at all and smiled. "You could take it that way. Hee. Sometimes, the truth you discover yourself is definitely more convincing than what others tell you. If you have time, you can walk around the forsaken land of the gods. You should be able to find a lot of clues there. Of course, if you have the courage to enter Chernobyl, you will know more." Klein didn't pursue the matter further. He stared at the collapsed cathedral that was bathed in dim yellow light for a while. "The dark demonic wolf discovered your existence, so it migrated in a hurry?" Amon nodded slightly and said, "It's not just me. He also sensed the gaze of the hanging man. He has been hiding in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years, so he is very sensitive to such matters. A sequence 2, or even a sequence 1 angel, can only hide in the forsaken land of the gods and live an ignoble existence. Isn't the living environment here a little too harsh?" Klein sighed inwardly before saying, "You definitely left more than one avatar in the City of Silver. You definitely left more than one avatar in the City of Silver. Why didn't you attempt to stop me from reviving there? Why didn't you send a stronger avatar over?" Amon used his right index finger to press against the lower edge of his monocle and laughed. That would have caused you to choose to revive in the outside world. This would have caused quite a bit of trouble for my subsequent tracking. And if I were to relax a little, due to the miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic in the forsaken land of the gods, there's a high chance that you would revive here. In the following game, the only accidents that need to be considered are the hanging man, Ouroboros, and them. Just as I thought. Klein said thoughtfully, "That's right. Even in the same area. As long as you exceed a certain distance, your main body and avatar shouldn't be able to instantly fuse or swap locations." Back then, the reason why you were able to transform back into your original body when you first entered the Forsaken Land of the Gods was because the abnormalities in Sapphira Castle had similarly interfered with this place, causing your main body to sense it and wait at the entrance ahead of time. Amon listened with a smile and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Do you think that's the case? Guess if I've transformed back into my original body?" Klein raised his right fist and pressed it against his nose. After thinking for a few seconds, he revealed a smile. After a few seconds of thought, he revealed a smile and said, "I'm guessing that your other avatars are setting up the corresponding rituals to allow your main body to directly descend." Before he could finish his sentence, his figure had already turned incorporeal and dissipated. The historical void projection's maintenance was removed. In the wilderness outside Noise City, where Klein was hiding, the air suddenly stirred as illusory monocles appeared in midair. They stared at Klein's figure, as though saying, "I've finally found you." However, Klein's figure also rapidly faded away. Back when Amon wore the monocle back to his right eye, Klein's main body had already returned from ancient history to the real world. With the help of Paper Angel, he used Flaming Jump and other Beyonder powers to quickly leave. The reason why his historical void projection could speak to Amon normally was because he was essentially a marionette. He was a German sparrow that was projected by Kona's Kilgore. He had a worm of spirit that originated from history in his body, and he was controlled by the projection of Klein outside the city. As for Klein's main body, he would frequently enter the historical void, allowing the projection outside the city to intermittently gain consciousness and maintain control over his marionette. This caused the Klein who was conversing with Amon to fall into deep thought from time to time. Sometimes, he would stare for a few seconds, or he would need to recall what Amon had said. Against the god of deceit, Klein didn't dare to be careless. After leaving Noise City, he circled 2 more times and went above the gray fog to investigate the nearby situation with his true vision before slowing down. Corruption from a source. I wonder if Amon is lying to me. Indeed, I'll have to enter Chernobyl one day to take a look, but it has to be after I become a miracle invoker and have a certain level of self-protection. Otherwise, I'll be sending myself to his doorstep. With the lantern that Donis had sacrificed, Klein casually proceeded forward in the increasingly dark environment. Thanks to this experience, he finally had a deeper and more intuitive understanding of the dangers of the forsaken land of the gods. An extremely vile and distorted environment, fanatical cultists, fallen angels, groups of Amon wandering everywhere, mythical creatures hiding in the darkness, evil gods watching everything from a certain spot, remnant divine powers that I can use, and others can use as well. As expected of the forsaken land of the gods, the danger far exceeds my imagination. As Klein sighed, he retracted his attention to the dark demonic wolf. To be frank, Klein didn't believe that he had any advantage in tracking this mythical creature. Be it his understanding of the forsaken land of the gods or his grasp of the target situation, he was far inferior to Amon, who had explored this place for more than 1,000 years, as well as the true creator's blessed and believers. My only advantage is that I'm of the same seer pathway as the dark demonic wolf. Furthermore, I have Sapphira Castle. The Beyonder characteristics between us have a strong tendency to converge. This will have a certain effect on fate and judgment. However, Amon is a king of angels from a neighboring pathway. There's also the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence between him and the dark demonic wolf. The effects won't be much worse than mine. Worse, Klein thought carefully for a moment when he suddenly had an idea and found his greatest advantage. That advantage was he was very weak. Compared to Amon, the true creator's attendant, and the dark demonic wolf, he was very weak. Under normal circumstances, this was a disadvantage, but at times, it wasn't impossible to give Klein what he wanted. My level is low and my strength is weak. This means that I can instead become the dark demonic wolf's hunting target. It's very difficult for me to find him, so I might as well get him to find me. A scholar of your might not interest the dark demonic wolf, but if this scholar of your can trigger Sapphira Castle, that's another matter. I can trigger Sapphira Castle from time to time, or leave behind the gray fog's aura to fish the dark demonic wolf out. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that there was a possibility of his idea being realized. Of course, this was definitely very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might end up baiting Amon or even the true creator. As for the dark demonic wolf, it was very likely that he would choose to observe in secret before suddenly attacking, not giving him a chance to prepare. Before using this method, I have to make sufficient preparations. There's no rush. Klein took a deep breath and grabbed at the air, taking out a fragment of the demonic wolf statue that was black on the outside and red on the inside. Although he hadn't been able to obtain the item due to Amon's obstruction, this didn't stop him from taking it out from the historical void. This was because he had already seen it and held it in his hand. Furthermore, the level of the item itself wasn't considered high. At this moment, Klein wanted to use the fragment to reverse engineer the dark demonic wolf's hiding spot and figure out its style of doing things step by step. In the wilderness ruled by endless darkness, Klein held the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light. After some identification, he changed directions and gradually went deeper. Bakeland, Hillstonborough. Furs, who had already gone on a trip, finally received a reply from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1214. There aren't any Worms of Star at the moment. You want me to take note of what people who want to buy Worms of Star need. Furs read through her teacher's letter and silently heaved a sigh of relief. However, thinking of how she was about to begin the hunt for the Saint of Secrets, Bootiz, she felt nervous again. After all, he was a demigod existence. He was a sequence 4 Saint a year or two ago, so it was possible that he was already a sequence 3. Although the leader of the operation is Ma M. Hermit, as bait, I still need to worry about my safety. Besides, the Aurora Order has Rose Redemption backing it. There's also an angel, a king of angels. Furs didn't regret agreeing to German Sparrow's request. This was something she wanted to do, but due to the high risk, she couldn't help but feel flustered and uneasy. She couldn't help but think of another possibility. If Mr. World participates and is in charge, I definitely wouldn't be so nervous and worried. It wasn't that Furs didn't believe in Mime Hermit's strength and experience, but that the world, German Sparrow's achievements were obvious. He had hunted more than 1 or 2 demigods. It made her feel at ease just thinking of him carrying out such a mission. Zio, who was sitting by the fireplace, glanced at her friend and asked, "Are we going to begin the hunt?" "Yes." Furs nodded solemnly and said, "It's not that fast. Everyone needs some time to prepare." Hunting a demigod wasn't like hunting foxes in the suburbs in autumn. One could bring their equipment and gather friends before setting off. This required extremely strict and meticulous planning. Furs believed that Ma M. Hermit had to personally come to Bakeland or stay at another predetermined battlefield for a period of time to figure out the exact situation before she could formulate an effective plan. As for Miss Justice, she was still accelerating her digestion of the Dreamwalker potion. This might take another month or 2, or even longer. To Furs, she could afford to wait. This was because she also wanted to digest the scribe potion and set up the ritual to become a traveler before the operation officially began. The only thing she couldn't be sure of was if the world German Sparrow would rush her. I'll try my best to convince him. No, I'll let Miss Justice convince him. This is the strength of a spectator. Just as Furs mumbled a few words, she saw Zio turn around and say hesitantly that a Mine 9 liaison officer suggested that I officially join them today. He said that with the new king succeeding the throne, there's no need to worry about many things in the past anymore. People like him, and I will also have a chance to be put in important positions. Furs listened attentively and deliberated for a moment. Isn't there an investigation against us? I should be able to find out that there's a certain force behind you. Zio nodded. They believe that I was abandoned after that incident. Also, they suspect that the faction belongs to the Church of Evernight. Zio believed in the Evernight goddess, so the mention of the church was undoubtedly referring to the Church of Evernight. However, considering that her friend was a believer of the god of steam and machinery, she added another sentence to prevent any ambiguity. Haha, that's a disguise that Mr. World got us to put up, Furs said with a smile as she combed her hair with a relaxed expression. She then made herself serious and mature. Zio, this is an opportunity for you. Acting as a judge clearly requires the support of the officials. Relying on yourself to be the judge of Bakelin's underground world isn't enough. You also lack sufficient help. If you can really enter the magistrate's court, circuit court, or criminal court for a few months, your potion should be completely digested. All right, I heard that MI9 has an abnormal affairs court that specializes in handling beyonder cases. If you become a judge there, perhaps you'll be able to strive for the rank of a disciplinary paladin in February or March next year. Seeing that Zio was clearly tempted, Furs hurriedly added, when you make enough contributions, you might be able to restore your father's reputation to a certain extent. When you make enough contributions, you might be able to restore your father's reputation to a certain extent. Anyway, George III is dead. As long as you don't direct the matter to his reputation, Govington too might not stop you. Govington was the eldest son of George III. He had now succeeded as King of Rouen and wore the Balam crown. Zio fell silent for a while before finally nodding slowly. I'll give it a try. Yes, when things stabilize, you can bring your mother and brother to Bakeland. Although the situation is tense and the price of food has skyrocketed, you definitely have a quota in MI9. You can provide for them. The more Furs spoke, the more she felt that joining MI9 was a good thing. After convincing Zio, Furs entered her bedroom and prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to pass her words to Mr. World. Right on the heels of that, Furs summarized the main points of her teacher's reply and explained her thoughts, hoping that German Sparrow would be more patient. Just as she finished praying and was about to leave the room, her vision suddenly blurred. She saw a crimson tide surge out of the void and instantly drown her. Furs then realized that she had arrived in the ancient palace and was sitting on her usual high-back chair. However, there was no longer the stalwart figure shrouded in grayish-white fog at the end of the long bronze table. At that moment, there was only her and German Sparrow around the long, mottled table. Furs's mind suddenly tensed up as her mind became active. She quickly said, Mr. World, what I meant just now was that it's best if you have patience. This can make things simpler. It's fine if you don't. We will begin the hunt as soon as possible. Klein chuckled hoarsely and said, There's no need to be nervous. I'm not in a hurry. When his final goal became the angel-level potion formula and grade 0 sealed artifact, he had sufficient patience on this matter. Phew! Furs secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked in puzzlement, What happened? She asked in puzzlement, Then why are you looking for me? Klein replied in an unperturbed tone, Don't you wish to digest the scribe potion as soon as possible? Apart from recording the customs of different places, I believe you also need to record all kinds of beyonder powers. The higher the corresponding level, the better the effects of digestion. Furs's eyes lit up when she heard that. Yes. After blurting it out, she felt that there was something wrong with her attitude. She hurriedly added in a timid manner. She hurriedly added with some timidity, Is this the advance payment you mentioned? Klein nodded slightly and said, Let's begin. Let's begin. Be prepared. I've borrowed a grade 1 sealed artifact from Mr. Fool. It corresponds to the level of a saint. To a sequence 6 scribe, the success rate of recording angel-level beyonder powers was extremely low. It was close to 0. Therefore, Klein didn't attempt to summon Miss Messenger or Mr. Aztec from the historical void to showcase their skills. Furs sat up straight and nodded heavily. Okay. The next second, she saw the world's German sparrow raise a white-boned scepter with blue gems embedded at the top. Amidst the bright light, bolts of lightning leaped out of the void and entangled with each other, forming a forest of lightning that emitted a destructive aura. Furz's eyes were reflected by the silvery white light, and she was shocked both physically and mentally. After the lightning storm subsided, she was stunned for 2 seconds before she said in a slightly timid manner, "I failed. Again," Klein replied calmly. The lightning storm descended on the ancient palace above the gray fog again and again. After an unknown period of time, Furz exhaled and leaned back in her chair. She couldn't hide her joy as she said, "The lightning storm has arrived. Success, success." She finally recorded a lightning storm. It's finally over. Furz immediately relaxed. Then, she heard the world's German sparrow say emotionlessly, "All right, next beyond her power." Next, Furz saw the crazy adventurer at the bottom of the long, mottled table reach out his right hand and grab at the grayish-white fog. Out of thin air, he took out a thorny, bronze-green cross. Record, this is the power of the cross? Furz tried hard to make her expression appear normal. After the scribe potion had been largely digested, the number of godhood powers she could record had increased from 1 to 2. No. Klein glanced at Miss Magicians and said, "Record my ability to summon the unshadowed crucifix." "I failed," Furz whispered. The reason for her failure was that she didn't have the time to record. Klein dispelled the maintenance of the unshadowed crucifix and once again reached his hand into the fog of history, taking out an iron-black revolver. "I didn't succeed," Furz replied with a complicated expression. All she wanted to do now was return to the real world and digest what she had just gained, but she didn't hear the bell signaling the end of class. Nearly 30 times later, when Furz felt a throbbing pain in her head and her mental strength began to dry up, she finally recorded a historical void image summoning. At that moment, she felt tears welling up in her eyes, but she held back her exhaustion and tried her best to show the attitude of a good student. "This can summon people and objects that are related to me from the historical void. When the time comes, who should I summon or which item?" Klein looked at Miss Magicians and replied coldly, "Me." Furz forced a smile and said, "Which era did you come from? The last time we met?" Klein had already thought of an answer. That was when he had deliberately brought Miss Magicians back to Bakelin from the world of ice and snow before destroying George III ritual. He had already become a scholar of yore. Furz nodded solemnly and subconsciously asked, "What if I fail?" The probability of failure when summoning someone beyond my level should be very high. "Use Lamino's travels tomorrow to record this ability again," Klein said calmly. "I'll succeed in 2 tries?" Magician's Furz instinctively had such a question, but seeing how certain the world German sparrow was, she didn't dare to say another word. She raised her hand and gestured. "Then, can I go back?" Klein tersely acknowledged and made Miss Magicians leave Sapphira Castle with a look of joy. Sonia Island, in the primitive forest. Alger Wilson led a few of his subordinates and entered an elven ruin that was rarely visited by humans. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 12:15. Withered vines hung down and covered the decaying wooden buildings. The entire ruins were frozen in a depressing atmosphere that no one had set foot in for a long time. Alger and a few sailors circled around the ruins in the desolate winter environment, but they still did not find anything of value. "Captain, batches after batches of adventurers have come here. What else is left for us?" Finally, a sailor in his 30s broke the silence rather impatiently. His words resonated with the rest of his companions, and they all chimed in. "It didn't take us much time to find this place. I'm sure others can find it easily as well." Yes. Let's continue fighting the Phasacians." "Captain, are you planning to turn this place into a stronghold?" Alger slowly swept his gaze around, making the sailors stop complaining under his gaze and choose to obey. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "I plan on using this place to ambush the Phasacians. Let's observe the terrain first and see if it's suitable." With such an excuse, the sailors barely perked up, and the group quickly entered the depths of the elven ruins. As he walked, Alger's spiritual perception was suddenly triggered, and he subconsciously turned his head to look behind a giant tree. There were traces of the soil being turned over, and it was less than a year old. Alger retracted his gaze and pretended not to notice anything amiss. He looked elsewhere naturally. After exploring the elven ruins, they returned to their new camp. At this time, it was already close to evening, and the forest was getting colder and colder. After Alger and the sailors had their dinner, he left 2 patrolmen behind, and each went into a different tent. The cold wind whistled through the trees, causing the bonfire to sway. Alger, who had planned to leave the campsite in the middle of the night, suddenly heard a faintly discernible singing from afar. The song was ethereal, like a lady singing softly, expressing her inner worries. This caused Alger to unconsciously recall the past. He recalled his mother who had passed away many years ago, and recalled his childhood when he was bullied and humiliated. An indescribable sadness surged uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart, preventing him from waking up immediately. Instead, he waited for a few seconds before he abruptly turned over and sat up. He frowned deeply and listened attentively. This time, he did not hear anything. It was as if the melodious singing had never appeared. Alger narrowed his eyes, grabbed the thick jacket, and put it on. He walked out of the tent and came to the campfire. The 2 sailors on night duty had just finished a round of patrol and were basking in warmth. "Did you find anything unusual?" Alger asked in a deep voice. The 2 strong sailors shook their heads at the same time. "No." Alger's brows relaxed a little. He turned around, intending to patrol the area on his own. At this moment, he saw something from the corner of his eye. The 2 sailors were too close together. If they were ordinary pirates, this would not be a problem. However, Alger's men were sailors who had received formal training from the Church of the Storm. They definitely knew that in such an environment, the patrols had to maintain a certain distance between each other. They could not be too far away, nor could they be too close. They had to be able to see each other, and at the same time, they had to prevent being attacked and taken away at the same time. Alger took 2 steps forward without batting an eyelid, pretending to casually turn his head and ask, "Did you find anything normal?" He changed the question from before, making it extremely strange. The 2 strong sailors shook their heads in unison as they replied, without changing their expressions, "No, no, no." Alger's expression relaxed as he nodded gently. "Very good." He then turned around and slowly walked into his tent. Just as the sailors' gazes were cut off, Alger suddenly pulled out the blade of poison and the gargoyle glasses. He then opened his mouth and prepared to sing a song. At this moment, the ethereal and sorrowful song from before appeared once again. It reverberated in Alger's ears and pierced into his psyche. This was an abnormally ancient ballad. It sang of extreme sorrow and melancholy, making Alger's spirit body seem to grow pale and incorporeal arms that constantly tore at his body. Alger's expression warped as slippery, light black fish scales appeared on the surface of his skin. His dark blue hair that was as messy as seaweed stood up one after another, turning abnormally thick. The thoughts that originally existed in his mind were disrupted by the song and the pain. They could no longer take form. Alger collapsed as he struggled and squirmed on the ground. He looked less and less human as he was on the verge of losing control. Suddenly, the song stopped as a slightly indifferent voice entered Alger's ears. "There are some elven bloodlines. Then let's do this. Make good use of Ciata's beyonder characteristic." Alger's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he slowly got up. He saw that a figure had appeared in the tent at some point in time. It was a woman with glossy black hair. Her facial features were exquisite, and her ears were slightly pointed. Her eyes were deep, and her contours were soft. She wore a complicated and unadorned dress. Even though she didn't have the height advantage, she still gave off a feeling of superiority. "Are you the elf queen, Queen of Calamity Kohinum?" A thought flashed through Alger's mind as he took the initiative to ask. The woman played with a golden wine cup with beautiful patterns and calmly said, Haven't you already seen me? The woman played with a golden wine cup with beautiful patterns and calmly said, Haven't you already seen me? Alger instantly recalled a similar song he had heard on Pasu Island. He recalled his dream of entering the underwater coral palace and seeing a high elf. After a few seconds of silence, Alger said in a deep voice, You're actually still alive. At the same time, he silently chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name, but he didn't know if it would work if he didn't say it out loud. The woman with her black hair, tied up in a high bun, replied, without any change in expression, It's very difficult for an angel to perish without encountering an enemy. Then why did you split the characteristic and place yourself in a strange state, making you wait for an opportunity to revive? Alger had learned of the corresponding situation in the tarot. He asked out of curiosity and to stall for time. The elf woman, suspected to be Queen of Calamity, Kohinum snorted. Because the throne of storm is occupied by Leodoro, and I'm powerless to resist the tyrant. Also, there are fewer and fewer elves. My anchor is becoming more and more unstable. Others might not know who Leodoro was, but Alger knew very well. He didn't dare to continue this topic in the real world. Just as he was about to ask Queen of Calamity Kohinum's purpose for descending here, the Elf Queen had already taken the initiative to speak. Do you want to become a demigod? She wants to use my body to revive. She wants to advance to sequence 4 and obtain godhood as bait to corrupt me. While Alger was tempted, questions surfaced in his mind one after another. Considering how Mr. Fool could purify all kinds of corruption, Alger acutely felt that this was an opportunity. This reminded him of a term Roselle the Great had once mentioned, a sugar-coated bullet, and now he had quite a high chance of swallowing the sugar and throwing the bullet back. What do you want me to do? Alger didn't appear too eager as he raised a question based on his personality. Queen of Calamity Kohinum scrutinized him for a few seconds. When you're qualified and have the opportunity to come into contact with the Book of Calamity, take out something that others won't notice and bring it to the Western Continent. The Western Continent, the legendary homeland of the elves? Alger frowned slightly. Didn't the Western Continent disappear? The corners of Kohinum's mouth curled slightly. Since it disappeared, it will reappear. When the apocalypse comes, it will definitely reappear. Without waiting for Alger to ask again, the Elven Queen paused and said, You don't have to personally send that thing to the Western Continent, but you must entrust it to someone trustworthy. Although I'm not good with curses, I can still make you die in pain after you violate the agreement. But what if the Western Continent doesn't reappear, or if we can't enter it? Alger said after some serious thought. The eyes of Kohinum, who had shiny black hair and gentle facial features, were somewhat vacant, as if he had sunk into a beautiful memory. After a few seconds, she calmly said, If it really doesn't reappear, then the agreement will be null and void. Entering the Western Continent might really require an incantation or a password, but I'm not sure what it is. However, you can ask an existence. Who? Alger asked in puzzlement. Kohinum swept a glance at him and said coldly, The Mr. Fool you were reciting in your heart just now. I have a feeling that he is the key to whether this matter can be completed or not. Alger's heart tightened as he hurriedly lowered his head and replied, I understand. Upon seeing this, Queen of Calamity Kohinum nodded slightly and said, If you wish to become a demigod, keep this agreement. If you wish to become a demigod, keep this promise. When the sun rises, head to the elven ruins. After saying that, the Elf Queen's figure quickly dissipated, like an illusion that was often seen in the sea or desert. Alger suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in a tent, having just woken up. His memories were a little chaotic, but he quickly sorted out the connections. He and his sailors had just inquired about the location of an elven ruin. They had arrived nearby, but had not had the time to explore it. The exploration, the singing, the mutation of the sailors, the appearance of Calamity, and the conversation were all just a dream. It's no wonder I was so careless. Despite knowing that I might encounter the Queen of Calamity, I didn't pray to Mr. Fool in advance. The Queen of Calamity relied on her angel level to create this realistic dream? Or does she have the corresponding sealed artifact? Even if she exists in a special state, she still has a way to borrow its power? Alger listened to the movements outside the tent and found that everything was normal. He immediately sat down and piously prayed to Mr. Fool. In just 20 to 30 seconds, Alger arrived above the gray fog and saw Mr. Fool sitting at the end of the long, mottled table. After the hanging man greeted him, the fool Klein said casually, "You saw Kohainem?" The hanging man, Alger, replied seriously, "Yes, but we can't be sure that it's the Elf Queen." Chapter 12:16. The fool Klein grunted softly. He didn't deny the hanging man's guess, nor did he confirm that it was Queen of Calamity Kohainem. After all, it was impossible for him to take out a gold coin in front of her and do a divination on the spot. The hanging man Alger waited for a few seconds. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't give a clear response, he hurriedly described the contents of the prayer in more detail. It began from a woman suspected to be Queen of Calamity Kohainem, saying that he had some elven bloodline, all the way to the promise of becoming a demigod, the possibility of reappearing in the Western continent, and the key to completing the agreement. After recounting everything, Alger shut his mouth and lowered his head. He didn't dare to directly ask Mr. Fool for his opinion. He obediently waited for the great existence to speak. Some elven bloodline, sending something from the Book of Calamity to the Western continent. The vanished Western continent might reappear. Western continent. The fool Klein listened quietly and closed his eyes. He said calmly, "It's very dangerous, but it's also an opportunity for you." He had already gained initial control of Sapphira Castle, and the power he could mobilize had reached the level of a Sequence 2 angel. As for Queen of Calamity Kohainem, she was only at this level. Klein was rather confident that he could resist the various accidents brought about by the Elf Queen. It was precisely because of this that he dared to say that this was an opportunity for the hanging man. Of course, the premise of seizing the opportunity was that the hanging man wasn't rash or rash. He had to constantly remember to ask for protection. Therefore, Klein deliberately emphasized that it was very dangerous, making the hanging man remember to pray to Mr. Fool before he took action. Such a short sentence contained two meanings, but Klein believed that Mr. the Hanging Man would definitely understand it. Alger was delighted as he mimicked the sun and replied rather sincerely, "That's right. I only believe in Mr. Fool." This made Klein feel uncomfortable as he recalled the pain of being drowned by the endless lightning. All he could do was smile without saying a word. The hanging man, Alger, deliberated for a moment and took the initiative to ask, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the incantation or password to enter the Western continent?" "I want to know too." The fool Klein sighed inwardly. "It's not time for you to know yet." "Yes, Mr. Fool." The hanging man Alger didn't ask further as he bowed respectfully. When he returned to the world of reality, he immediately walked out of the tent and took the sailors with him. Under the light of dawn, it took them some time to reach the elven ruins. The scene here was exactly the same as what he had seen in his dream. Withered vines covered the decaying wooden buildings, and inscriptions could be seen in some places. The air was a little stiff, as if no one had set foot here for a long time. After looking around seriously, Alger suddenly thought of a problem. That was, how should he face the church after he became a demigod with the help of the Queen of Calamity? "I'll directly rebel and become the sixth king above the 5 seas? But that way, I won't have a chance to come into contact with the Book of Calamity unless I design something that forces the church to use this grade 0 sealed artifact. Not only will it be very difficult, but I'll also have to become a sea king or even a calamity to succeed. Yes, I can seek the help of the world. If I want to continue staying in the church, I have to give them a good reason that they can't refuse." Alger frowned slightly and didn't hide his solemnity. In the eyes of the sailors who followed him, this was a sign that he wasn't at ease with the ruins. As his thoughts churned, Alger gradually came up with some ideas. Many of the church's documents have records of powerhouses who became demigods due to fortuitous encounters. 2/3 of them were corrupted by evil gods and devils, and they eventually lost their lives in the purification process. However, 1/3 of them passed the test and became high-ranking deacons or cardinals. Now that the war has erupted, the situation in Rouen is tense. As long as no problems are found, the church likely won't mind having an additional sequence for demigod as cannon fodder. After that, I'll slowly regain trust. The premise of all of this is that the Queen of Calamity really doesn't attempt to corrupt me or leave a mark on me. Considering that the church has all kinds of sealed artifacts, I have to pray to Mr. Fool for blessings. According to Miss Justice, Angel's Embrace can effectively fool the mind in tests related to dreams, with the tarot members all advancing to demigod or about to advance to demigod. Alger really didn't want to become an existence at the bottom. Just like in the church in the past, he had done so many things in order to be superior to others. At this moment, he was naturally willing to take a certain amount of risk for this. Having made up his mind, Alger immediately led the sailors into the ruins and explored step by step according to the route in his dream. This time, he didn't split his subordinates into small teams. On the one hand, he was worried that accidents would happen, and on the other hand, he hoped that all of them would be his witnesses. After 15 minutes, Alger and his crew arrived beside the gigantic tree that had signs of being flipped over in the soil. Before he could take in his surroundings, his vision suddenly blurred as he saw a gorgeous palace formed from coral. Above the palace were layers of rippling, dark blue seawater. Huge pillars stood tall, propping up an exaggerated dome. It was tall and magnificent, but also gloomy and dark. Alger looked around and realized that the sailors beside him had all disappeared. He immediately realized that he might have been pulled into an illusion. He silently took a deep breath and slowly walked into the coral palace. There were elves inside. They were either roasting fish, putting spices into the solidified animal blood, or using 2 tree branches to bring food to their mouths. None of them cared about strangers entering. Alger then cast his gaze at the 9 steps that were more than 100 meters away. On the steps was a coral seat inlaid with sapphires, emeralds, and lustrous pearls. The elf queen, Queen of Calamity, was sitting there looking down at Alger. Very good. Kohinum nodded slightly and threw out the exquisite golden wine cup in her hand. The gentle but strong wind cheered as it held up the wine cup. They were like tiny pixies that lined up and carried the corresponding items as they quickly approached Alger. Alger reached out to receive it and looked down. He realized that there was a pool of blue liquid inside the golden wine cup. It was fake, dreamy, and not real enough. Drink it and head to the waters near Simeme Island in the Rorstad Archipelago. Find this coral palace. There's something you want inside. If I don't drink this cup of wine, I won't be able to see the palace? Alger asked thoughtfully. Although he was facing an angel, he was still able to communicate rather calmly. This was because he saw a particular mighty existence every week, so he was already used to such situations. Queen of Calamity, Kohinum nodded and said, "That's right. Yes." "Will this leave a mark on me?" Alger asked cautiously. "Yes." Therefore, before you enter the Coral Palace and obtain the corresponding item, you can't return to Pasu Island or meet the angels under Leodoro. How can I meet His Holiness just because I want to? Alger heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He then asked, "When I obtain that item, will the effects of this cup of wine disappear?" Elf Queen Kohinum replied without any change in expression, "No. No, you need to eat that characteristic directly. When the time comes, this cup of wine will transform into a seal, preventing the characteristic from corroding your body for the time being. After that, how you prepare the ritual and explain it to the Church of the Storm will be up to you. Let the characteristic belong to me first before holding the ritual. This way, there might be a better way to make the Church accept it." Alger thought for a moment before raising his hand to bring the cup to his mouth. The ice-cold liquid slid down his throat before vanishing in an instant. The entire coral palace shattered as the light of dawn and the remnants of the gigantic tree with some green leaves appeared in front of Alger once again. They didn't make me sign a contract or make me swear an oath. Yes, drinking that cup of wine is equivalent to making an agreement. Alger retracted his gaze and said to the sailors around him, who didn't notice anything. There's nothing here. Let's take a deeper look. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein also retracted his gaze from the crimson star representing the hanging man and nodded thoughtfully. That's the grave of Ciadas and Mobit. That golden cup has such a use. It's indeed Elf Queen Kohinum. What's her current state? Half of it is in the Book of Calamity, and the other half is hiding somewhere. Is it using the golden cup or its own characteristic to influence reality? Mr. the Hanging Man isn't corrupted for the time being. I'll take a look when he goes to the Rorsted Archipelago. As his main body could only last a limited amount of time in the historical void, Klein didn't stay any longer. He returned to the pitch-black wilderness and continued walking in a certain direction with a lantern that emitted a faint yellow light. As he walked, Klein turned his head to look at the east, which was the symbol of Chernobyl. He couldn't help but slow down. Once I obtain enough information from the dark demonic wolf's hiding spot, I'll head east. I'll keep walking until I reach the border and confirm the situation. Then, I'll consider the matter of the miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. Amon probably didn't expect me to suddenly leave. He definitely knows the dark demonic wolf's past very well. It's unlikely that he will do the same investigation as me. Yes, but he will definitely track me. Klein slowly exhaled and sped up his pace. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the black and red desolate plains. The pattering rain began to fall. Klein dragged a black umbrella out of the historical void. With an umbrella in one hand and a lamp in the other, he walked forward alone. About a week later, the future docked somewhere along the long coastline of Rouen. Admiral of Stars Katlia held a stack of tarot cards in her hand as she said to Bosun Nina and company, "I'll be staying in Rouen for a period of time. I'll be staying in Lone for a period of time. You have to watch Frank and prevent him from doing any strange experiments." Chapter 12:17. Hearing the captain's instructions, Nina curled her lips and pointed out the window. Is Frank's experiment not strange? Katlia couldn't refute for a while, so she sighed and said, "If there are any signs of danger, write to me at once." As a mysticologist, she also had her own messenger. "All right." Nina puffed up her chest and said, "After all, I'm the most mature and staid person on the future." At this point, she asked curiously, "Captain, what are you doing in Rouen? What mission did he accept? Are we going to sabotage the enemy's rear?" Nina was of Fasak descent, and Katlia was considered half Intis. In the recent war, she would naturally have some inclination. Therefore, Nina guessed that the captain had established contact with the Intis intelligence department. "You can say that," Katlia replied strictly. In a sense, Nina's guess was not wrong. She had indeed accepted a mission to go to Bakeland, the capital of Rouen, to wreak havoc. However, her target was not the official forces but the cultists. Besides, there was still the chance to meet the queen. She probably hadn't left Bakeland yet, and the earliest she could do so would be after the new year. At this thought, Katlia suddenly felt a little excited. Ever since she left Dawn, she had never really met Queen Mystic. They only exchanged letters or were on the same ship, but for various reasons, they did not communicate at all. Nina didn't dare to ask further. She pointed at the door and said, "Captain, is there anything else? If not, we're going out." Admiral of Stars, Katlia nodded, indicating that the bosun of the future could leave with her subordinates. Just as Nina was holding the handle and twisting it gently, Katlia suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Don't worry." "Nina." Nina, whose blonde hair was tied into a high ponytail, turned around with a confused look on her face. "Don't get drunk," Admiral of Stars, Katlia emphasized seriously. "When I return to the ship, I'll let you have a good drink." Nina immediately revealed a charming smile. "Deal." Katlia thought for a moment and exhorted, "Apart from Frank, you also have to pay attention to Heath's condition. Don't let him get curious about the unknown voice, and don't get too tired. Also, pull Odilov out of his room frequently and control the frequency and number of times he comes into contact with mysticism knowledge." I know. Do you think I don't know them?" Nina waved her hand and agreed. After the bosun and her subordinates left the captain's cabin and closed the door, Catlia cast her gaze outside the window, looking at the Bakelin that she could not see. After a few minutes, she pulled a tarot card out of her hand. It depicted a lonely old man with a glass lamp and a walking stick. The Hermit card. Late at night, Bakelin, Queens, Earl Hall's house. Audrey, who was wearing a white chiffon nightgown, suddenly opened her eyes. She took a blue cloak and draped it over her body. She then got out of bed and walked to the full-body mirror in the room. Using the crimson moonlight that shone through the curtains, she carefully observed herself. Her emerald green eyes seemed to glow. They were lustrous and clear, allowing people to clearly see every detail. Audrey closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all the abnormalities had vanished. The corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit as her cheeks protruded slightly. Her eyebrows curved slightly as her eyes darted around slightly. She praised herself inwardly. Audrey, you've finally come this far. She had completely digested the Dreamwalker potion. According to Audrey's confidence and predictions, she believed that she would finish digesting the potion after February. To her surprise, she encountered so many strange and completely different dreams during this period of time. These included multiple dreams, dreams caused by mental illnesses, lucid dreams, dreams caused by evil spirits and wraiths, and the dreams of a few demigods. Under normal circumstances, as a dreamwalker, Audrey could roughly determine the level of the creature she was about to enter to avoid encountering danger. However, the few demigods had hidden themselves so well that Audrey only discovered some clues when she entered their dreams. She was shocked. Fortunately, she wasn't discovered a few times. Instead, she accumulated experience, and because she carefully traveled, observed, and analyzed the demigod's dream, she greatly digested the potion. In addition, the other special dreams also gave her a completely different experience. After that, she tried to construct multiple dreams herself. She tried to hide behind the scenes in the dream and cleverly guide its development. She interfered with the subconscious to treat the dream's owner's mental illness or expel the corruption brought about by evil spirits and wraiths. To a certain extent, this went against her self-requirement of only observing and recording without interfering, but it strangely sped up the digestion of the potion. This made her conclude a new rule. If I really want to interfere, I have to be the mastermind and guide behind the scenes. Even if the goal is achieved, no one will notice it. On this point, Audrey did very well. The few people with serious mental illnesses unknowingly recovered after having 5 or 6 slightly strange dreams. And it was very normal for a dream to appear strange and incomprehensible. For me to be able to digest the Dreamwalker potion so quickly, it's mainly because of my luck during this period of time. Without so many unique experiences, I definitely have to wait another month or 2. Yes, I might even be captured by a demigod and thrown into a beyonder prison, or I might be directly killed. When did my luck become so good? Since I sacrificed ice cream to the blessed of the angel in the domain of destiny. Audrey looked at herself in the mirror and blinked with a faint smile. She quickly retracted her gaze, scanned the bedroom, and walked to the dressing table. There was a deck of tarot cards there. In the room of a girl who liked mysticism, it was rather normal for there to be a deck of tarot cards. Audrey stretched out her right hand and touched the topmost card with her fingertip. She slowly took a deep breath and muttered to herself, "The battle in the Amantha Mountains is getting more and more intense. A port in mid-seashore has already fallen. The defense line in the Hornaces mountain range in Civilized County is said to not be able to last until spring. If it wasn't for the fact that we have a certain advantage in the war at sea, the connection with the southern continent's East Ballam would definitely be severed. Alfred is still there. I don't know how this war will develop. Thankfully, I'm about to become a demigod. Mr. World has already given me the manipulator potion formula and the main ingredient. The tears of 7 different humans due to intense emotions have also been gathered through this period of dream experience. I've traded for the golden leaf of the Treant Mentor from Young Sunday. I'm only short of the blood of an elderly mind dragon. Phew, I'll try to exchange it from psychological alchemy. Before Vin Rambus died, I was already in charge of a psychological discussion group. But will this expose that Van Ramby's death is related to me? Or should I request Mr. World to summon the blood of an elderly mind dragon from history? This can last for at least 15 minutes. Once I successfully advance and converge my spirituality, completing the self-suggestion, its disappearance won't affect me much. After all, it's only a supplementary ingredient. Audrey, you actually learned how to fake things. Furthermore, you're faking things on such matters. After making a self-deprecating remark, Audrey began to think about what kind of occasion she should use to complete the manipulator advancement ritual. That required her to consume the potion in a special occasion with at least 10,000 people, with their emotions resonating greatly. As her thoughts raced, Audrey had a preliminary idea. The goddess's Winter Gifts Day? But no matter how large a mass is, it can't accommodate 10,000 people. The cathedral can't accommodate so many people. Yes, it's usually impossible. If there's a chance this time, I can donate a sum of money and suggest that we hold a large-scale mass at Memorial Square and other places to placate the souls that died in the war. The most important square is to invite the family, relatives, and friends of the dead and injured. As long as they make up a certain proportion, the emotional resonance will be able to affect the others participating in the Mass, thus fulfilling the requirements of the ritual. After calmly analyzing the situation, Audrey suddenly lowered her head and looked at the mirror on the dressing table. She saw that the faint smile on her beautiful face had long disappeared, leaving behind only a calm surface and the sorrow in her eyes. She stared at herself, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She whispered, "Audrey, you've also become despicable." She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, Audrey had returned to normal. She reached out to the stack of tarot cards on the dressing table and flipped open the top one. The card depicted a goddess of justice sitting on a stone chair, holding a sword in one hand and a scale in the other, coldly watching everything. Bakeland, Hillston Borough, in a house with a fireplace. "Have you finished digesting your scribe potion?" Zio had just changed into her home clothes and walked back to the living room when she heard the unbelievable news. Furs nodded with a haggard expression. "Yes. Do you know what kind of life I've been living?" As she was forced to travel to 6 places, she had to experience, admire, and record them day and night. From time to time, she would be pulled into the gray fog to record all kinds of strange or high-level beyonder powers. The original lightning storm and historical void image summoning had been replaced many times. Today, she had only returned to the original configuration. "I don't know," Zio answered honestly. "I know you don't know." First took a deep breath and said, "What about you? How have you been recently?" "Not bad. I've been arranged to be in the abnormal affairs court. I have some thoughts of acting, and the speed at which my potion is digesting has begun to accelerate," Zio tersely said. "It's very hard for me to imagine you wearing a judge's robe and sitting on it to conduct a trial." Furs sighed from the bottom of her heart. "Are you trying to say that the prisoners and lawyers won't be able to see me?" Zio added on her friend's behalf without minding it at all. Furs laughed dryly. "I'm going to prepare for the advancement ritual of a traveler after some rest." "Aren't you going deep into the spirit world? Do you have a solution?" Zio asked in puzzlement. Furs nodded. "The messenger who got me to summon him. Divine Sovereign of the 9 heavens." Chapter 12:18. Summoning a messenger. As Tarot's judgment and a member of a My9, Zio knew what a messenger was, and she knew that the middle echelons of the charismatic order used messengers extensively. Before she could ask for more details, she saw Furs walk unsteadily to the guest room on the first floor with lifeless eyes. She said in a rather ethereal voice, "I'm sorry, but I didn't say anything. Let me sleep for a while. We'll talk later." She slept all the way until the next morning. She was woken up by the fragrance of meat. "Desi pie?" Furs rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room. There was already food on the table. "Yes." Zio came out of the bathroom. "It's at the corner of the street." "It's not bad." Furs hummed and sat down at the dining table. She quickly picked up the Desi pie and stuffed it in her mouth. After finishing one, she took a sip of sweet iced tea and sighed in satisfaction. This is what life is like. Oh no, I forgot to brush my teeth. After busying herself with cleaning up, she finally regained her ability to think. She looked at Zio in puzzlement. Did MI9 suspect that you had secretly become a judge? They think it's a reward from the faction that instructed me back then. Zio shared the information she had obtained. Furs combed her hair and smiled. That's right. Let them ask the Church of Evernight. She covered her mouth and yawned. I'm going to summon that messenger. After this period of recording, the way she addressed a certain someone had evolved from German Sparrow and Mr. World to that person. This was partly out of respect and partly out of fear of eavesdropping. Upon hearing her friend's words, Zio looked around and asked in puzzlement, "Why are you here? Aren't you going to set up a ritual?" She remembered that summoning a messenger required a ritual. This is only one of the methods. That person told me to use another method. Furs looked at her clothes and found that she didn't have time to change them last night. They were wrinkled from sleeping. Thinking that she was going to meet the messenger later, she decided to pay attention to her image. She hurriedly returned to the bedroom on the second floor and changed into a beige dress with a flounce hem. In preparation, in front of Zio, she raised her right hand and grabbed forward, as though she was trying to pull something out of the air. In her eyes, an illusory book condensed and formed. It flipped quickly and stopped at one of the pages. The next second, her arms sank, and a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the German Sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black coat. His face was cold, and his temperament was stiff. Success? This is only my second attempt. I only tried once yesterday, and I failed. Fur's eyes widened, as if she wanted to absorb more light and see more clearly. She knew that she had summoned a projection from the historical void, so she wasn't too nervous. Instead, Zio subconsciously held her breath and looked warily at the projection of German Sparrow. She couldn't tell if it was real or fake. She still had a clear memory of this crazy adventurer's battle achievements. Furs actually summoned German Sparrow? Shouldn't it be his messenger? German Sparrow can also descend as a summoned creature? Questions popped up in Zio's mind. Just as Furs was at a loss as to what to do next, German Sparrow's eyes darted around slightly. His gaze instantly turned spirited, no longer looking dull and sluggish. It gave off the feeling that he had come alive. Right on the heels of that, he took out an exquisite silver-white harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. There was no sound, but the surroundings instantly turned cold as a bone-chilling wind blew. Then, a lady in a dark and complicated dress walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. Her 8 eyes looked at German Sparrow at the same time. German Sparrow nodded slightly and pointed at Furs. This lady needs to go deep into the spirit world to set up 4 special coordinates. Please help her. All right. One of Rionette Tynker's heads bobbed up and down as it spoke. German Sparrow didn't say anything else. As he approached the window, he made the glove on his left hand turn transparent. His figure quickly vanished as he teleported out of the house. He's gone. He's gone. The historical void projection someone left just like that. Furs watched with her mouth slightly agape, as though she was experiencing a farce. According to her understanding, the thing that was summoned should be under her control. How could it just leave on its own after saying a few words? Could it be that the historical void projection has a personality like the person himself? No, it's like the descent of German Sparrow himself. Furs glanced at Zio and realized that she was equally confused. At that moment, Furs suddenly shivered, as though she had been targeted by an extremely terrifying creature. She subconsciously turned her head and realized that German Sparrow's messenger was looking at her with 8 red eyes, carefully sizing her up. He's as terrifying as German Sparrow. Furs forced a smile and said, "That's right. Sorry to trouble you." At that moment, Rionette Tynker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. "Requires payment, 800 gold coins. There's even a fee?" Furs turned agape once again, unsure of how to respond. After a few seconds, her mind suddenly became active, and she calculated her savings. After lending 2,400 pounds to Zio, I still have 780 pounds left. I've spent quite a bit during this period of time, but the royalties from before are still coming in. together with some other income, and the 300-pound Zio has returned, I have a total of 1,258 pounds. That's enough. Furs was about to agree when she immediately realized a problem. All of it in gold coins? Rionette Tinker's forehead shook slightly. Yes, you can. Oh, as expected, it's all in gold coins. I remember that Mr. World has been trying to gather gold coins and exchange them for gold coins. Is it also to pay this messenger? The relationship between him and his messenger is so complicated. Mr. World should still have quite a lot of gold coins. I'll just get him to exchange it for 800 gold coins later. Furs secretly heaved a sigh of relief. All right. After agreeing, she saw the head in the headless messenger's hand raise up and bite the clothes on her shoulder. The colors around her became richer and brighter. The red turned redder, the black turned blacker, and the white turned whiter. Just like that, Furs was led by Rionette Tinker through similar scenes without any sense of direction. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place that seemed to be filled with a faint fog. In the depths of the fog, eyes seemed to look over, but they quickly shrank back. When Magician's Furs summoned German Sparrow's projection from the historical void to Bakeland, Klein's main body immediately entered the fog of history and ran all the way to before the first epoch. His consciousness came alive in the projection, reducing Furs's expenditure. This way, Klein indirectly returned to Bakeland. This was also the reason why he got Miss Magicians to use such a complicated method to summon the messenger. As for the messenger summoned by the adventurer's harmonica, it was an objective existence. It wouldn't increase the burden on Furs's spirituality. Even if the historical void projection of Klein disappeared, Rionette Tinker could still stay in the real world if she wanted to. After a teleportation, Klein's figure appeared in a secluded alley near St. Samuel Cathedral. He used his faceless powers to change his appearance and figure. During this process, although there were still a few pedestrians in the alley, they were affected by the illusion and didn't notice that a companion had suddenly appeared. Right on the heels of that, Klein straightened his clothes, pressed down on his hat, and quickly walked to St. Samuel Cathedral. He found a seat by the side in the prayer hall and sat down. After taking off his top hat and reciting the honorific name, he piously drew a crimson moon on his chest. Then he clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and prayed to the Evernight goddess in a low voice. I'm searching for traces of the dark demonic wolf's past to grasp his exact situation. At this point, Klein recalled that the dark demonic wolf might be a former colleague of the Evernight goddess. They should have a sufficient understanding of each other. So he hurriedly added, I wonder if you can give me some hints. He didn't wait for a response as he maintained a calm state of mind and continued. After I'm done with this matter, I plan on heading east all the way to see if I can reach the western continent and see what state it's in. I'll also take this opportunity to escape Amon's pursuit and search for other possibilities. After praying, Klein tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion and whispered, Praise the Lady. Just as he said that, a dark night sky dotted with countless stars suddenly appeared in front of him. Unknowingly, a piece of information appeared in his mind. It was information regarding the dark demonic wolf, Kotur. Klein was taken aback for a moment. Only when the starry sky in front of him completely disappeared did he snap to his senses. He sincerely praised the goddess again. After leaving St. Samuel Cathedral, he used creeping hunger to teleport and arrived near the Holy Wind Cathedral in Sherwood Borough. He wanted to pray to the Lord of Storms. Looking up at the towering steeple, Klein was momentarily hesitant, unsure if he should really enter the headquarters of the Church of the Storm, Bakeland Diocese. I'm just a historical void projection. I'm not afraid. There's nothing to lose from praying. What if the Lord of Storms hears of Amon's situation and decides to bestow 0 to 32 to me? That way, I won't have to take the huge risk of hunting the dark demonic wolf. One should always have some expectations. Klein thought for a moment before finally making up his mind. He carefully raised his hand and summoned Winner Inuni, who hadn't been parasitized by Amon from the historical void. He made the marionette transform into him and walk into the Holy Wind Cathedral. In just a minute or two, a dark cloud suddenly floated over Bakeland. There seemed to be a flash of silver lightning in the Holy Wind Cathedral, but no one noticed it. Chapter 12:19. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and everything in the Holy Wind Cathedral returned to normal. In a nearby corner, Klein raised his hand to rub his forehead. The corners of his mouth twitched as he mumbled, "So be it. Why did you have to strike my marionette to death?" He then took a deep breath as his figure quickly faded away and disappeared. The historical void projection was about to end. After all, the high-level powers that a scribe had replicated were clearly different from the original. The burden of summoning a sequence 3 at a sequence 6 was rather heavy. Even if a scholar of your could transfer his consciousness over to reduce the expenditure, it was impossible for Furs to last too long. In the outskirts of Bakeland, downstream of the Tussock River, Leonard hid his red gloves and slowly walked towards a particular spot. Suddenly, Palazaros's slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "How's that former colleague of yours recently?" Recalling the conversation on the tarot, Leonard suppressed his voice and said, "He just avoided a trap set up by Amon's avatar. And is pursuing the truth of certain matters in the forsaken land of the gods." After Palaz heard that, he didn't say another word and allowed Leonard to continue walking. After setting up the special coordinates, Furs was thrown back to the real world by German Sparrow's messenger. "I feel so tired, but I just woke up. It must be that high sequence beyond her powers expend too much of my spirituality." Furs covered her mouth and yawned as she looked at Zio with a haggard expression. "It's possible." Zio agreed with her friend's judgment. Her intuition told her that the German Sparrow projection that she had summoned was definitely not simple. It might even be equivalent to a saint. After some hesitation, Zio said, "Sleep a little longer. Go back to sleep. Don't try to advance in this state." In a case I previously tried, the murderer was a psychopath. He would deliberately make his friends, his students, and the vagrants he took in consume potions in all kinds of negative states. He watched them lose control and mutate into all kinds of monsters, disgusting and terrifying monsters. What was this guy's goal? Furs was stunned for a second. Two purposes. One was to observe whether the same magic potion would cause the same loss of control in different people. The other was to record the corresponding scene in the form of oil painting. He believed that the madness, the pain, and the distortion had an incomparable beauty that could stimulate his most intense creative passion. Zio recalled the trial, feeling both hatred and a baffling lingering fear. He was a complete lunatic. This kind of guy should be killed. Furs shuddered at the mere thought of it. She grimaced and said, "Is he a cult member?" "Perhaps, but there are no clues. On the surface, he's an outstanding painter, and he's very famous internationally. If it wasn't for the disappearance of more than 5 of his students and friends in recent years, attracting our attention, we might have only discovered this matter after he completely went mad and lost control into a monster." When Zio said that, she suddenly paused for a moment before continuing. "Back then, the law enforcement team that captured him vomited when they opened his secret basement. There were terrifying mutated corpses placed there, and there were oil paintings that left people horrified but had a strange charm. A detestable guy, but also a very attractive story." Furs thought impressed. "Is he a devil?" "No, he's a psychiatrist." Zio denied her friend's guess. "You sentenced him to death?" Furs asked in anticipation. Zio shook her head. "His defense lawyer convinced me that he's more suitable to be a sealed artifact researcher." "There's a lawyer? Your abnormal affairs court has lawyers? Isn't it all a direct trial?" Furs asked in surprise. Zio combed her blonde hair that had grown longer. "We have some beyonders of the lawyer pathway. They also need to act. Of course, they don't know that they're acting." "All right." Furs yawned again and pointed at the reclining chair by the fireplace. "I'll take a nap first." Aren't you going to work?" "I can apply for leave," Zio replied succinctly. Furs didn't ask further. She walked to the fireplace and collapsed. 2 to 3 hours later, she woke up and meditated for a quarter of an hour. Following that, she found the traveler bonder characteristic and supplementary ingredients that her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, had given her and concocted a potion. The potion's color was white but transparent, like half-melted snow. From time to time, light green bubbles would emerge from it. Holding the potion, Furs looked at her good friend who was guarding her and smiled. She smiled and said, "If I lose control, don't hesitate to behead me. No, pray first. Perhaps there's still a chance to save me." Zio nodded slowly. "Maintain your current state." Furs silently exhaled. Without any hesitation, she raised the potion and gulped it down. In the blink of an eye, she felt beams of light appear in her body and in front of her. They rampaged about, opening one illusory door after another. Furs's consciousness couldn't help but enter one of the doors as her body turned transparent and vanished. In this chaotic state of mind, Furs nearly lost her sense of self. Thankfully, she had been tormented recently and had a strong will. Furthermore, from time to time, she would sense the 4 special coordinates in the spirit world. Finally, she woke up bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, she realized that she had entered the depths of the spirit world. It was difficult to determine her exact location, nor could she find her way back. With the help of the 4 special coordinates, Furs slowly traversed back to a familiar place. She left the dense, stacked colors and the thin fog and walked out of the spirit world. Those 4 special coordinates aren't only used to help me find a way back, but they can also effectively maintain my self-awareness. Teacher is only a sequence 7, and he doesn't have any actual experience. It's inevitable that there will be some flaws in his knowledge. As Furs's thoughts raced, she cast her gaze at Zio and smiled. "I'm a traveler now." Zio heaved a sigh of relief. "What additional Beyonder powers did you gain?" "The main thing is that there's an additional teleportation, as well as invisible hand. In addition, the number of demigod-level Beyonder powers I can record has increased to 4. The exact effects should be close to sequence 4. Furs did a self-examination. She then raised her hand and drew a tarot card from the room that was used for divination. It was a man with a scepter in his right hand pointing to the sky and his left hand pointing to the ground. In front of him were the Holy Grail, scepter, sword, star coins, and other items. The Magician's card. The day of the longest night every year was the birthday of the Evernight goddess, commonly known as Winter Gifts Day. On this day, all the believers of Evernight would head to a nearby cathedral to witness the sunset. When night came, they would participate in Mass, enjoy Holy Communion, listen to the choir, and do all kinds of activities. 1350 was a heavy year for the Evernight believers of Rouen. The intensity of the war and the rise in prices made them lose their good mood. However, on this Winter Gifts Day, they still walked out of their homes. This was because the Church of Evernight would be holding a large-scale Mass in the various squares to appease the souls that had passed away. At the same time, many foundations would also distribute food vouchers at the Massachusetts. Those who received them could use them to obtain the corresponding items at any relief point or cathedral. This caused some of the believers of Storms and Steam, who didn't celebrate Winter Gifts Day, to head to the nearest square. Westboro, Memorial Square, the place where George III was blasted to death. Audrey wore a black cloak and carried the golden retriever, Susie, who carried a small leather bag on her back. She walked among the nobles with a plain expression. Her expression didn't seem abnormal, but there was some pain and guilt hidden within. She had already obtained the blood of the elderly mind dragon and concocted the manipulator potion. It was placed in the small bag on Susie's back. Susie was already a sequence 6 hypnotist, so Audrey believed that not many people present could discover her abnormality and snatch the item from her. The blood of the elderly mind dragon came from the hermit Catlia. It was said that she had obtained it from Queen Mystic, and Audrey had paid £3,000 to buy it. This was in line with her expectations. This was because she didn't really want to obtain the ingredients from psychological alchemy. After all, her immediate superior, Vin Rambus, had only died a few months ago, and she was already gathering the items needed for her advancement. It would inevitably arouse suspicion, and the other members of psychological alchemy had the ability and wisdom to notice this. Furthermore, Becoming a demigod means coming into contact with the counselors of the Psychological Alchemy Council. According to Mr. World, there might be an angel of the mind domain hidden among them. I should prepare for a while longer. When I have a suitable encounter and excuse, I'll consider raising my status in the council. I'll first conceal my strength for a period of time. With her blonde hair tied up, Audrey lifted the hem of her skirt and slowly walked to her predetermined spot. Along the way, many nobles extended a friendly hand to her, hoping to help this beautiful, noble, but weak girl pass through crowded areas and obstacles. However, they were all blocked by Earl Hall. He let his eldest son, Hibbert, take care of his youngest daughter while he held his wife's arm and walked in front. From time to time, he would turn back to look at the most dazzling jewel in Bakeland. Not long after their family arrived at their destination, the Archbishop of the Church of Evernights, Bakeland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, walked up the platform in a black robe with red patterns. He looked around, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Praise the goddess. When the believers below gave a response, the saint said in a low voice that everyone could hear, "That's right. Today is a celebration of the night, but the goddess responds with mercy. He has compassion on every mother who has lost her child, on every lonely child, on every person who has suffered greatly." He said that all of this will come to an end. All of this suffering will return to silence and peace. Chapter 12:20. As Anthony Stevenson's words echoed in Memorial Square and spread to other places, the people of Rouen who participated in the Mass of Repose felt touched, sad, warm, and depressed. In different squares, different choirs began reciting the poem. The ethereal and holy voice seemed to resound deep in everyone's hearts. The crimson full moon rises and reflects on the land. Everyone sinks into a sweet dream, dreaming of themselves, of parents, wives, husbands, and children. This is forever. Note 1. Unknowingly, everyone felt as though their minds had been baptized and their spirituality was naturally released. They seemed to have really entered a dream, strolling in a quiet darkness. Here lay their children, their parents, their wives, their husbands, their friends. There was no more suffering, no more pain. There was peace and gentleness in their expressions. We will look up at the night sky, tenderly say her name, Evernight Goddess. If she hears it, she will definitely agree. She will definitely reveal a pure smile to the dead. Come, rest, sleep in peace, my children. Note 2. The people strolling in the dream once again felt a strong sense of sadness, as though they understood that they were really going to bid farewell. They recalled all the beautiful scenes of the past, the scene of the family sitting around the dining table enjoying delicacies and chatting to their heart's content. They recalled the person who looked at them warmly. They recalled the pain of seeing them hurt and hearing of their passing that seemed to tear their souls apart. They recalled the dark clouds and parting brought about by the war. They slept peacefully in this peaceful kingdom, no longer having any worries. However, the survivors had to suffer day and night, turning haggard and withering. A tear slid down, followed by another. The people at Memorial Square's remnant mass could no longer suppress the emotions in their hearts. They silently and unreservedly vented the accumulated pain. Great sadness filled the air, intertwining with the choir's chanting as though it had a corporeal form. Cross your hands, place them on your chest, say the silent prayer, and shout from your heart. The only home is peace. Note 3. The people who were crying silently with their eyes closed subconsciously followed the content of the poem and did similar actions. Then, they were infected by each other and shouted in their hearts, "The only home is peace." The sadness reached its peak. More than 10,000 people in Memorial Square felt a strong resonance. At this moment, Audrey opened her eyes, bent down, and took out a bottle of potion from the leather bag on Susie's back. Countless fragments of light floated in the potion, as though it was the manifestation of the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey didn't hesitate. Under such circumstances, she unscrewed the cap and gulped down the liquid inside. Unlike in the past, where she could still experience the potion sliding down her throat and into her stomach, Audrey felt. She felt that she could no longer feel her body. Her entire being seemed to have condensed into a ball of thought and merged with the illusory sea around her. This was the first time that she had seen the sea of collective subconscious without going through the island where her dreams and mind were. It was like she had returned to her mother's arms before she was born. She had returned to the very beginning, where she was washed, disintegrated, and influenced by the imprints left by the ancestors of mankind. There was fear, madness, and all kinds of terrible mental pollution in it. Audrey couldn't resist it for a moment. Her consciousness faded, and her figure swayed, about to melt. Affected by this, Audrey, who knew that she was about to be assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious, also resonated with it. She felt uncontrollable grief. The grief passed from one thought to another. Soon, it filled the thoughts that Audrey had mutated into. It pierced in her soul body and her soul. Affected by this, Audrey, who knew that she was about to be assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious, also felt a resonance. She felt an uncontrollable grief. The grief passed from one thought to another. Soon, it filled the sea of collective subconscious. It pierced through her soul body and soul. The voice in her ear became clearer and louder. Finally, it echoed in the sea of collective subconscious. The only home is peace. The only home is peace. The only home is peace. Audrey repeated the prayer as her figure quickly became clear. With just a thought, she split into many transparent and illusory versions of herself. They roamed the sea of collective subconscious, arriving at the mind islands that represented different people and climbing them. In these places, she directly saw where the sadness of different people came from. It came from the cannonballs that fell from the sky, from the airships that formed a formation, from the letters sent back from the front lines, from the bad news delivered by the postman, from the splattering of flesh and blood in front of her eyes, from the sudden collapse of a loved one, from the pile of toys that no longer had an owner, from the violent coughing in the great smog. The only home is peace. The golden retriever, Susie, also closed her eyes during Massachusetts. She recited the words in human language in her heart, not noticing any abnormalities around her. Suddenly, Audrey's voice sounded in her soul, her body of heart and mind. Susie, I succeeded. I've always been very worried. I was worried that as my sequence advanced, I would be more and more affected by the potion. I would become colder and colder, becoming more and more like a mythical creature instead of a human. Susie looked up in a daze, only to see that the blonde girl beside her had her eyes closed, but her face was covered in tears at some point in time. Then she heard Audrey say in her heart, "Fortunately, I can still feel their sorrow." How nice! In Susie's eyes, another drop of tear fell from the corner of the golden-haired girl's eye, sparkling and translucent. At this moment, the sun withdrew its last ray of light, and the night brought peace. Everyone opened their eyes at the same time and said in a calm voice, "The only home is peace." After crying uncontrollably for a while, Audrey, who was originally bright and cheerful, became a little more delicate, with a touch of sadness, which made everyone who saw her feel affection from the bottom of their hearts. Under all kinds of protection, she returned to Empress Burrow and returned to her room. Only at this moment did she have the chance to seriously examine herself, digesting the knowledge and experience she had obtained from the potion and the sea of collective subconscious. Others might not be able to tell, but Audrey knew very well that the tall, beautiful blonde girl in the mirror already possessed immense strength and exaggerated dragon scales for defense. She was the kind that could shatter a piece of steel with a single punch. Oh, I can still dragon transformation, which is equivalent to using an incomplete mythical creature form. However, I have to wait until I get used to the potion and constantly stack the correct psychological cues. Otherwise, I'll directly lose control. Every dragon transformation can exceed a certain amount of time. Otherwise, even if I have treatment methods that target my mind and soul, I'll be deeply infected by madness and chaos, causing me to lose control. My current limit is about a minute. The core ability of a manipulator is called control. I can let the body of heart and mind enter the mind island of others through the sea of collective subconscious, directly tampering with their subconscious, reading their thoughts, and silently driving them to do all kinds of things. Paired with control is virtual personas. I can create many personas, allowing them to have a corresponding body of heart and mind. This can resist many of the effects of the mind domain. On the other hand, it can allow me to silently invade the target's mind island while conversing with others without any signs on the surface. I can only create 13 virtual personas at present. A manipulator can also create a terrifying mental plague. I can use the sea of collective subconscious to spread all kinds of mental illnesses and extreme madness. Yes, awe has become a large-scale mind deprivation. It's no longer just an effect of awe. I can also turn my designated thoughts into a mind storm that engulfs the surroundings and affects all enemies. As a manipulator, it's a must to have the ability to roam the sea of collective subconscious. This is called consciousness walk. Otherwise, if I were to slowly arrive at the predetermined place after going through complicated maneuvers like before, the target would have already left. Audrey looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly revealed a faint smile. Then, she puffed up her cheeks and opened her mouth as though she was about to spit out something. Since her mythical creature form was a mind dragon, she definitely had psychic breath. This could directly stimulate and damage the target's body of heart and mind body. It was an area of effect, enhanced version of psychic piercing. Audrey's green eyes darted around slightly as she retracted her gaze and sighed inwardly. This is a demigod. These powers even make me afraid. And how powerful must Mr. World be to be able to kill Vin Rambus above the gray fog in the ancient palace? As the participants of the hunt finished their preparations, they decided to organize a private meeting to discuss the specific details. Manipulators are that terrifying? Magician's Furs looked at Miss Justice beside her and blurted out in shock. Just now, Audrey had briefly mentioned the changes she had undergone after becoming a demigod. Although she didn't go into detail to protect her trump card, it still left the magicians, the hermit, judgment, and the star alarmed. Actually, it's not that terrifying. Mr. World knows very well. Audrey cast her gaze to the bottom of the long, mottled table. The World Gehrman Sparrow didn't nod as he tersely acknowledged. I also had a powerful helper to kill Vin Rambus. He paused for a moment, then said, before we discuss the hunt, I want to know how to make the House of Abraham feel my friendliness. Note 1. Adapted from Tennyson, Lotus Eater. Note 2. Adapted from I.B.A. Browning, The Children's Cries. Note 3. Adapted from Thomas Hood, The Bridge of Sighs and Tennyson, Lotus Eater. P.S. Update before making changes. Chapter 12:21. Friendly? Upon hearing World's German Sparrow's question, Magician's Furs nearly doubted her ears. The image of Mr. X's head, which was covered in cracks, and bloodstains, instantly surfaced in her mind. Just as Furs was deliberating over a good excuse, Audrey glanced at her and smiled at World's German Sparrow. To make the House of Abraham feel your friendliness, what's important isn't what you do, but what Miss Magicians writes in the letter. That's right. Unless I directly appear in front of Miss Magicians' teacher, his understanding of me will only be limited to the various rumors and the things Miss Magicians tells him. As long as the story she tells is good enough, it doesn't matter even if it doesn't match the actual situation. Klein suddenly realized that he had gotten into a dead end when thinking about the corresponding problem. Magician's Furs understood Miss Justice's words, but she didn't think it through thoroughly enough. After looking at the hermit, the star, and company, Audrey said to Furs, you need to convey Mr. World's goodwill to your teacher. You need to convey Mr. World's goodwill to your teacher. For this, you can weave some stories instead of telling the truth. Then what do I need to say? Magician's Furs took the initiative to ask. It wasn't that she wasn't good at fabricating stories. On the contrary, it was what she was best at, But the problem was that writing a novel that people liked and writing a story that people believed weren't the same. The latter would undoubtedly be easier if she could obtain the advice of a senior psychologist. Audrey had already thought of the details of the letter before she opened her mouth. At that moment, she replied in an unhurried manner. That's right. At that moment, she replied unhurriedly. Clearly, your teacher must have noticed your rapid advancement. And because of Mr. X's death and all kinds of sensitive issues, he has a certain degree of suspicion and wariness towards the Beyonder circles you participate in. Yes. Furs nodded slightly, agreeing with Miss Audrey's judgment. If her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, was a careless person who was abnormally insensitive to various signs, she wouldn't have survived until now. She would have long been captured by the Aurora Order or died in the hands of other forces that were interested in the House of Abraham. Audrey continued, That's right. Under such circumstances, he still maintains contact with you, teaches you knowledge, gives you formulas, and provides you with ingredients. This means that on the one hand, he recognizes your personality and character. On the other hand, he has certain expectations for you to become a sequence 4 demigod and for you to obtain important information from the mysterious and dangerous Beyonder Circle. What we want to do is exploit this mentality. Audrey originally wanted to use the more neutral term grasp to replace exploit, but after a slight pause, she chose to face herself and the essence of the matter. Seeing that Magician's Furs was listening attentively, and that Judgment, the Star, and the Hermit were looking forward to what she was going to say next, Audrey pursed her lips and said, After you return, you can write to him and tell him that you've become a traveler. After you return, you can write to him and tell him that you've become a traveler. Let him be happy about your growth, but also surprised by your exaggerated advancement speed. Then, answer the question he raised previously. Say that the gentleman who wishes to purchase the worm of Star mentioned something. It's that the ancient curse in the Abraham family's bloodline seems to come from a secret existence named Mr. Door. This is a question that your teacher has never told you, but is absolutely concerned about. Without a doubt, he will feel fear towards the gentleman who seems to know of your connection with the House of Abraham. He will want to avoid him, but he will definitely desire to know more. He wants to figure out the secrets hidden in the curse that has plagued the House of Abraham for generations, and if there's a solution. At the same time, communicating through letters and not meeting him directly will give him a certain sense of security. He might change his residence, change his identity, and use a more roundabout method to send and receive letters, but there's a high chance that he won't lose contact. Maintain this connection and reveal more valuable information step by step to awaken your teacher's desire. Then, you can use this to shape Mr. World's image and let your teacher experience some kind of kindness. At this point, Audrey stopped and looked at the World, German Sparrow. She could roughly tell that Mr. World had expressed his goodwill to the House of Abraham because he had something to ask of them. However, she wasn't a prophet, nor had she read German Sparrow's mind. She naturally couldn't guess what it was, so she couldn't elaborate further. Klein nodded and laughed hoarsely at Miss Magicians. After we establish this indirect connection, I might propose a trade request to your teacher, using the promise of removing the curse in exchange for something valuable. Through demonstracy, he had already grasped the solution to the curse of the House of Abraham, but he didn't plan on exchanging it for the Planeswalker potion formula and a grade 0 sealed artifact. On the one hand, the value wasn't equal. If the difference was too great, Klein would feel guilty. On the other hand, he didn't want to release a dangerous existence like Mr. Door back into the real world. That would be irresponsible to himself and all the innocent people. He was considering finding another way to make the curse of the House of Abraham disappear to a certain extent. In other words, it might still exist, but it wouldn't affect the normal lives of the Abrahams and their advancement within a certain range. So that's how it is. Mid and high-level Beyonders in the mind domain are really powerful. They can make people unknowingly do the corresponding things according to their arrangements. Compared to when I first met her, Miss Justice seems to have undergone a complete transformation. She's both fearful and admirable. Magician's Furs glanced at Zio and seemed to read the same wistful emotions in her eyes. She thought for a moment and mustered her courage to say to the world, German Sparrow, what if my teacher rejects your request for a trade? Do you think I'll kill and plunder? Klein lampooned in his heart in Mandarin and scoffed. Don't worry, I won't harm him. I won't force him. Phew! Although Mr. World is a little terrifying, he still keeps his promises. Magician's Furs slowly nodded. I'll follow Miss Justice's suggestion and write a letter to my teacher later. Klein nodded slightly and looked around. You can discuss the hunt now. The hermit Catlia took over the reins and said, That's right. The biggest problem in this operation is how to find the Saint of Secrets, Bootiz. Furs suddenly recalled her previous encounter with Bootiz. She raised her hand and said, If I can borrow that powerful sealed artifact from my teacher, I can bring it with me and often stroll around Bakeland. Through the convergence of Beyonder characteristics, I can attract Buddhas nearby. This might also attract other demigods of the apprentice pathway, or the leader of the secret order, Zeradol, or blasphemer Amon. The more Furs spoke, the lower her voice became. She felt that this method was too dangerous. If Zeradol and Amon really appeared, she didn't know what would happen to the other members of the operation. But as bait, she would undoubtedly not be able to escape. Catlia nodded and thought. If it's only a grade 1 sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway, the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence wouldn't be that attractive to neighboring pathways. The range would be limited to demigods of the apprentice pathway. And according to what I know, there aren't many of them. It can even be said to be few. Most of them exist in the form of characteristics or sealed artifacts. I suddenly don't want to become a sequence 4. Magician's Furs' eyelids twitched when she heard that. Catlia then cast her gaze at the world, German Sparrow. Let's not talk about whether or not there's a grade 1 sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway. To let the Saint of Secrets and Miss Magicians encounter each other, the premise is that he's also in Bakeland. Furthermore, he's not that cautious and often goes out. Upon hearing this, Leonard said from the perspective of a professional official Beyonder, That's actually not difficult. This actually isn't difficult. As a demigod of the apprentice pathway, Bodies is definitely in charge of dealing with accidents and providing support to different places in the upper echelons of the Aurora Order. He has sufficient mobility. This is a term that appeared after the invention of steam locomotives and airships. As long as you can create some incidents against the Aurora Order in Bakeland, there's a high chance that he will come. As he spoke, Leonard glanced at Klein. According to what he knew, in the chaotic battle outside Biome caused by German Sparrow, the Saint of Secrets had appeared and picked up a glove. That's a solution. Audrey and company nodded. At this moment, the world, German Sparrow, suddenly said, Let me remind you that the Aurora Order is an organization that worships a true God. Let me remind you that the Aurora Order is an organization that worships a true God. Once you take action against them, with the implied goal of hunting their upper echelons, the true creator might foresee it and give you a warning. That's possible? Audrey's eyes widened slightly as she observed Catlia, Leonard, and company. She realized that they were equally stunned. This was something they had never considered before. It wasn't that they weren't smart enough, but rather that they had never participated in matters that involved high-level existences. Or rather, even if they had participated, they didn't know anything about it. Then what should we do? Magician's Furs couldn't help but ask. Klein replied in an enlightening tone. I'll use a gentler method that doesn't directly target the Aurora Order to fish out Saint of Secrets Bootiz. Chapter 1222. A softer method. However, Catlia, who lacked experience when it came to high-level matters, instantly had a new idea. Let Miss Magicians participate in the various Beyonder gatherings in Bakeland, and accidentally reveal her connection to the House of Abraham, thereby attracting the attention of the Aurora Order. Seeing that the world's German Sparrow didn't deny it, Catlia thought as she looked to the other side. How to make this matter reasonable and not arouse suspicion, how to design the steps and process of exposure, and how to lay the groundwork for each gathering. I might need Miss Justice's help. In her opinion, only a manipulator who could accurately grasp the psychology of the people at the gathering could make the plan natural, reasonable, and flawless. Okay. Audrey nodded solemnly, feeling a little excited. She then added, "You're right. Although I haven't done anything like this before, I will try my best to make everything seem reasonable. Why do I suddenly feel a little afraid? Why do I feel like none of us have any experience? Apart from Mr. World, who can't participate directly, Ma M. Hermit might be very experienced in other aspects, but she probably hasn't done such a hunt before. This isn't a game. This is a cruel operation where someone might die if they aren't careful." Magician's furs trembled when she heard that. She deeply doubted the qualifications of most of the members present, including herself. However, when she thought of how Miss Justice and Mime Hermit were already sequence 4 demigods, while she and the star were sequence 5, she felt that this wasn't too serious of a problem. After all, every powerhouse was someone with little experience who accumulated their strength step by step. Furthermore, they had the world, German Sparrow, the strongest hunter of the 5 seas, to keep watch. Reasonable. Scheme. Control. Upon hearing Ma M. Hermit and Miss Justice's conversation, Klein subconsciously extracted the keywords. This made him recall his experience of using 0-08 and being arranged by 0-08. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's no wonder the spectator's sequence 1 is author. This is indeed a very reasonable development, but it can go from guiding to forcing. You don't have to worry about the specific arrangements. Go back and think about it carefully. At the same time, you have to make adjustments based on the feedback from the scene. Katlia nodded in thought as she suddenly had a new idea. When Miss Magicians participates in a Beyonder gathering, it's best if you hide in the nearby area and use your control over the sea of collective subconscious to monitor the thoughts of every participant and accurately grasp the feedback. Would it be enough to create only 13 virtual personalities? There should be more than 13 members at the Beyonder gathering. I can take turns to monitor them and choose the ones I pay attention to. Audrey quickly analyzed the feasibility and tersely acknowledged. No problem. This was also a form of training for her. At the same time, it was also a form of acting to a certain extent. She didn't directly use her Beyonder powers to influence the target, but through an accurate grasp of the target's mental state, she could use her words, performance, actions, and script to control the corresponding personnel. Seeing that there were no problems on Miss Justice's side, Katlia looked at the magicians. In order to prevent any sudden attacks, as well as to better grasp the situation around you, I need to plant something on you. What is it? Magician's furs asked warily. Katlia glanced at the world, who was at the end of the long, modeled table. After obtaining the approval of Mr. Fool's Blessed, she raised her hand and pressed it against her glabella. A pair of nearly transparent eyes appeared in front of her. They didn't have any eyelashes and were cold and emotionless. This is the eye of mystery prying. After becoming a mysticologist, I can place it on someone else's body. What it sees is equivalent to what I see. Furthermore, once it enters a concealed state, it will be very difficult to be discovered by other means. Katlia gave a simple introduction. Upon seeing this scene, Klein leaned back slightly and let out a long sigh inwardly. Back when he first grasped spirit vision, he had seen something similar behind old Neil. If he had the accumulated mysticism knowledge he had now, he would have been able to detect the problem earlier. Perhaps things would have developed differently. If these strange eyes were planted on me, wouldn't I be watched by Mime Hermit when I go to the bathroom? Magician's furs secretly drew a cold gasp and asked hesitantly, "Can I plant it before every gathering? Can I plant it before every gathering? If we make frequent contact, it'll be very easy to be discovered. Besides, Saint of Secrets Buddhas won't only appear at the time you choose." Katlia nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge and explained. Finally, she said, "Don't worry. I won't see what I shouldn't see." This was a lesson learned through blood and tears. Furs was silent for a few seconds before she slowly exhaled. "All right," Katlia nodded slightly and continued. "That's right. After discovering clues to the House of Abraham, the Aurora Order will definitely do a certain level of investigation. And to be safe and to prevent any accidents from happening, they will definitely send someone with sufficient confidence. Among them, Saint of Secrets Buddhas is undoubtedly the person who is most interested in the House of Abraham. Furthermore, Bakeland isn't suitable for the activities of a king of angels, so the chances of him appearing are the highest. At this moment, the star Leonard, who was leaning back in his chair, raised his hand. Not necessarily. According to the information we have, the Aurora Order has another high-ranking member in Bakeland named Saint Tenebris. After Mr. A's disappearance, he appeared to organize some matters. When the time comes, the person in charge of tracking down clues to the House of Abraham might very well be him, and not the Saint of Secrets. After all, it's his parish. The demigod I encountered when assassinating Mr. X is Saint Tenebris? Klein nodded inconspicuously in enlightenment. Katlia was already prepared for this. Without any hesitation, she said to the star, I might need your help in this matter. I might need your help with this. You should investigate more cases involving the Aurora Order and attack them more often. This way, it will be inconvenient for them to carry out their activities. After discovering clues to the House of Abraham, they might very well seek reinforcements and let, yes, the Saint of Secrets, who is more mobile and more covert, be in charge. Leonard thought of the recent mission list and nodded slightly. Sure, as the captain of a Red Gloves team, he had the authority to do so. The only question is, could this also be foreseen by the true Creator? After Leonard agreed, he turned to look at Klein. Klein thought for a moment and pointed out from the side. You are also under the gaze of the gods. Leonard retracted his gaze in enlightenment and said to the hermit Katlia, That's right. I have no more questions. Katlia pushed up the glasses on the side of her face and cast her gaze at judgment. The Beyonder Circle that Miss Magicians participates in will be limited to East Borough and Bakeland Bridge. This should be a place you are very familiar with. You have to constantly pay attention to any abnormalities and immediately inform me of the situation around the gathering location. All right. Although Zio was disappointed that she could only handle external matters, she knew very well that with her strength, she could only do so much. At this moment, Katlia thought for a moment and said, You are a judge. When the time comes, you might need to do some area of effect prohibitions. This might not be effective against the Saint of Secrets Bootiz, but it should be able to cause some interference. Don't doubt it. With preparations and only providing support, a mid-sequence Beyonder can also affect a Saint to a certain extent. The premise of all of this is that a demigod is fighting a demigod, and I'm only providing support. The education that Zio had received from a young age, and the MI9 she had joined emphasized cooperation. It was very easy for her to understand Ma and Hermit's words. At this point, the plan had taken shape. What followed was to adjust it bit by bit through practice. Just as Furs heaved a sigh of relief, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Don't worry. Previously, Mr. World mentioned that Bootiz might have a Grade 0 sealed artifact. How should I deal with it? Frankly speaking, she didn't have a direct impression of how terrifying a Grade 0 sealed artifact was. This was because she had never encountered one, nor had she seen others encounter one. However, she had experienced the Grade 1 sealed artifact that German Sparrow had borrowed from Mr. Fool many times, so she knew how terrifying it was. And a Grade 0 sealed artifact was an entire level higher than a Grade 1 sealed artifact, so its might was obvious. In the rumors that Furs had heard, some Grade 0 sealed artifacts could even destroy Bakeland, or even the world. Katlia fell silent for a few seconds. On the one hand, we can use Miss Justice's grasp of the minds of the people around her to search for possible traces. On the other hand, we can use Miss Judgment's understanding of the various anomalies in the area and combine it with divination to determine if there's such a sealed artifact. If we don't receive any feedback, and the Saint of Secrets Bootiz really has a Grade 0 sealed artifact with him, you don't have to be too afraid. He won't kill you immediately. He will definitely try to control you and find a safe place to interrogate you. We will have enough time and opportunity to separate him from the sealed artifact. Remember, the sealed artifacts a Beyonder possesses aren't completely a portion of their strength. During this process, didn't you also record some high-level Beyonder powers? If the situation is dire, don't hold back. Escape with all your might. You don't sound very confident. Magician Furz's face suddenly turned pale as she forced a smile. I'll do my best. At this moment, German Sparrow, the world, took the initiative to say, when necessary, you can pray to Mr. Fool. When necessary, you can pray to Mr. Fool. I will also ask him to provide some protection ahead of time and give some revelations. As this operation couldn't threaten Klein's true body no matter what, and it might involve a Grade 0 sealed artifact, he, who had gained basic control over Sapphira Castle, could only obtain some revelations. That's good. Magicians Furs, Zio, and company silently heaved a sigh of relief. As the private gathering came to an end, Klein looked at Katlia and said, "From the looks of it, there's no way to end the operation before the new year. Looks like we won't be able to end the operation before the new year. I'll pay you in advance." He then condensed a portion of mysticism knowledge that he hadn't mentioned before into a pale white brilliance and pushed it to the hermit. Chapter 1223. Dark Angel Sasrer might very well be a negative personality that was separated from the ancient sun god. Mr. Dor was once the most powerful king of angels. The House of Abraham also has at least 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts that correspond to the angel-level Beyonder characteristics of the apprentice pathway. The underlying laws of this world are chaos and madness. Mysticism knowledge reverberated in Katlia's mind, making her feel a heavy weight amidst her shock. If it wasn't for Tarot, Mr. Fool's blessings, and the world's German Sparrow's provision, it definitely wouldn't have been so easy for her to understand this knowledge. She would definitely have to bear a huge risk. If she wasn't careful, she might attract the attention of certain high-level existences or be pestered by madness and pain. Thank you for your advance payment. This will greatly help me digest the potion. Katlia opened her eyes and sincerely thanked him. According to her original plan, she should be able to obtain some mysticism knowledge after meeting Queen Mystic. With German Sparrow's advance payment, there was a high chance that she could completely digest the mysticologist potion. Unfortunately, a few days before she arrived in Bakeland, Queen Mystic Bernadette had left the city after following a clue. This left Katlia very disappointed. Upon hearing Mom Hermit's words, Klein, who was disguised as the world, laughed hoarsely. There is a price to this gift. As his voice echoed, he nodded at Justice and Magicians, indicating that he was also speaking to them. After the private gathering ended, the members left Sapphira Castle one after another. Klein stood up and walked from the bottom of the long modeled table to the seat of honor, sitting at the Fool's seat. He leaned back in his chair and rested his elbows on the armrest. The void beside him rippled and condensed into circles of halos. This was a prayer point of light, a marionette controlled by the historical void projection that Klein had summoned. It had already existed before the gathering, but the corresponding area had been shielded by Klein. No one could sense it, and it had only returned to normal now. Klein cast his gaze at the circle of light. Using it as a base, he expanded his field of vision into the distance. In the real world, a dark mountain stood tall. There was a hole at the waist that extended all the way underground. There had once been many humans who had survived the cataclysm hiding here. Later, they were turned into his marionettes by dark demonic wolf Kotur. During this period of time, Klein had been retracing all sorts of traces and found 3 places where the dark demonic wolf had hidden in the past. However, he didn't gain much. The reason was very simple. Just like now, there was a rock at the entrance of the cave, and on top of it sat a young man wearing a classic black robe and a pointed hat. He had a wide forehead and a thin face. Amon, this angel of time, seemed to sense the gaze from Sapphira Castle. He raised his head, adjusted his crystal monocle, and slightly curled up the corners of his mouth. Klein retracted his gaze as his facial muscles twitched slightly. He muttered, "What a persistent ghost. It's not like this fellow doesn't know about the dark demonic wolf's past. Is there a need to destroy all the clues I need? Furthermore, it's always done a little earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he would have hung him up and given him a beating." Phew! Klein exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. He wore a black top hat and held a dim yellow lantern. He dispelled the historical void projection and left the mountain without looking back, heading deep into the silent wilderness. Klein's footsteps didn't hesitate at all. This was because he had long obtained detailed information about the dark demonic wolf, Kotur, from the Evernight goddess. He had a sufficient understanding of the god of wishes' character, style, and habits. The reason why he was still pursuing the dark demonic wolf's past was mainly because he wanted to verify something. After all, the eastern continent had been the forsaken land of the gods for 2,000 to 3,000 years. The dark demonic wolf had been away from the Evernight goddess's attention for a long time. It was very likely that there would be some changes in his personality and style. If he were to completely follow the information provided by the Evernight goddess to plan his actions, there was a high chance that he would make the mistake of using an expired map to bombard target. Under the immense pressure given by the true creator and Amon, the possibility of the dark demonic wolf transforming isn't low. It might even become a pervert. Perhaps it's so mentally repressed that it's half-mad. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. The dark demonic wolf, in his words, could actually be seamlessly switched to Klein Moretti or Zhoming Rue. All he needed to do was change the sentence to future tense. There was another reason why Klein insisted on pursuing the dark demonic wolf's past. It was an attempt to deceive Amon, making it difficult for him to guess that he had already grasped the key information. Of course, this might not be enough to fool the god of deceit. Klein's main goal was to obtain a mental victory, so as to adjust his overly repressed mental state. He didn't need to seek misjustice for treatment. Yes, from the looks of it, the dark demonic wolf still maintains the clarity and rationality of the late Second Epic. It's not as manic, bloodthirsty, and crazy as it was when it first fused with the other Beyonder characteristics. His most important personality trait doesn't seem to have changed. He is still that suspicious. He doesn't even trust his marionettes. Once he decides to migrate, he will leave behind all the marionettes he previously had and erase all connections. Also, the dark demonic wolf seems to have migrated from the east. As he thought, Klein suddenly stopped. In the darkness without the stars or the crimson moon, he relied on his spiritual intuition to cast his gaze in a particular direction. His expression gradually turned solemn as he raised his right hand and pressed down on his half-top hat. Then, Klein adjusted his direction and walked in the direction his gaze was pointing at. It was the east. In the endless darkness, the lantern in his hand dragged out a lonely shadow. His knee-length trench coat was almost the same color as the distant night. His footsteps were a little faster than before. Bakeland, Empress Burrow, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey sat in front of the dressing table and began to seriously consider how to make the release of bait appear reasonable. During this process, she suddenly thought of something. That was, if she wanted to head to the vicinity of the Beyonder gathering to monitor the thoughts of the participants, she lacked a fast and convenient method. As a Sequence 4 demigod, she couldn't fly, nor could she teleport, much less use flames to secretly jump. It would be fine if it was late at night, as she could use dreams as a springboard to shuttle, but during the day and evening, she could only rely on her feet. Actually, my speed isn't slow, but if I were to run faster than a steam locomotive, I would definitely attract attention. There are so many powerhouses in Bakeland, so there's no lack of existences that can see through my psychological invisibility. Similarly, in my dragon form, I can fly, but it's just too eye-catching. At present, I can only let my consciousness and spirit body enter the sea of collective subconscious, and I can't bring my body in. After some thought, Audrey could only consider purchasing sealed artifacts or mystical items that had the ability to travel. She also decided to travel through dreams where there were dreams. If there weren't, she would walk, take a car, or take the subway. What a simple demigod. Yes, it's no wonder her full name is demigod. Those terrifying Beyonder powers are the side of a god, and these are the side of a human. Audrey gave a self-deprecating laugh as she pulled her thoughts back on track. Bakeland, Hillston Burrow, sitting by the fireplace. Furs had a book spread open on her thigh as a pad for the letter. She held a fountain pen and stared at the horizontal lines on the paper and the tarot cards scattered on the ground. She didn't move for a long time. What's wrong? You don't want to lie to your teacher? No, what you wrote is the truth. You don't want to plot against your teacher? Zio walked over, squatted down, and looked up into Furz's eyes. Furz shook her head. No, it's not because of that. I do feel a little guilty, but I know that this is a good thing for him and the house of Abraham. I'm just hesitating. I have a nagging feeling that our fates will change after writing this letter. Zio was somewhat taken aback when she heard that. She didn't quite understand what her friend meant. Furz slowly exhaled and said, The war from before and now isn't that dangerous for us. The war from before and now isn't actually that dangerous for us. We have the ability to avoid it, obtain the corresponding resources, and continue our peaceful lives. Therefore, my feelings towards it aren't that deep. We're like people standing beside a torrent. We could have watched everything from the sidelines, but after writing this letter, we might be swept into the torrent by the surging waves. Zio listened quietly as she gaped her mouth and pursed her lips. She pursed her lips and said, If not for this matter, do you think we can avoid the torrent of fate? As she spoke, she picked up a tarot card from the ground. The surface of the card depicted an angel blowing a horn and the dead. The Judgment card. Furz looked at the tarot card for a while, closed her eyes, and combed her hair. She smiled and said, I understand. This is our inescapable fate. After praying to Mr. Fool and obtaining the Magician's card, they were destined to an inescapable fate. The fountain pen in Furz's hand finally landed on the letter. Pritz Harbor. Dorian Gray Abraham, who had long left the Fishermen's Association and changed his identity, opened the letter sent by a student. As he quickly scanned through it, his expression changed from shock, joy, and confusion to horror. Bang! Dorian threw the letter in his hand and knocked the table in front of him, as if the piece of paper was cursed and hit a monster. He retreated to the other side, pulled open a drawer, and took out some items. Then, he rushed to the door and prepared to leave. When his right palm touched the brass handle, Dorian's movements suddenly slowed down and finally froze. He slowly turned around and cast his gaze at the letter on the ground with a complicated look in his eyes. After a few seconds, Dorian Gray, Abraham, slowly walked towards the letter. She walked very hesitantly, and struggled, but she didn't stop, as if she had been tempted by the devil. Chapter 12:24. Finally, Dorian stopped beside the letter. He bent down and reached out his right palm. His fingers trembled slightly as he pinched the edge of the paper and picked it up. This time, Dorian was very careful. He read it word by word from the beginning. Sometimes he was enlightened, sometimes confused, and sometimes in pain. The letter from Furz wasn't long. He only took 3 minutes to read it twice before falling into a long silence. The sunlight shone in from outside the window and shone on the toppled table. Dorian Gray, Abraham's lips suddenly quivered, but in the end, he didn't make a sound. He rubbed his right thumb and index finger quickly across the paper, causing the letter to ignite into a scarlet flame. After doing all this, Dorian packed up his belongings, put on makeup, and left the rented house. He used the identity he had previously prepared to go somewhere else. After he settled down, he sat by the desk and stared at the brass ornament, deep in thought. As the sunlight became sparser and dimmer, Dorian's eyelids twitched as he let out a long, slow sigh. He then spread out the letter, picked up a pen, and wrote as he thought. I'm very happy to see you digest the scribe potion in a few months. This means that you really have a chance of becoming a demigod. These are the key points of acting as a traveler that I understand, but you have to remember that everyone has a different personality. There will always be some differences in acting and practice. You can't completely copy them. This doesn't mean that the key points of acting are wrong, but they can cause great conflict in your heart and affect your mental state. Sometimes, making appropriate adjustments may slow down the speed of the potion's digestion, but it's more beneficial to you. You have to remember that acting is just a tool, not a master. I look forward to the day you completely digest the Traveler Potion. I will prepare the corresponding ingredients and a gift for you. I'm very interested in the curse of the Abraham family that the gentleman mentioned. I think you should have noticed that I have a certain amount of research in this area. Otherwise, you wouldn't always ask me about related things." Linley frowned. "I hope you can take a step further to understand." After writing the reply, Dorian Gray Abraham closed her eyes and quickly folded the paper. In January 1351, the new year in Bakeland was much quieter than before. In the basement of a house in the West District, a few candles flickered with a yellowish flame, illuminating the altar, chairs, and round table placed around it. At the edge of the light, in an extremely dark place, a silhouette was faintly discernible. Sometimes it swayed, sometimes it stretched. It was a thin layer without any thickness, like a living shadow. Suddenly, the figure spoke in a deep voice. "You arrived earlier than I expected." Next to the candle, where the light was the brightest, a figure quickly appeared. It was a man dressed in a mysterious black robe. His brown hair was slightly curled, and each strand was hard. His eyes were deep, as if they were hiding countless things. He was one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order, the Saint of Secrets Bootes. Bootes smiled. "To me, distance isn't a problem." He then pulled a chair over and sat down, saying to the long and narrow shadow. He said to the long and narrow shadow, "Have you investigated the matter? Did you discover anything abnormal?" The shadow that had almost fused into the darkness replied in a deep voice, "No problem." "Really?" Bootes instinctively doubted the definite answer. "Kesma, could this be a trap?" The Aurora Order's Saint Tenebris Kesma slowly shook his head. "The target is very careful. She definitely didn't deliberately expose herself. If she wasn't seeking to purchase the cursed item of an ancient wraith, we wouldn't have been able to detect her connection with the House of Abraham." Saint of Secrets Bootes said in thought, "A cursed item of an ancient wraith. An ancient wraith's cursed object. This is one of the main ingredients for scribe. I remember that the Abraham family does have an extra brain of Asman. To be unwilling to directly provide the scribe beyond a characteristic and wish to do some tests is indeed the style of the Abrahams. To put it simply, they don't trust me enough." Saint Tenebris Kisma didn't echo Bootes' words as he continued, "Don't worry." He continued, "Even if she was seeking to purchase the main ingredient of the scribe potion, we didn't discover any problems. After all, not every believer knows the corresponding mysticism knowledge. However, she was still raising questions related to apprentices and Abraham. She's really very careful in this aspect. The circle of beyonders who seek to purchase ingredients is different from the circle of beyonders who ask questions. Different matters are handled in different circles. Besides, at times, she would hire other gathering participants ahead of time to help her raise her requests. If it wasn't for the fact that we have people in a few of the circles who eventually gathered the information, we wouldn't have noticed her." Saint of Secrets Bootes nodded slightly and asked, "Why didn't you take action directly? Why didn't you take action directly? Why did you call me over?" Darkness floated in the shadows and answered softly, "The situation in Bakeland is getting more and more tense. The Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind teams are cleaning up the area round after round. We're being watched very closely. If I were to handle this matter, it would be fine if there were no accidents. But if an accident were to happen, I wouldn't be able to graze a secret sorcerer, so I might not be able to escape in time. Besides, aren't you the one who's most interested in the House of Abraham?" Bootes chuckled and said, "I'm not interested in them at all. I'm not interested in them at all. I just want them all to die. To ensure my own safety, the most important thing is to nip revenge in the bud. That's my philosophy." As he spoke, the Saint of Secrets took out a crystal ball from his black robe's secret pocket. The crystal ball wasn't clear, nor was it translucent. It was as if a deep night had been poured into it. As Bootes stroked it with his palm and his lips moved, the strange crystal ball emitted a resplendent glow. Like stardust, they slowly rotated, forming a complex picture. "It's still acceptable." Bootes glanced at the crystal ball in his right hand and nodded lightly. He then looked at the ghostly shadow. "Tell me more specific information." When he learned that there would be a beyonder gathering of a certain circle tonight, and that the target might appear, Saint of Secrets Bootes stood up and said to Saint Tenebrous Kesma, "You're not the only one. I must be prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his right hand, raised it slightly, and closed his fingers. The area he was in instantly distorted and disappeared. The candles, firelight, round table, and chairs that had been there had also disappeared, leaving only the floor tiles and the ceiling. After a while, the shadows moved, and everything returned to normal. Saint of Secrets Bootes didn't look any different from before, but Saint Tenebrous Kesma's figure had unknowingly appeared from the darkness. He looked at Bootes and said in a deep voice, "You're being more cautious than necessary. But this isn't a bad thing. I hope to resolve the problem without anyone noticing." Bootes replied with a smile, "Follow me. Hide in the shadows and be my support. Don't appear directly. Once you discover anything abnormal, leave immediately." "All right." Saint Tenebrous Kesma slowly walked out of the shadows. He looked very young, and his facial features were outstanding, but his face seemed to be shrouded in a faint dark veil. After approaching Bootes, Kesma heard illusory chewing sounds that came from an unknown source. The sounds of gnawing and digestion made him feel an undisguised malice and hunger. This made him, a demigod, involuntarily shiver. Saint Tenebrous' eyes froze for a second as he cast his gaze at Bootes' face with a hint of shock and astonishment. Bootes curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a slightly cruel smile. A few seconds later, one of them used teleport, while the other merged into the shadows and left the house. At the intersection of Bakeland's East Borough and Bridge District, in a dilapidated apartment building, there were a few connected rooms on the first floor of what was originally a cheap hotel. When Bootes walked out of the spirit world, there were still 2 to 3 hours before the Beyonder gathering began. No one had arrived yet. He looked around and took in all the chairs and long tables that were placed messily. After observing the environment, Bootes walked to a corner and pulled at it with his right hand as though he was pulling at a curtain. The area was enveloped by shadows as it distorted before disappearing. As there were no items in it to begin with, there was no objective measurement. Therefore, no one would discover that there was a space missing. They would only feel that the distance between them and the wall seemed to be a little closer, but upon careful inspection, everything was normal. This was a secret sorcerer's spatial concealment. They could use this ability to split a place into two and hide a portion of it. One had to pass through a specific door to enter. At that moment, in the area that had been hidden, the room was normal. There were floor tiles, a ceiling, and a cockroach that was crawling across in a panic. The cockroach rushed all the way to the dividing line, but it was blocked by the endless darkness. After Saint of Secrets Bootes surveyed the area, his gaze stopped at a transparent vortex in midair. This was a door. All hidden spaces had to have a door. Bootes thought for a moment, reached into his black robe's hidden pocket, took out a mirror, and embedded it into the position of the door. The mirror distorted for a moment and quickly reflected the scene of the outside world. The chairs and long tables were messily placed, and there was no one there. Just like that, Bootes used the mirror to monitor the Beyonder gathering. Time ticked by as Beyonders dressed in all sorts of disguises arrived one after another. One of the hooded figures habitually chose a corner by the window and took out a palm-sized notebook with a bronze-green cover. She casually flipped through a few pages, as though she was reviewing the main points of the questions or checking if she was sufficiently prepared. Behind her, there was an ordinary mirror embedded in the wall. P.S. There will be additional updates at 7 p.m.